दल्लोस कैसे हो दल्लोस? व्हाट इज अप चैट? कैसन बा? Are you ready for some PRX? buddy? आ गया ऑन टॉप। थंबनेल थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया लेकिन चेंज हो रहा है, कोई सी नहीं है भाई। आज अगर जेक्स ने वो किया ना अपसेट, मैं अपसेट हो जाऊंगा। मैं अभी बोल रहा हूं अंडी मंडी जेक्स। हाँ ऑलरेडी एक कर चुका है, दो नहीं चाहिए अपने को। PRX ऑन टॉप। लैंग्वेज श्रेया जी, लैंग्वेज। ये तो बंदा है बे। टाइटल लेफ्ट राइट किया है मैंने। ओ सॉरी पॉजी, आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज। लैग। मैं पॉजी को बोला थंबनेल गलत है, टाइटल गलत था। आई विल सुपर चैट फ्रॉम अनदर अकाउंट। का है आज अगर PRX हारी तो किसको ब्लेम करना है सबको पता है। क्या ये है वो शख्स? हाँ क्या ये है वो शख्स? बताओ क्या ये है? थैंक यू एलेक्स भाई फॉर किसिंग माय चैट। आप वो शख्स, एक्सक्यूज मी, दाढ़ी वाले बाबा एक। अरे मत करो यार। कैसे प्रेमेश भाई, हाउस यस? मैच दिखा दे। मैच में अभी मूवी सीन चल रही है जो रोज चलती है भाई, रोज का मूवी सीन चल रही है। फाइनली पास्ट मनास्टर्स के लिए कांग्रेचुलेशंस। मनास्टर्स के लिए WWW। इतना इजी है मनास्टर्स पास करने के लिए, इसलिए मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ वेंकट भाई सुपर चैट ज्यादा करो लेकिन बराबर करो। यही अगर 50 का रहता था ना एकदम परफेक्ट सुपर चैट होता था। लेकिन ठीक है, 5 में मनास्टर्स के लिए कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। हरामी ही कह दे। जेक्स फॉर द विन भाई, हो तो सकता है भाई। देखो एक अपसेट तो देखा है अपन ने। मेरा वाला बात है, T69 ने अगर हराया तो भी तुम लोग बुरे हो, T69 अगर हारा तो भी तुम लोग ही बुरे हो। तुम लोग का मैच क्यों हुआ T69 के साथ? ये तो अपना वाला फंड है GX का। अच्छा तुम लोग को सुना ही नहीं दिया क्या? शिट मास्टर्स, ये हुई ना बात। वेंकट भाई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। गॉडपुट भाई मेरा काम करो यार, मेरे को वीडियो बनाने का है।
Qualification to playoffs, a chance is on the line, and it is the team that everybody expected to be here versus the team I don't think anyone expected to be here. But you heard it in that trailer, GX are hungry, they know they are the rookies, and sometimes being the underdog, at least for them so far, has been a massive benefit.
Realistically, we didn't even expect them to make the event.
DRG में एनर्जी किधर हो रहा है? आगे फ्यूचर देख लिया मैंने।
I don't think we're getting anything too crazy surprising. Both
GX जीते तो मजा आएगा, बुरा लगेगा लेकिन मजा आएगा।
On the third map, Ascendo's a bit of an
जिंग मॉम बोलते
we saw some recent change coming out of the side of Paper, and they kind of dominated versus RRQ. It's a
एम्ब्रेसमेंट प्रो मैक्स
overall and a pretty decent one.
और सेकंड भाई क्या कर रहे हो वहाँ पे?
That map is set in stone.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think essentially
कैसे?
a really interesting device against this Cypher is a
मेरे को भी
conversation
चाहिए
I think
वो।
a lot of people are having right now. The stopping power of Vice just looks so difficult to deal
घर
with.
जाओ मैच है क्या?
On
नहीं,
GX's
upper
side,
bracket है।
bringing the Cypher into play, they've got that KO to potentially take out some of that utility when they move towards sites, and I think that brings a big advantage
कैसा रन
compared to
भाई?
what PaperX are running in the Sage. The difference is, this is PaperX.
बुरा नहीं लगना पेरेंट्स को
They're
ट्रॉफी
gonna
दे
bring
तो
it
बात
back up
खत्म।
again because they do. I just want to make it known
Cap
for
पहन
the
के मार रहा lucky
global
cap
fans
chat।
that don't, you know, watch Pacific necessarily. Is that is their comp? You know, maybe some other teams have shown
ना
us
मान
that
रहा,
they'll
cameraman
show
ना
it
मान रहा।
first on the global stage.
Cameraman
but
के
if we
नजर
saw
से ना
PaperX
कोई
do
नहीं
it
बच
Pacific,
सकता।
will they carry this?
W fam,
I wouldn't
W
be surprised.
fam।
I think especially when it's Jing pulling out that Sage, I feel like it's a very comfortable pick for him. It
Jing
does
को बोला,
mean that
Jing
going
पीछे
into the
देख तेरा
map, I'm
बचपन का
expecting it
फोटो।
to be incredibly defense-sided. Like both teams have shown that is where they are favored, and with on the other side GX playing that sort of more default comp. I think it's going to be very interesting. The other thing as well is the
भाई
Lotus
Strix को
choice
parent buff
that's
दे
come
देना।
out from PaperX. Overall, over the last few months,
Language
9-2.
ओमकार।
Those 2 losses were in the last 2 games versus RRQ and then Zeta, which I've heard from every
लोटस तो
member
100
of
टका
Pacific
जीत गया
Talent,
PRX,
that was a
100 टका,
blip, but they still
101
took the L.
टका
So
लोटस
I'm
जीत
very
गया।
interested to see if they manage to recover back to their better
सनसेट
form.
भी
It's
जीत
such a
जाएगा
pick of
PRX।
poison though, right?
अभी
Into
GX
PaperX.
वो देखने
GX,
का,
they
Ascent
have to
देखने
know
का।
that if they ban bind, Lotus is coming. I'm most excited for Sunset because maybe it's me coping, but I think that is an even playground for both teams.
Sunset
Well,
fun है।
they both picked it in their last
Sunset
series.
fun
है।
They both dominated their opposition, and let's not forget, GX was against Sentinels. That's a big statement from them. I hope we get to a map 3
Me too.
because we deserve it in this series. GX have played almost double the regular season, the stage 2 games that PaperX have. They've got the reps. They know what went wrong back then. They've come into this tournament. They look more individually dominant than we've seen.
भाई
throughout the
GX
regular
भी
season.
पहुंच गई
And
by
week on
chance।
week, they've been playing better.
अपना
Valorant.
नंबर।
I think this is going to be a challenge for PaperX, but more so I look to GX,
GX fighting.
Ara, a guy who started out the season on a low point. He has really built on that every single game, but this is the one game that he cannot go missing in.
Yeah, let's take a look at agent select here. My eyes actually go towards Flickless because I truly believe he is a phenomenal KO player.
He was going to be my highlight coming into this map because I think that he has some of the best supportive flashes, even if his team memes them sometime. But also the timing of the knife, especially on that defensive side, is going to be integral. Starting off on the attack, though, a lot of the focal point does come more so onto Ara. Like, is this guy going to be set up to be in that space? And so that combo of Flickless and Ara need to be on point, especially with the sheer amount of delay that PaperX have. You
मत
need some
करो,
utility
मत
removed.
करो।
If you're hitting a site and it's all online, you're in trouble.
Yeah,
Nerf by thank you for the
looking at
membership.
Flickless and saying, well, his utility's got to be on point. That's a pretty safe bet. The guy was unbelievable. For me, at least, just at an eye test, I'm not using stats or anything, just watching the damn game. Flickless, I think, is the best utility in all of the
I would like to apologize.
And more importantly, the age-old question: what's better, a dinosaur or a giant? Here's Uber and Wyatt to answer that.
Sure, yeah, one of the more compelling questions. Keeps me up at night. They might have giant in the name, but EMEA's number 2 seed.
Rest हुआ क्या तेरा?
David in this David versus Goliath matchup. It's PRX.
बाद में rest का story बाद में।
Get is up tempo.
कल मैं 8 घंटे में 6 बार उठा हूँ।
I'm excited for this matchup.
आज boot camp गया 2 घंटा बेटा। कुछ काम नहीं हुआ return आया।
As maybe even the most interesting EMEA team, certainly as far as how they play
नसीब में
like their
दोस्त है भाई।
defensive sides, you know, how they run so many aggro set strats. And against PaperX, who are
ज़्यादा boot camp
the most
language
unique team of all time in Valorant, I think this should make for a very interesting stylistic game.
Going to be GX on the attack side to start us off, and already
भाई लग गए
something pretty
GX के लग गए 1 2 3
Too good. What an opener. Talk about wind taken out of the sails for GX. Spike dropped in mid, and Cloud and Westside trembling hands to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, something pretty much just continuing the reign of terror that he has been on throughout Stage 2 until now. And
4 second मर
one of the
गया।
absolute peaks of his career at the moment. Forsaken caught getting a tad bit too adventurous, perhaps, in mid. So the tiniest of openings for GX, the PaperX are ready to just flood onto them and get
Ace for the boy, jump, bound, just like Bambi. Oh, look at what he came for.
उसके लिए 2 बंदे मर गए।
And PRX start out with a very Nice little burst of confidence.
भाई जी 16 को अल्ट पॉइंट्स मिला है
Get away with such ridiculous stuff.
भाई जी हेलो
Individual talent. Feel like it's
4 अल्ट पॉइंट मिल गए.
Absolutely not. It's just across the entire team. They're all capable of this, but genuinely though, yeah, something's form at the moment has just
Hey,
been
Coach Cam,
utterly
please.
outrageous, even for his standards. Feels like
Hey,
he's
can we
hitting
have
a
Coach
real
Cam?
career high at the perfect time right now, heading into Champions.
That 1v2 clutch with the off on bind against GEELI Gaming had my jaw on the floor. The guy is ridiculous.
Ooh,
HP under a lot of pressure there with
heal दे.
Judge. That 0 point connects onto a couple players, so a good paranoia is sent in. Device so weak on account of Aura.
Still having a fight for a spot. Patman having trouble.
Hey, अच्छा है.
Switcher.
अच्छा पिस्टल फाइट किया बे.
Yeah, that was some pretty solid util actually from GX to get back in.
हाँ,
Zero
sexy खेला
point
GX
into the
around.
paranoia, couple kills. They're going to get the spike down. A low HP for West Side. He has picked up that stinger. Definitely needs to play close range. Wants to play a flash even, but
Yeah, let's Lord.
They're flickless without an opportunity to
Yeah,
actually
blind.
get involved.
Yeah.
We'll make it difficult
Close.
for him to work his way back out.
किधर टिपी मारा?
Defuse
अल्ट
here for
पॉइंट
PRX.
हेलो.
Important weapons will be maintained. We're going to have a switch up of our diffuser here briefly as Jing gets off, something gets on. Working towards a very early dimensional drift for the Yoru.
just going to one orb away. Nice that something goes down to one
बक्चोदी
HP.
नहीं रुक
They
रही है
can
chat.
deal with Jing, so he can just go run it flickless with a judge. Go for part 2. GX fans hoping that first round ace.
मजे तो कर रहे हैं ट्रोल करके, मजे तो कर रहे हैं.
11 rounds to come for Paper Rex. This is such a challenge for GX. I mean, they're off the back right now of the
It's been 2
biggest
months, still
win
no
of
update
the career
regarding
in these players'
help
history.
regarding
Genuinely
अगर तू जीत
insane
गया
in
तो
that
एक बार
first
तक
round.
भाई के चैट में
I'm
बोल दे.
so impressed by the level of play they were at. Paper Rex hold
ये
different
जितना
beast
मेरे को
though.
They
मालूम है
have to fight PRX
लोगों
for
को
this
मिल
space,
चुका है.
Wyatt. They've got
लेकिन
great
अगर
set plays
नहीं
and
मिला तो
really
एक
well
बार
drilled. That's something
बोल
that
दे, कुछ
stands them in
left right
good
हो गया
stead to
रहेगा.
tip the scales in their favor.
Device able to throw down a pretty deep shear wall and be main.
Next
When you're not feeling that pressure, you
announcement
can kind of
कब?
go for the
कौन सा
jump
वाला
with
है?
it, throw it down
अब
deep
एक
and then
sad
back
announcement
away.
आएगा
Paper
next
Rex
month.
are doubled up here on Cat and something
W.
still with the judge. While there was that sound bait coming through from Jing, he was just
भाई
kind of
वॉल भी तोड़ो
tapping, trying to make
और
a
वाइस
little
का
bit of a
स्पाइक भी तोड़ो.
distraction.
यार बीटी प्लेयर्स है बे.
Slow start here for GX. Now they've sort of decelerated through mid a little bit with an Al drone, this time clearing market. They do not want to run into a judge in that corner or
Something
someone
मर गया
else.
ना?
Patman with a shoulder pick. Ara sees an opportunity to come forward, but actually backs out of it.
शॉट
Divine knocks him
बे.
down to 20 as well from Switch.
That is a lot of damage exchanged. Gravino does
ना
have that
गलत
full
साइड पे
kit
जा रहे हो.
available at the
गलत
moment.
साइड पे जा रहे हो.
Paranoia, so
लग गए.
the team could try to get
3-0.
into the tree, but I'm not even sure they're aware they're walled off until they're going to get much closer here. Wall about to break though. 3 Paper X players expecting this to come through.
Yeah,
Though.
that's right, mate.
What a setup!
Paper X, for God's sake. You know they're not going to see you.
Bulana.
Let you pass them by. Paranoia thrown out. Jing's able to capitalize. Ara very
ये भी लो
low.
है.
Strong
W
with a blow
पे.
over, and Forsaken's got more than just hot air. Here's Grabino. Has to walk up onto the A side.
Garbina, oh Garbina, oh Garbina,
With 12
oh.
seconds left. He knows he might need to batten the hatches here and just try and survive.
Only option at this point in the round. The way that Paper X maneuvered the map there was so
किसका DVFS है?
lovely.
DVFS किसका?
Late into that round, they insert something with that judge close up in B main. The rest of the
Language
players
bad
on
कर्मा भाई.
that sort of B
हाँ क्या
mid
क्या बोला
side,
रोल जी
they
भाई?
pivot over
बहुत
towards
प्यारा
the tree.
बंदा है.
Reading that GX, we're going to try to go for an A split.
अब
up
तक
top
जितना
when that wall
creators को
expires.
मिला ना
As
बाहर
soon
के,
as they start making noise,
बढ़िया
there
बंदा है.
were 3 Paper X players ready to go. Paranoia. And then
प्रेस का
initially,
मैच
it's
हो
just the run and gun from
तो
Jing.
of course
Haven't able to
PRX
trade
जीतेगा.
off.
Love you Pugs by love you
with
no
the Phantom.
limits.
Really lovely round for Paper X. They convert the bonus.
This team surrendered only one defense side round over to RRQ.
Yes, who's
in that
useless?
Pacific matchup in that final. They were so dominant on this defense side. Some wine position taken up this time by Forsaken. Again, Paper X ready to fight for this space.
And the second GX activate, they
वो
can get hit
Jing
by
है.
slow orbs.
वो
from
जिंग
Jing.
है. सोलो रैंक पुश
That one's
करता
gonna
है
go
वो.
down. Aura gets ahead of it.
सोलो रैंक पुश करता है. उसका डुओ के साथ वो स्मर्फ नहीं करता है वो बूस्ट करने के लिए. ठीक है. ठीक है. सोलो का तेरा अकाउंट प्लैट है. प्लैट. यू आर अ प्लैट प्लेयर. और प्लैट बार लाइफ में कॉल मत करना. यू प्लैट प्लेयर. फोन रख. रख फोन. रख फोन. इधर PRX मार रहा है. रख.
Check your bit of Patman does not allow further passage are able to hold it down here from A main and look
यार
at this
अंकी
wrap from
कॉल
something.
कर रही है
Look at
यार.
the crashes.
He has flanked so quickly. I do not think Cloud is
भाई
going
एक
to
clutch
expect
लग रहा
this
है.
whatsoever.
Initially, he was just checking mid in case there was a late flank.
Clutch
Now
लग रहा है
though,
बड़ी.
he stepped up. What an angle! Ara though
Ara का.
has the presence of mind to check for it. A
अंकी
massive
बोल रही है
trip
देखो सेज खेल रहे हैं लोग सेज खेल रहे हैं
GX.
वाओ.
PaperX were trying to show some of that aggression.
जिंक का
towards
सेज
A
और
main.
अंकी
Slow
का
from
सेज
Jing
में
came a little
कितना
bit
डिफरेंस
too
है.
late. And a couple rounds now.
उतना ही जितना मैं PRX को हराने का chances.
At a great time and Aura able to capitalize. It happened on just the round 2 eco, so they weren't able to convert.
By
They
timing
didn't have the
sexy था ना?
weapons. But here Aura had a hero rifle, so he gets in. He gets that first west side.
Timing
flank
sexy
hat,
था.
Gets that pick.
Something का.
Super well done.
Westside pretty terrifying with the sheriff in.
ये राउंड तो जेक्स हार गया. योरू वर्ल्ड सो वर्ल्ड लग गए. किधर जा भी नहीं सकते. दो जगह बॉल है. जो भी ये लोग का फाइट होएगा 40 सेकंड में होएगा साइट वाला.
Make a buy.
हील दे.
Eventually staved off a mid with 4 players for GX taking up shop.
He's picked up the op. Oh my god, west side.
भाई
Those are the kind of
शॉट
shots he
भाई.
hits with crazy consistency. Just the good crosshair placement, fast reaction shots.
And he didn't have to be firing against Sentinels. The rest of his team were doing so well, but now it's a great opportunity to step
Oh,
up and
एक
show
smoke
an
में.
individual skill. Shorty here for Ara. Inside the smoke and it does its job. Forsaken is dealt with now quickly, trying to double back around to the side. Digging out that last defender. Devi in the corner. Only going to be able to find his one. Patman kept off the fight with that smoke towards defender spawn.
And now that remaining PRX duo, they're just forced to save. GX have really played with a lot of high tempo
Language
early round
manan.
on these last couple, and it has paid off. It's resulted in early picks. Something going for that aggro play in B main, immediately dealt with. And then the exec onto the site really accelerated. Aura beats the timing into the smoke. The Devi is just left on site alone, overwhelmed. GX have done a nice job catching out PaperX early.
Just well set up. I think Grabinho was a player we definitely want to highlight here early. 4 assists to his name. Paranoia set up so
ए पे तो वॉल बना ही नहीं. बे का सारा विकेट वैसे का वैसा बंदे भर गए.
That was that, early presence by Forsaken over towards Catwalk that was punished. There was some spam through, and then a push off of that B side.
Look at, I mean, something barely.
रिप्ले सिस्टम आया देखा क्या? देख ना रिप्ले. देख यहाँ पे भी दिख रहा है.
Timing for
ये देख
Forsaken
रिप्ले
into
देख.
the smoke. I like that from him. It's a calculated risk. Pays off.
There are similarities between how these two teams played the defense side. I think GX almost see a reflection of themselves in some of these info pushes and this proactivity from PRX.
So PaperX investing into this round a
ओए
fair bit.
कंसिडर
Around
हो
the 2
यार
guns
ना
that
आपका
stayed.
जिंक्स
Of course, if they
लैंग्वेज.
lose, they'll have that 3-round max out loss bonus.
भाई
Something
3-3
picks
तो
up the
होएगा.
judge on
3-3
account
तो
of having
होएगा.
that dimensional drift. And they have the Hunter's Fury to combo with it. So that could be very potent if used at the right time. Getting Hunter's Fury's tags, but then also in the chaos, popping out with a judge on someone.
PRX insisting on some mid-control with a smoke at tiles that just gets walked up through by GX. They've been able to drift over towards that catwalk position, but now 2 players taken up in tree. I'd see Forsaken play back towards the site a little bit more, but once more, we're going to see PRX fight if there is a push off catwalk.
Hello?
Refresh that one way at A main. Forsaken trying to apply some main presence, hoping to funnel elsewhere.
Hello?
But GX are unperturbed so
Hello?
far.
See if they just have to wait that out. They do have a drone from Cloud that could be used to clear through it. Yeah, that is going to be the maneuver. And now Paranoia immediately going to at least stall GX up. Something getting close with this judge right into main.
Hello?
Ara has to be mindful of this. Check close is going to be important. There it is. Okay, 0 point comes in, but something just steps back. He doesn't have the gate crash out, and then opts to step forward. Cloud now with a Hunter's Fury, Forsaken avoiding it for the time being. Does get pinged out by that second shot. Goes low, it doesn't matter. He handles Grabinho. Manhandles him up close. Now that tree control is there for PRX. GX, though, forcing in on the site. They got Gen presence. Patman got an owl in. Spots that A main player.
Cloud crossing to wind.
मेरे को लग रहा है ये retake left right होगा.
PaperX having the opportunity to flood in
मेरे
because
को
of the
लग
now
रहा है
the man
retake
advantage
left
trying
side
to
आएगा,
press
वो लोग
through
का
catwalk
crossfire
and
बहुत
shooting.
sexy
Forsaken
नहीं
has
है,
to close the
नहीं
gap
है,
with the
नहीं है.
judge at some point. There's one sheriff, weaponry better for GX.
Flickless has a room to clear the dart, but they know he's there. It doesn't seem
क्या
to matter.
मारा
Here is the
Flickless
null
ने.
command that comes out. It's Divide and Jing. They have to fight through it now. There's no other choice for it. From
Oh
upper,
shit,
west side
हो गया
finds yet
left
another.
right.
It's on Jing. Suppressed, knows Cloud is likely in A main and sends his crosshair in that direction. Drops down, tries to isolate the 1v1s. But Flickless will not be shifted. And GX have even upped the game.
So difficult to get a
क्या
kill
scene?
on the drop like that. Lovely shooting from Flickless. That initial one
आपको
off the
पता है
cap,
PRX का
tight
ओनर इंडियन
angle,
है. हाँ, मैं
really
उसके घर पे
clean.
गया था बाजू में.
I like that decision to use the Hunter's Fury just straight away from Cloud when they got the position on something, and because he was hit by that 0 point, then he just feels pressured. Oh, I gotta do something. Goes to
क्या
the
4v3 आ रहे भाई.
Gets shot down, and then again it's GX. They pick up the pace nicely
टाइम आउट
after
चाहिए,
that.
टाइम आउट चाहिए.
Pinging out 2 players of that Hunter's Fury was pretty big. I think Forsaken ate the second and third bolts from it.
I mean, yeah, Forsaken.
भाई
gets that
जब
crazy kill in
4v3
the
है
smoke
अपन,
because it was
हाँ
just
जब
such a
4v3
chaotic
है,
situation for
काहे
Forsaken
ऐसा
to
डर
try
के
to figure out.
रिटेक कर रहे
Yeah,
हो?
it took
हाँ,
so much damage.
अपने
GX
टीम
set
में
up
डर
well
के
on the
नहीं है भाई,
coastline.
समथिंग है. क्या कर रहे हो?
ZPRX always trying
दो
to
टेबल तोड़
arrange
दिया,
their
अभी सिर्फ
pieces
पलंग तोड़ना बचा तुम्हारे
to
लिए.
have, like, at least
शांति
decent
से खेला
numbers.
नहीं जाता.
All these
3-0
GX
अप
pushes.
था.
We see
योरू
Jing trying to
16
refresh
अल्ट
that
था.
one way to A main, hoping to
ना 16 अल्ट हो रहा है बराबर, ना योरू अल्ट हो रहा है. 4 बार अल्ट आता तो समथिंग का. एक बार यूज नहीं किया है. समझ में नहीं आ रहा है क्या कर रहे हो. कंट्रोल लो ना, कंट्रोल लो. जीतना है कि नहीं जीतना है. मजाक चल रहा है, चैंप चल रहा है इधर. चलो. और याद रखना बिंक्स बाय वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा अच्छे से खेलो. Love you.
Attack side rounds wide. They've evened things up.
Yeah, and Paper Rex,
Chalo.
they did make a pretty big investment into that last round, right? So they can get a meager bit of a half buy going. Looks like something not going to commit
अब
any
देखना.
cash here, so you can buy the operator on
अब देखना.
the subsequent round.
4-3 होएगा. देख, अभी मेरा प्रेडिक्शन गलत ही नहीं हो
It's
सकता.
really been
हाँ,
Paper
तो
Rex's year
तुम
so
लोग
far.
अपना
The only
जिंक्स
thing
को
they're
उल्टा
missing
करो,
force
गाफ
is
में डाल दो.
the cherry on
4-3
top.
होएगा स्कोर. ये देखो
Multiplied all
कंफर्म है.
good.
कंफर्म.
They're looking for that specific.
दुनिया की कोई ताकत नहीं रोक सकती 4-3 से.
It's on the table here. This is the kind of matchup they need to kind of be dominating to give that level of confidence. Remember, the winner in this series will advance to playoffs.
Paper Rex just hoping that someone early would have gone over towards B, walked into that multi-stack of players, and it looks like now if they get a ping with this drone, they might just swing out with a few from mid.
It's going to be flash dart here to follow it up. There's a lot for GX to
अरे
deal
अरे
with.
अरे अरे इको है, किधर घुस रहे हो भैया जी?
Because ready to receive this, and I think PRX have overestimated the level of disruption they've been able to induce. Down and Divine Forsaken. They take a classic gamble up mid, bit of a Chico vibe.
It was a cool play attempt, you know, syncing up that paranoia, plus the flash from Yoru, plus the recon. After confirming information on a player mid with the drone. Not mad at the play. Cool attempt, but yeah, ultimately GX just have way better guns.
Cloud also had turned the flash, and someone else shot the dart for him, so he had his crosshair positioned correctly and was ready to fight. Some stall here, of course, on this belated attempted B. The sheer wall has to be respected. That will be drawn out now. Gets Westside at least over to logs.
Chat 4v2
Pretty deep in the site, but now all alone and dealt with perfectly clean, flawless round from GX. Come on, baby. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I was the only one. After those first 3 rounds, when Paper Rex converted the bonus, I was worried. I was worried.
GX अच्छा खेला, लेकिन
to run away with the game, but then GX
अभी तक ही अच्छा खेला. अभी देखो,
they're looking really good right now.
अभी देखो ये वाला राउंड देखो, यूरो अल्ट है.
Maybe it's, you know what,
ये वाला राउंड
the
देखो.
players
लाओ
have
ऑफ
been
लाओ.
mentioning before this game of we don't really feel pressure. We're GX. People
एक
didn't
वॉल
think
बी
we were
पे,
going to
एक
be
वॉल
here.
ए
We're
पे.
going up against the best
और
teams
मिड
in the
में
world.
something.
Reigning
Let's go.
champions from
Let's
Toronto.
go.
We have 3 rookies.
इसे कहते हैं unbeatable defense.
Huge underdogs.
Divide trying to hold close here. It's going to be a steel garden thrown out. Ara already got himself over towards that spawn side. Not a lot to see there. Somehow Cloud is all the way back there. What a
कहाँ जा रहे हो
Forsaken.
4 सेकंड भाई? हाँ.
DP obviously gets himself in a position now to harry them from defense spawn. From the attack side even.
Are you बच्चा करेंग?
And so Grabinho never really got the
बी
set
पुश
foot on
पे
this
वाइस
B
अल्ट
side
मारा
at
और
all.
पीछे
What a
बेस पे
crazy
4 सेकंड टीपी
counterplay
मारा
from
बे.
Forsaken to just disrupt the plans of GX
Hello?
entirely.
ये कौन सी कॉम्बो है?
Just look at the X's on the map right now of where the dead GX players are. It's like in the
ये कौन
spawn
सी
of
strat
the
है बे?
defenders damn near.
It's like we used to see Jing do on
crazy.
Icebox. Same idea, right? That TP into spawn,
Smoke assisted though on Icebox. In fairness, this guy just.
ये crucial था बे, ये crucial था.
Love that from Forsaken.
वो kill अगर 100 मारता तो लग सकता
skill
था.
guard, and that definitely slows GX up. So it puts him on a real clock when there's an Omen player teleporting
basically,
into this
just pushes them into Forsaken. Alright, that was a crazy
Jake जीतेगी ये
little
match.
scenario.
Yeah, like
अगर
Ara got
नहीं
ahead of
जीते
it,
तो
but not in
अजर
position
gifted.
to be
Let's go.
sort of followed up on it all. It was a PRX round of all rounds for sure. Rubinho loves that spot. So does Boaster, by the way. That little TP on the box at top mid. Nothing to be gained from there right now. It's actually pretty deep. Dark cover thrown out here by GX.
Something has this operator was saving for it on one of the prior rounds, controlling mid at the moment. As GX currently setting up for a split into this site. Patman ready to let that recon go once they get through the choke point. So they can try to spam some of these players down from backside.
Oh, yeah!
That is so close. And there's a noise cut in mid, or rather PRX don't see GX as they pull out of that part of the map and leave the insert. Something's back in the game.
I think
might have something to say about it.
2-0.
Riz attempt, it's Cloud falling. Divine getting control from stairs here. Caught inside the fragment, and Gravino's got the follow-up now. Patman has to fight for himself inside Boathouse.
Oh,
Chuck
nice
down,
Rick.
still
Mar
gets
diya,
the
nice.
kill. The now dimensional drift is going to get something into the site, but he's holding nothing but an operator. Jing can also work out from spawn as well. There's West Side. Damn, he's been good today. Very sharp, and Jing should wait a moment. He's got something with him now. Seen this guy retake 1v2 with an op.
Jing spam mar this, Jing.
He's got Jing to help him this time. Flickless watching Speedway though. Jing's going to have to be quick with this adjustment, and he is.
W.
So much so he doesn't take any damage.
आवाज आया.
The wall and something alights with the shorty. Hard fought round for PRX, but they'll take it.
Beautiful attempt from Westside. Just feels at the very end he needs to adjust the positioning, and it's something right on top of him with that shorty. Fast for the trade. This was an insane little shot from Aura to open the round up.
W round. By 4 seconds का kill बहुत
Check
crucial
that
था.
left side.
4 seconds में जो मारा ना बिमिन वाले को.
Sick
वो छोड़ के सारे kills दिखाए तुम लोग ने.
Being able to get that correction of aim onto the plant spot.
And having the res available in mid, just bring it right back to the 5-on-5.
Yeah, it kind of negates all of Ara's patience, just staying as that insert in mid.
Super important round to use it. And that was onto something who
क्या
then
बात
has
कर
the
रहे थे
dimensional
इंक्लूड
drift to
सच्ची?
follow up into the site.
But that'll condition PRX now. That
Shit.
deep smoke into mid could imply an insert being
मेरे
left
को लगा
behind
पूरा
by
इंडिया थे.
GX
मैं तो
for
घर
later
पे
in the
गया
round.
था. बाजू में था. यहाँ पे. दिख रहा है क्या तुम लोग को? अभी रात हो गई है.
Does get something up. Patman and
Shot!
time a bit of vengeance onto Aura. That is the duelist, the entry, the space maker. When you're trying to hit one of these ascent sites, totally removed.
समथिंग
It's
का
going to be really
प्ले स्टाइल
difficult for
काफी
GX from
तुम्हारे
here on
तरह.
out,
थैंक यू मदन
especially if
भाई.
they go towards that setup with the Vice. You're just going to get your team fully stalled out by the Thorns. If you go into the Sage, one slow orb, no one can get past it. You're all just trapped. Maybe Gravino can try to go for some kind of crazy TP, but outside of that, not a lot of options.
There's a sheer wall inside tree. Something can play off that after trying to take a pick.
And that did turn off the Vice util for but a moment, but no one is able to, it's not really a play to be made off of it, unfortunately.
Down mid, look at this double face that's been set up randomly by PX. They've just assembled this in response. That deep smoke's there again, and all Cloud spammed out just as the smoke blew. Flickless fortunate to get across. He can play off his player in B main, but there's a Sage wall there to play with.
There are rotates being drawn for PRX, aside from the fact that Jing is just entrenched here in the corner.
Oh!
That is disgusting. And again, Jing with the crucial frags. Knock the wheels off the GX bus.
GX had a really cool game
Nice
plan.
one, Bang.
Honestly, Grabinho was working through A main. He found a pick. If you looked at the top of the minimap, everyone from PaperX dragged towards A. It was just Jing who was fully committed to that site.
30 seconds.
If he even goes 1-for-1, Grabinho's teleporting back.
By गलत reaction time में बे गलत reaction time में.
But I think they had a cool game plan that is just ultimately unraveled because Jing puts together a really sick multi-kill.
Remember that solo hold for Jing with the wall sets up the double face in mid for that spam kill. So sick.
Time out के बाद सारे round जीते ये लोग.
Everyone slow orb as well. This is miserable.
Doesn't know where to be. Here come the shock darts. This could be painful. Patman's got another one where that came from. Grabino would love to get up on the corner, but Jing has been felled.
Everyone on GX side from West side just damaged up. Him now too from the spam. They are all so weak. Sold out. Double flash.
But Paranoid to get them on the speedway here. Patman respects it though. Tries to fold away for
Are
second. Apparently Flickless punishes. What is an L command? This is dangerous here. That util turned off. Patman has to fight out the old-fashioned way, and that is beautifully done. But Westside will be waiting. Look how low he and Flickless are. By no means a sure thing for GX.
दोनों लो है लेकिन दोनों लो है. Come on,
Davai.
Davai. Nice.
Drifts across the side. Westside will be set up on the speedway. Drop down on the side and wins it out. 12 and 8 for Westside.
Oh my God, man, he is on one right now. The crosshair placement is just excellent in these fights, and he is so quick with the reactions. By the way, though, beautiful kill from Flickless. That one right there.
Bobby, thank you for the membership. What is that? What is that?
Westside clutches up.
Okay, that's only DEFCON 5 for Alex. We're doing fine. But GX really proactive. Remember, they throw that neural theft in and then immediately Paranoia Speedway. They're very keen to get onto this
and
B
it
side.
was synced up with a flash from the KO. Insta just pop out. That was with all four players so weak, stuck in the choke for ages at that point.
Actually, अच्छी side पे जा रही GX.
The set plays for GX, man, are so clean.
Actually, अच्छी side पे जा रही.
Impressed me about them on both attack and defense, on their executes. The sequencing of their util and timings, so tight compared to the competition.
And that contrasted with PRX's
Blind कर सकता था ना, नहीं कर सकता.
Talent, ability to flood like no other team. A little bit of a difference of styles there. Paranoid, Forsaken, he tries to back away. He actually avoids the one that comes in Jen's direction, and Nara now is above him. Not ready for Forsaken to be crouched. Per's not below. Something gets in and then gets straight on out. Like only he does. There's a here from the heaven's side. As Forsaken's ready to get messy. On the side itself, Cloud barely alive. Jing puts him out of his misery now. It's on Flickless.
Rest day.
Gets bounce flashed and
flawless.
What an outstanding flood from Paper.
Flawless.
And this is the exact kind of fun pace that I wanted to see in a PRX versus GX games. Two teams that are highly coordinated and willing to absolutely send it on the opponents.
I mean, PRX are the team that are going to force you, they're going to drag you to pay at that fast pace, right? You will need to compete for timings, fight aggressively over this space, but GX are happy to do with that because they've got such sick prep, such a good foundation of set plays on this map. They will go to that gear. Let's have a break here at half.
Bye, Abhi.
Over to the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest.
Et pour un jour de semaine, on est ravis de voir pas mal de fans de GiantX ici à nos côtés. It's a pleasure to welcome Elise with me, who's a GX fan here. Welcome. First of all,
welcome. कैसा लग रहा है आपको आज हार के?
You're rocking, you know, that T-shirt and the jersey. How does it feel, you know, to have GX fans here in Paris despite the French and Spanish rivalry?
It's so cool to see everyone here rooting for GX, and I think you are too, right?
I'm an EMEA girly, but never biased, guys, never biased, of course.
Donc, ce
que ça fait finalement d'avoir des fans français ici, malgré la rivalité Espagne-France. Et ben, c'est trop cool. On a évidemment l'ambiance ici, et on a peut-être une hausse qui est un petit peu biaisée pour l'EMEA, mais jamais trop. And second question, we know that the season has been hard for GX. No one was expecting them, you know, at Champs, and yet here they are. So what is your advice for fans, you know, who struggle to follow their team in hard times?
Well, you just have to believe in your team, really. And they had such a great run on stage 2. It was really nice. And seeing them putting up a fight against PRX, it's so nice.
Yes, I definitely agree with you on that. Donc un petit
Justin Bieber भी इतना believe नहीं करता जितना
ils sont remontés de loin. Et bah oui, il faut continuer de croire en sa team. Ils sont remontés pendant le stage 2 et ils ont une vraie belle run. So let's see if the fan buff can carry GX on Ascent.
W.
And honestly, I think there are more and more GX fans being made by the moment. They've been looking very good, standing up against the most terrifying team in the world.
भाई जिनका फोटो देखा ऐसा अपना गाना सुनने लगता है फोन नहीं क्या सुनाई नहीं दे रहा भाई नहीं दे रहा
just pure audacity. I think he's 7-0 at the start of the game. He does slow down and
something खेल रहा है लेकिन good
after that fact, but obviously always in the engine room for PRX.
I'm keeping that rating high while purchasing 3 ops as well.
That's a standout part
बुरा मान जाएंगे. Was getting a lot of value with those lights on the shotgun.
5 अगर इंडियन होते ना.
Yeah, something right now looking like the best player for Paper X up until this point versus Westside for GX, whose aim right now is also just unreal.
It's crazy. You know, we saw GX on the attack side, but in these post plants, Westside is anchoring like he's a defender.
Excuse me?
Ridiculous. I also think like the setup.
Aura se ud rahe be.
Mad util.
Hello?
Really well set up. I think Insu wanted to highlight that as well about Flickless. I think we're seeing
Aura se ud rahe be.
11 assists here.
Chat.
Yeah, and speaking of, it looks like GX maybe wanting to go for a fast play down mid early with some of these flashes. Perhaps synced up or just a deep flash. No, it's just going to be a straight up contact down. We've got some sheriffs on catwalk. That good long range. Matter of fact, they have 4 sheriffs just across the board. There's a lot of classics and at least some armor. So
I think Rex have sniffed this out. I think they realized something is afoot behind them. So now they'll accelerate now through B main. Paranoia is an option, of course. They get smoked off the B main and just walk straight through it. So tick-tock, though, GXR got to start nipping at their heels, and Jing might be the first to see it. He thinks about it. Timing's not quite there for him, though. Spotted out already. And there's Patman. Might have to do something about this Ara with the stopping power to put 2 PRX players in the dirt.
Not a lot of util to work with for PRX, just that one Paranoia for Forsaken. Can it get a good connection? Something playing up close. 2 players all the way back.
Razorvine there. Cleared by Ara!
Arey, मेरे को लगा उसको दिखी टांग.
What a bold play.
Gravino is also quite low as he tries to make his way onto the side. A decent 0 point now, but PRX are ready to fight for their lives.
Gurbino,
come downstairs. Something that can turn his attention along with Forsaken to the rest of it. And that is a 3v5. PRX tucked in the site, and this is their bread and butter.
What a sick play from something.
Nice set!
Timing to jump into the smoke off the break of the thorn.
5v3.
So he knows that player's crosshair going to be down, adjusting it back up, and he's right in our space. Really cool to get them back into that 3-on-3. And then Paper X doing what they do best, which is everyone fights together.
4 second by na maan rahe.
It's unspoken. It's purely instinctive from PRX in that post plant. Like the idea from GX to contact play up mid. Got them a backstab opportunity, but 2 from Ara is not enough.
It felt like it really should have been.
Sexy old.
Paper X take down both pistol rounds now.
They're so proactive.
Birbal. Tikka emoji nahi mil raha to ye hockey dalna pada.
That is very enlightening.
All 3 of them. That was crazy.
Yeah. Now they're going to make a play off of Catwalk, but PRX are ready to fight for this space as well. Heal up. Gravino gets him 1. But now that leaves the A site pretty loosely held.
बैटमैन भाई आपको कैसे लग रहा है कि जिंग आगे जाके पीछे आ गई भी आपको?
Oh my God, GX! What on earth is
2v2 पे
happening?
किससे आ गए?
Straight up duels, hitting crazy shots with pistols.
Devi realizes he needs to put this Vandal to work on the side itself for a retake, and he's just got around the corner. Why are you fighting? What is that? Westside with the classic.
He has the Vandal at range. I'm fine with the fight, bro. You gotta win that.
That is unreal.
I cannot believe GX are winning these fights though. Still, Forsaken, long range, open angle with the Bulldog. These guys have a combined 50 HP.
30 and 20 respectively. What on earth is that from Westside? What a filthy round from GX, man.
Thrifty.
Proactive, always asking for more map control. MasterCard Thrifty, I won't soon forget.
I am just stunned. I didn't see that from Westside's point of view. What was that? I mean, he must have seen Forsaken.
ये मारा ठीक है. ये एक 1 for 1.
I don't even know, man. Double dink long range. Westside is. It feels like he's just playing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Westside can't
बाप
miss.
रे.
Man, Paper X in this game so far won both pistols. But also,
What the fuck they're doing?
GX has won 2 eco rounds.
Yeah, 2 massive thrifties at pretty important points in the game.
कर दिया बे. भाई ये लोग जीत सकते थे. जानबूझकर अरेंज भाई को परेशान करने के लिए ये कर रहे हैं. Easy win था वो round. Easy win. कोच के हमने दिखाया करके. PRX be like, coach
all the way down mid to watch this B main cross with the Outlaw. Something does he expect it? Does he go for a little jiggle? No, he is just caught out in the open. Aura smoking that angle off. The cam is watching top cat for him as well.
That problem क्या मालूम है defensive map है.
Aura can be dug out here by Cloud. He can very easily support him through mid.
Defensive map है और actual में Jax अच्छा खेल रहा है.
You know, he did have.
तो possible है कि PRX ही जीतेगा ये.
Aura was in this very forward position, which he's just.
Chum bhai, call say thank you for the 515 mil jaan ke torch se.
I'm going to recheck this. So said Ara, pop flash for his duelist.
Cloud and Flickless though, put
Chat,
this one to bed.
flawless,
And the
clean
two major things
round.
that PaperX are going to have to overcome
Flawless,
to win this out on
clean
attack,
round.
I feel, when you're playing against GX on defense, is their willingness to aggress, throw set plays at you. We've already seen on attack the way that they're able to sync up their flashes really well. PaperX will have to contend with that, and they'll have to contend with Aura always going for the scoped weapons, being very proficient with them. And then if you're trying to avoid those, you're going into Westside Cypher, who is just not an actual Cypher one trick, but plays Cypher as much as he possibly can because he's so good on the agent, so strong. That is going to be the test for PaperX.
Already audacious early posturing from Aura up mid.
मेरे हिसाब से एलेक्स में बाजू वाले
कोच claim this space and PRX looking to challenge top mid themselves.
मेरा टेबल तो गया. वहाँ पे आ रहा हूँ.
Externalities of the map.
Westside has
full buy round है, ठीक है, full buy round है.
Play this angle, try to get a headshot.
अगर ये round आ रहा.
Run away back to that Cypher setup. If they chase, it's really close for him.
Oh, बच गया.
Some damage definitely needs to be on the run. Do PaperX try to accelerate to actually catch him going to backside? There are trips close on this choke. One of them just procced by that clone, destroyed by a shock afterwards.
Beijing able to bring Westside down eventually. I think he was concerned about a push up into his other tripwire. Couldn't play off.
मारा बेजिंग क्रूशियल पे वापस पूरा साइड खाली बॉल करके बैक साइड वाले को मारा
having to play a 4-on-5 retake, make that 3-on-4
आराम से
returns up with the operator. It's more than Forsaken can handle.
PaperX have Divide very late coming through B main.
आराम से
potentially be this critical factor if GX do
साइड में 3v3 है आराम से
GX trying to cover that at least. Now making away towards switch. It's actually something
side
back
में
in the side
ही,
picked off. What a
side में 1v3
Flickless and Ara's got himself a rifle to work with now. Patman about to be swarmed. Finds the first. That was the Blade Storm now down for Ara. Divide to the rescue off a good timing out of B main. Gets the speedway. Flickless now has to dance. Dodge.
Half हो गया ना
Duck tip and dive.
He's gotten it to half.
Divide over the top though is able to put him out of the game. But man, that was as close as it gets. There have been no clean hits from PRX here. GX fighting tooth and nail.
Robinho had gotten it to half for Flickless as well there.
बंदा मैं निकल रहा 20 तो जर्मनी कास्ट दोस्त इनकमिंग ये कांग्रेचुलेशंस
Good attempt, and I like as well that once GX get a couple kills here, they realize, okay, one of these guys is going to be late B main. We just have to get to the site ASAP. Go forward. But then Patman
just run out of time.
Congratulations, Mirijan Kirutin. Wish you more success in life.
Divide closes things out. Pretty sick round.
Still a buy for GX though. These have been very, very costly. Attack side wins for PRX. Costly as they've been though. It's a 2-round lead that's secured themselves.
Hey, Shivam, वहाँ पे जाके वो वाला रील बना ना जर्मनी पहुँच के डैमियन जर्मनी ऐसा वायरल जा सकता है देखिए
very important round in that regard.
Paranoia here from Grabino in response. Saw one come from PRX. Hunter's Fury now active and
W
tries to step out, take the fight on his own. Grabino called on as well. Ara on top of the wall. Made use of Jing's architecture to his favor. Down to 2 PRX. Need this spike recovered, but Ara's not going to leave that area for free.
Both GX players on the way. No way, Aras is looking over top. Is that it? Yeah, he's got the angle. Patman goes down. It's all on Divide in the clutch. He won it out last round, but this one, surely not, right? Too many GX players alive.
And look at them starting to encroach now, especially behind this Al drone. Ara knows he can probably play off that. Arc Rose for Divide doesn't get him enough equity in the 1 versus 3. And step by step, GX are staying alongside PRX in this race.
Very, very high impact moments.
Aniket, bye, love you.
He's been on point, rookie debut.
जो भी आप कर रहे हो ना लाइफ में आप बहुत बढ़िया करोगे कुछ लेफ्ट राइट नहीं होगा आपके साथ टेंशन मत लो मैं आपके साथ आप बना दो उसमें ये सा एडिट करके तुझे भी लूंगा मत करो ऐसा Jim bye thank you for the 200 today
handle a PaperX eco couple sheriffs something Divide with the two of them
देखो अभी सीन ये है ना तुम लोगों को विजन में बता तो क्या होता है विजन 9-9 होएगा और नेक्स्ट राउंड अल्टीज देखो गांड फाट 4 अल्ट और यूरो अल्ट मतलब कंफर्म राउंड बराबर 10-9 होएगा लेकिन 10-9 होने के बाद ये लोग पास बहुत अल्ट आएगा 10-10 होएगा फिर GX 11-10
Nice on
और
the
उसके
Seeker
बाद
round, though, that
13-11
do get access
गेम
to the
खत्म
orbs across the map,
WPRX
around the world it. When we get to the next buy, they're going to
ये
have
होती है
likely 4 ultimates.
Vision
Pretty
forecast.
much guaranteed Divide will at some point get a kill, go down. Either way, we'll have the Steel Garden.
GX have seen enough though to stack correctly for this eco push off PRX. A Ghost and a Sheriff's all they really got to work with now, so this Outlaw should feast. Ara gets his Corbino, happy to stand on the site and fight, but he's down by the Ghost player. Jingo now have his hands full with the play out from Tree. Flickless belatedly brings him down. Something with a TP forward onto the side, but that Spike's still loose out in main. And Flickless has no reason to leave that position. Divide had a good hold. Crosshair placement broken.
W.
And so is the lead of PRX.
Jumbai, thank you for the 500. Very chance tote.
A bit of damage could have been nice, given the GX economy is not off the ground just yet. And if they kept it honest and win this next round with a lot of ults,
Just saying, hey, खुद से super chat दे रहा है chat.
Hey, even still, they'll be happy to just get to this gun round with the
मत
ults.
कर लाला.
Timeout called from Alex now. Cooking up the game plan with them to ensure that they win this critical round.
Yeah, this gun round is
दोस्तों improve करने के लिए खास दोस्त की क्या need है?
Earlier on in their
need है.
All but the Hunter's Fury at the ready. That means, of course, Dimensional Drift. There's a res there if needed, and a Steel Garden for these sidekicks.
क्योंकि a friend in need is a friend indeed.
I think between the Cypher and Vice choice on this particular map, and you can see that frustration here for Alex because PRX are being disrupted frequently by GX. They are very fluid on the defense side. You watch them, they look like a kicked anthill, even early in the round. Always repositioning, always
upgrade हो रहा है.
Control of the map, re-clearing in
54 months के बाद
drifting back and forth.
Upgrade करके कैसा लग रहा है? मेरा mic आपके मुंह पे.
Honestly, GX are stalling well enough to make sure they've got a decent shot at these holes, right? They don't want to play off sites for post parts.
Binks भाई 1 साल हो गया. Member बन के.
Bloody hell.
Would suggest everyone to
talk member. He tries to, or rather, Forsaken Smoke, they try to TP into. These guys are not giving any ground.
Use that as his own anchor smoke, basically.
Love you यार देव भाई बात समझ गया अपन टेंशन ना लो. मुझे blackmail किया जा रहा है. अरे मत कर.
Doubling up.
मुझे का स्पेलिंग गलत है 500 में बराबर होता है.
Cat early round a lot. Do they try to go for something proactive on a
round?
Thank you for the 200. Some kind of
thank you for the 13 months.
You know, as the idea, and yeah, they do. I think that's
Bhai, GX is playing PRX and PRX themselves.
Alex has just provided to the team.
Thank you for the membership.
This is not the first time we've seen this push up in the mid for GX.
Corbino can stay pretty damn aggro because he can teleport whenever he wants. Yeah, he's just going to do that now after getting the first kill. Safe line, but they've got the advantage. Just get out. It's totally fine, right?
Gate crash at home, really.
Smoke off, so the res can come through onto something. That's one ultimate expended for Paper Rex. Very important one, obviously. So, though it always feels bad that you're
match you
got a crucial ult out of Paper Rex. So,
but that's your early mid control smoke burn. Who's next? By Forsaken.
And now an immediate pivot to B main with this dimensional drift to be used by something. You will soon learn that the B site is absolutely free for the taking. Paper Rex can maneuver their way in and will be headed towards just a big 5-on-5 retake in which Divide has the Steel Garden ready to go, but Market not smoked off. Patman, Cotton, GX, it looks like they want to accelerate.
They don't have the smoke because they had to use it in order to get the res up land. Already PRX's util is being taxed before they even hit this B site. The slow warp though towards defense side denies any anchor, any fight for space for GX. They have to play retake now.
Paper Rex will have to
500 मेरे chance
paranoia into the Steel Garden. It looks like they want to fight.
It's timely.
No, they're going to take it slow.
Divide and something opt to just stay in B main, just to ratchet the suspense up to 10. Primary's now going to be available. Divide tries to swing off that banana. West side inside the fight. Flick this down. Guarino finds his. And GX! Unreal! Gladiators inside this B site. A hard-fought round that gets them the lead.
What a retake. That is astounding from GX. They open it with this kill, trade it for the res, sure.
Proper 5-5 retake. Proper 5-5 retake.
Just deletes both anchors.
Enemy remaining.
He is in outrageous form.
By West side or Ara sexy kill रहे हैं.
Paper Rex were fully divided 2 and 2. 2 B main, 2 on site.
मैं भी बोला ना साइड रहता तो दवाई का बाप होता था.
They get the paranoia with the Steel Garden out, but they can't really do much off of it because they're smoked off. But even still, that just caused so much delay that it felt like that would be enough If Westside gets traded on, they probably lose the round. He kills both of them. But how does he do that?
PRX never had market control. So there's two players inside B main that was smoked off. You could swing that out into the Steel Garden and fight for it, but you don't know if Ara is still sat in market. You don't know if there's still someone there that can punish that kind of play, and you have limited info about who is in the site. There's no recon left available. And PRX actually look reluctant in that round to go aggressive. They do, in fairness, identify the risks of pushing a smoke when you don't have the info on the other side, but they have to spend this random smoke from Forsaken early in the round to get something back in the game, and they don't have it available to cover the B side adequately when they hit it. And normally that's fine, because they got a dimensional drift that gets them in there and gets them the info.
Tech pass bolte Chedi kolte.
One smoke heading towards defense spawn, and they've got to go. They've got to take that risk.
And GX really played to their out, which was, just fighting earlier, trying to apply pressure earlier, getting that kill when they were crossing. Because if they do go into a situation where it's just a straight up 5-on-5 retake, and they have to contend with the ults, that's going to be really challenging.
W.
Ara there, just making sure his connections are all good.
अल्पाचार्य ने बराबर बोला था परसों जिधर PRX 5 मैन जाएंगे उधर J 5 मैन जाएंगे.
He had some impressive maps against Sentinels. That last Haven map, he was the top performer there. But this is a totally different level right now.
ठीक है, बचा लिया जर्मनी के लिए. ला भी मेरे जाने के लिए.
There's really
एकदम तूफानी काम करना उधर.
To set him up, and that's the second time now we've seen GX, in that prior round, send 2 people up mid, 2 people off catwalk. That's definitely set play that they've been leaning on fairly heavily. And a PRX, I don't know, don't have a player tiles, or don't have any mid presence at the start of the round. That is quite punishable. But that round, that was the round that PRX invested Dimensional Drift. The Resurrect obviously was drawn out there earlier on. Steel Guarded was used. It was a round that they really pinned their hopes on. And for that to go up in smoke, you absolutely need to get in the boys' ears and sort something out here. This looked like a tech pause for Gear. We'll be getting our ready checks in just a moment, and we'll be off with round 20.
Coming back into this, PaperX just going to be forced into a half-buy situation. The economy has been pretty tough for both teams throughout most of this half. Except now, GX, with a string of rounds, have a couple capped out players with the money. They are in position to take down their map pick. One we haven't seen from PaperX much at all in this last stage. In fact, it was only in their most recent outing where they beat RRQ in the grand finals. For GX, a map that they've had some success on, a couple losses as well. But of course, both these teams.
There will be a new import list or is Venka permanent
waste their
for SQL.
So they just allow it to float into that final position, and if we get there, that should be.
अगर बाई चांस PRX हार जाती है आज, तो सेन वर्सेस PRX में क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? कौन सा बाई चांस भाई?
We had of course a keyboard change there for Ara.
कौन सा बाई चांस?
Feel like he needs some LEDs in his life. I respect that. It's very late 2010s gamer coded, but I'm here for it. We're bringing it back. 4 stingers here for PRX.
13-11 prediction.
GX the kind of team that
13-11.
I'm going to be surprised by this. I feel
मेरे 5000 रुपए पड़े
I mean, the
रिफंड
money was good enough that
करना है कैसे करे? एक
right?
अच्छी स्किन नहीं आ रही है स्टोर में. चैम्प्स इतना अच्छा है, चैम्प्स स्किन ले. बहुत बाप
It's
है.
just so important again to note as we
और
get
अभी तो
back into
prelude
this
भी आने वाला
round
है
loss for
2.0.
PaperX on the prior one. They used 3 ultimates, 3 of them. Rez, Steel Garden, Dimensional Drift. GX, no commitment. They have Hunter's Fury and the Null
चला
Command.
लाइक कर दे बोल, चैट में भूल जाता है यार. 5000 लोग देख रहे हैं. एक बार स्क्रीन हटा के लाइक करो फिर फुल स्क्रीन
them
कर
to
दो.
use those ults on a round here where they've bought stingers. That would be a solid consolation prize.
Look at this dynamic setup here for GX. Now into mid. Ara is now taking that timing, taking that map control. Confident that he can post up here and look towards tiles. It's going to be a fast hit coming from B main. Ara is going to try and wrap around pretty quickly, if I'm not mistaken. Westside though, just flanked with all this. Util and Cloud come to the rescue. These guys, man, it is against Stingers in fairness, but they have got each other's backs for real. Forsaken is to fight inside the site under the effects of his Null Command. Can't make use of any of that Util, and Ara pops him.
So that is one ultimate expended for the sake of GX to win that round. Can't blame them for using it. Those side anchors were under a hell of a lot of pressure. with the teleport right on top of West
भाई
Side.
क्लाउड ने क्या बच्चा है
West Side was done, but Cloud is not ready for that.
And then again, just look at the way he gets on the angle and the crowd needs to keep the crosshair on the headshot angle. He is a crazy good anchor.
GX already emerging as one of the most compelling stories of this Valorant Champions 2025. 3 rookies taking it currently to
wow, and they've
many
gone
would
for the
consider the
tiles
best.
push straight away, but Paper Rex already. Hunter's Fury a bit too late.
पुश करोगे
The least novel
पुश करोगे
in the GX book.
PRX को लोग पुश करेंगे
That one is shut down.
भाई सेट प्ले था लेकिन
That is
गलत हो
a
गया थोड़ा सा
classic Ascent play. He's been running that since the dawn of time in different variations, but hey, it still works frequently enough that there's nothing wrong with mixing it in. Cloud catches something on the cross, now 1 versus 3.
हिंग को जाने दिया वे
Opportunity to
उसने
isolate anything else. The IGL for GX, but individually has been
हिंग को
no
जाने
slouch
दिया
in this
वे
tournament, far from it in fact.
He was 23-9 on Sunset against Sentinels. Plus
हिंग
15
बेचारा
kills
पूरा
deaths
क्लियर
across the
करके
entire
गया
series.
But Forsaken on that crouched angle, a bit too quick for Cloud to deal with. Crosshair not ready for that, so Paper X able to capitalize on a round where they absolutely
कैसे
no
जा रहा है भाई भाई
aggression
देखो
from GX.
4v1 है बंदे बीच से अल्ट मारा है उसको टेक्निकली सेव करना चाहिए अबे वो क्या कर रहा था ये शॉट में डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन है लेकिन उसने एक जो जाने दिया
with the players actually pushing down, we are getting through tiles, the push out of B main. Rare moment, honestly, for GX.
Language,
With the timings, and so Paper X, obviously with the quality of shooters they have,
और से कोई दूसरा मैं हूं ना
dismantle that.
चैट टाइम आउट आ चुका है बातें हो रही है टेक पॉज आ चुका है कुछ तो आ चुका है तो तुम लोग लाइक कर दो ना भाई बैठे बैठे क्या करोगे
Just handle.
गाना सुनोगे मेरा
player who's newer to the stage, maybe newer to some of these match conditions. But obviously, Enemy A plays under a very similar setup, so just wants to make sure everything is ship shape as we're getting towards the pointy end of this map. And like I was kind of saying before that tiles crunch came in, this is a team that's considered by many to be the best in the world, Paper X.
10 versus GX वापस हुआ तो क्या नहीं होएगा भाई 10 versus
GX. Very
GX
clear about that. And they start
sorry
by
10 versus GX
rocking Sentinels. I mean,
sorry
the performance on Sunset.
तो Sen जीतेगा
just look horrendous.
भाई GX सेटर हो गया मैं इतना अच्छा खेल के
GX have been able to, despite being matched up against a team who plays so fast, it's hard to actually put things in place against them, have been able to execute a number of set plays, not just on this defense side, but obviously also on an attack side in such a way with a util, the exception of that previous round, was layered so well, almost effortlessly by GX, and they're able to find edges against some of the best individual players as a world, as a team. GX have got such a deep playbook as far as it seems to us. No 2 rounds really look the same.
Okay, na mera.
I'm definitely impressed by the fact that in no situations has it felt like they are shook by going up against the best team in the world, the reigning, defending champions from Toronto, heading into champs. They are just sending it. They are playing to that underdog mentality. Players are making individual confidence plays, taking timings. We've seen that from Aura, especially on this defense side.
बहुत बाप खेला, बहुत बाप खेला.
My God, by the way, Flickless has 20 assists right now.
दो mistakes थे PRX के. Technically देखा जाए तो, अगर वो pistol round left right नहीं होता था ना, तो अभी तक शायद PRX जीत गए रहते थे.
It definitely feels like.
और एक Vice ult में वो जो Vice का positioning था, ये दो
for example, as opposed to like Viper, someone who's less able to assist with like that faster play or less positioned to set up.
अच्छा punish तो किया.
On Sunset as well, right? And that is just that is the duo that was added.
ये strat है PRX का flow तिड़ने के लिए. ओ तिड़ने वाले भैया, PRX का flow तिड़ने के लिए lead पे वो टीम है. फ्लो उनका चल रहा है. ये लोग 1 राउंड जीत गए तो फ्लो हो गया. हाँ ओ तिड़ने, ओए हाँ तिंडे की सब्जी बनाओ खाओ चुपचाप. नहीं अभी गेयर का इश्यू हो गया तो पॉज भी ना ले तिड़ने के लिए. सुल्तान मिस किया रूट. अरे सॉरी. चलेगा सब चिंग्स वाला करा दे. लेट्स गो जिम गैंग.
Look at this top mid grouping.
Can they get back in
नहीं है क्या पता रिवर्स हो जाए.
must-win round? GX will be on match point. The economy for the defenders still strong at the moment.
Dude, I mean,
kiddhar yaar. Hunter's Fury, and honestly, you know, Paper X. One thing they have done a great job of on this attack side is controlling the orb game, right?
ये कुछ
Despite using
अलग है,
just a couple rounds
ये
to go,
कुछ अलग है,
the
वो
buy is
लोग
almost
को
at that
पता ही
steel
नहीं
garden.
है.
But in doing so, they often give up mid early, which has allowed for these plays from GX through it. This time, 3 players up.
ये अलग है, ये अलग है, ये अलग है, ये अलग है कुछ चैट, ये अलग है कुछ.
Cloud and Westside fully anchored for this now, though they are tucked inside Boathouse. Cypher, you two coming up.
Padi,
trying to clear them out.
Padi.
The perfect opener, but Cloud is ready to
अकेला है.
and there's more coming. He might just be ready. What a flash from Flickless again. The setup is too good. Ara gets involved. Cloud's able to hold his own. And PRX are down to just Patman, who was supposed to be the one that opened the way up. Let them move in behind this Hunter's Fury. Now he's got to do it himself. This could be the map.
30 seconds left.
Aura on the angle, ready to go.
दो
The double
किसे
swing
मारे
out.
starting
I mean,
में.
GX, they come into this playing the oldest comp in the book for a sense, the classic, and you don't really
वो
see
blend
it
बाप
too
था.
much anymore. And I think it's
दो
valid if
किसे
you have questions
मारे.
about, man, they're still running this.
अरे यार यही तो मेन गलत हुआ है.
Flash over the top with the double bounce, recon comes out. It is just perfect from them. I mean, they are maximizing
और
the
सेज
tools
वॉल किधर
that
है?
this comp has. So impressive.
Flickless adds another 2 assists off a devastating flash.
Or up to 24 now. 1 round away from taking map 1 against Paper Rex.
He's basically walking on palm fronds this game. That is how well he is being set up for success.
Retrieving flash.
All right, just straight up B hit off the steel guard, and the device been able to get quite quickly. West side relegated to just that. Sheriff, as Paper Rex are on the entry page. Get the skill on it for a second. No, Sheriff not strong enough.
Seen him find those. We need to see Classic W Gaming from PRX now. They have that massive advantage weapons-wise. They're able to leverage it to get this B-side control, but eventually GX can reach for those primaries once more. Sage Wall, there's got a gap in it, so Flickless has to show himself briefly with a little gap.
Party by
Something working those angles pretty effortlessly, and there's a slow warp that will waylay Flickless further.
Robinho working through B main. We'll discover that there are no
GX save करो भाई, फुकट आठ मिल जाएगा something को.
No reason for GX to not
तुम
go
और
for
पे
this.
लड़
Only 1
सकते
round
हो.
left, and they have a ton of money, but it's something who's ready to clean things up.
Okay, don't know who wins that one. Flickless at 10.
ऐसा
We
नहीं
know just
गन नहीं
how
कराना
solid
चाहिए.
things have been for GX. They've got decent money here. And now to get 2 guns out of the hands of PRX as Pacific's #1 seed stays alive in map 1.
क्या बोल रहे हो तुम लोग, देखने दो.
Just keeping it simple, straight up Big B execute with the Steel Garden. You know that GX have been anchoring this site hard. Westside is always playing there. You know you're at least going to catch him right. So they get in, able to draw out those cages, they wait things out. The Forsaken swings through. He's only got the Sheriff Westside. He can't win that.
Devi had to pop his ult really hastily because that 0 point was about to turn his abilities off.
मेरा 4G है.
But they had to go there.
OT जाएगा, obviously OT जाएगा भाई.
So round
Nikki और
24
पुची
comes
पुची
up.
मत करो.
GX still with a map win at their fingertips. Putting PRX out of commission is a hard ask, but look at his mid take again. PRX play more towards an A side of the map. They don't get involved here, and they don't see Ara coming.
It is the last round of this game, potentially, and GX playing with no fear at all.
And a real start from GX. They pick a set, and they have got to look for every single round. It's like Paris Fashion Week out there. Always something a little different. Taking that mid control on the defense side. PRX not ready for this style of play. Not familiar with their game. What an opener for GX here. An upset map win to make the series that much more interesting.
भाई GX पहली बार आई है इधर.
Topping the board, 5 first bloods. He was lethal on defense.
और भरे जा रहे सारे टीम्स को. हेलो.
Analyst test to break down map 1 with a very, very pleased, I'm sure, Mitch man. Nice over.
If PRX lose, championship cancel.
Hey, what do you choose? Win or ace? Win and ace. That's what I choose, brother.
2 minutes later.
Dude, guys, I knew it. One of us gonna get ace today, right? I knew it. Instant, dude. Instant first round ace, dude. When I said that.
हजार की फ्लोटिंग कौन दे रहा था?
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They
मेरे
let
को तो
everyone
कुछ
in my
नहीं दिख रहा है भाई
family
यहाँ
choose
पे.
different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
इजी अनाउंसमेंट कहाँ पे? मेरे को तो नहीं दिख रहा कुछ। रील देखो।
System updated. We will dance together.
W बेबी, मेरे को सच्ची नहीं मालूम था, पता है ये होने वाला है। हाँ, सच्ची नहीं मालूम था, तुम्हारी लुली की कसम। चैट WWW 3 जिंक्सर्स अभी बैंच, 3 जिंक्स वाले एक साथ। गोट गोट भाई, गोट का वो क्यों नहीं आ रहा है इमोजी? डब्ल्यू में इजी बोलते चैट। डब्ल्यू बोलते। अब तेरा भाई मेजू के साथ काउंटर कर सकता है। जिंक्स करेगा। प्रेडिक्शन ओपी था। मत करो यारो, मत करो प्लीज। बीजेएमआई, वैलो और एफएफ का सॉर्टेड 3 जिंक्सर। क्या लैंग्वेज है? रीशेयर क्यों नहीं हो रहा? तो फिर मैं रिट्रैक्ट किया उसमें। बता के बता 6 months God Binks hashtag love you। चैट, मेरे को एक स्ट्रॉन्ग फीलिंग आ रहा है कि अपसेट होने वाला है एंड लोटस भी जीएक्स जीतने वाला है। मेरे को एक स्ट्रॉन्ग, एक अंदर से एक वाइब आ रही है, पता नहीं क्यों, एक हल्का सा स्मेल टाइप से आ रहा है। हाँ, लग रहा है। बस मैं कैन यू जिंक्स और गेट गुड जॉब। जिंक्स का रेट है काश 10 मेंबरशिप प्लस 50 गिफ्टेड। अभी रेट बढ़ गया है। जापान जाके आके थोड़ा इज्जत बढ़ गया तेरे भाई का, समझ रहे हो? रुक जाओ, चाले क्या पहले ही कप है, पहले ही कप है, अभी बोल रहा हूँ। पंको यार स्लॉट फर्स्ट मैच।
Mika here, and I am with Pipson of Giant X. Now, that was a very impressive first map. Congratulations on that. I'm curious if you had to change something in your preparation just because PRX's playstyle is a little unique.
I mean, yeah, we switched a little bit the preparation, but not really a preparation. It's more about that we have to be ready mentally to certain things, and we have to understand that we have to expect certain things, and probably we had an idea that we want to stop fire with fire, you know. So if they run us down, we run them back every time, no matter what. Like, and that's kind of, I think the game was really excited because of that for the viewers, because I felt that there were so many fights happening consistently, and yeah, that was pretty much it.
Oh, definitely looking good out there, and let's see how you guys fare on the second map.
Don't worry, Pipson, as a viewer of that map, I had an amazing time. But at what point do we stop saying miracle run for GX? At what point are they just that good?
When they win champions.
Okay, deal.
I think we're past that point, honestly. Like, I was willing to accept a few teams losing to GX through the regular season and go, okay, bad day for the other team. Okay, lucky day for GX. But, oh, we're well past that point now. I think they've proven themselves. If they can win this series, doubt is gone.
But first, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment. It was from pistol round and an ace from summing up sort of how PaperX are playing this game.
Yeah, I think they still had some of those brilliant individual moments. He definitely slowed after that first half, and that's where we started to see the more interplay really work out for GX, like having those aggressive flashes coming out of the likes of Flickless, who I think had an incredible map. I think you had Ara. It was mentioned on the cast quite regularly that he was put into so many high-value positions with great utility, and that is what made this GX team so special. And even with plays like this, taking over rounds, it wasn't enough.
Well, I think that's what we said about PaperX, right? A lot of their wins have been off individual plays, bailing them out of bad situations, or the initial play working out. And it seemed like GX was ready for either side of that coin.
Yeah, and I can't believe it wasn't a PaperX player that topped the scoreboard. You know, it was on the side of GX. And West Side, I owe you an apology. Mitch, you know, feel free to gloat.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to. This guy, he is unbelievable. I mean, I think he was the top for headshot percentage we always talked about in EMEA, and you got to see it here on fire. But there were rounds where, like, they even sent him into a retake after Steel Guard had gone down, where he ran to side, took fights, and 3 players stayed behind to hold the players coming out of main. They had so much confidence in Westside, retaking by himself, and he made it work.
Yeah, Coach Alexo had some moments there, so I can't wait to see what he had to say ahead of map 2.
What's up, Dick?
Hey guys, Mika back here, and now I'm with Alex of PaperX. Now, there's been a running trend of confidence, especially when it comes to the boys. They've been talking about it in various interviews, but on this first map, we saw that Giant X was really unafraid to take the fight to PaperX. Did you feel that the confidence of the boys wavered a little bit on this first map?
Yeah, of course. I think we play a little bit scared. Normally, we'll be all over the map, but this one we were like forcing ourselves to go into like one bomb side. And I really don't like how we played, so I'm hoping there will be a lot better on Lotus.
Hope you guys can bring it back on Lotus. Good luck.
Oh, I don't ever remember PaperX feeling scared to go up against a team on the server. But Tom, tell all the fans as to why they shouldn't be worried just yet.
Well, I think Lotus coming up next and Sunset, these are 2 of their best maps within the entirety of the pool. They did have a couple of blips as of recent, but if anything, that kind of fills me with even more confidence coming into this. They've had some competition issues, but in terms of compositions, not massive amount of change. What I want to look forward to, though, is the 2 Fade players. I think they're going to play a huge part in this matchup. Cloud, if he's on point, maybe this map can go in their favor. If he's missing, I think they've already lost.
And one other thing is, you heard the conversation from GX about Corrode swapping Flickless over to the Viper for comfort. And you might have looked at that game and said, well, his utility's so good, and his Viper, it wasn't really that great. Here is where you're going to see why Viper's considered Flickless's comfort on this map. And now coming in with confidence, hell, we saw GX in the last round play PaperX's style. They ran it down. This is going to be a hard bounce back for PRX.
I disagree. I think this is where PaperX, Uber, and YS should be able to find
subset कर सकता है. All they need is 2 good pistol rounds and 2 good bonus rounds and 2-3 good ult rounds.
Supportive util. It was impressive to see. Lotus, though,
a little less played from GX.
मेरे इंटरनेट को
PRX
क्या हो
did
गया
end up
भैया
losing
जी?
to RRQ in that Pacific final, but this is where they feel their bread is buttered. And they're choosing this over the Haven, which is a good map for PRX.
Ultimately, though, PaperX across this year, I believe they're 18-5 on this map. So I think despite losing it in the last couple of outings, I want to feel that that's not indicative of some kind of downtrend. They're sticking to the same comp. GX played this a couple times late in Stage 2, really against only the cream of the crop EMEA teams. They seem to only play this map against some of the best in the game. This one obviously follows that trend. PaperX love this double duelist here. They're pushing out, taking some space A main early.
Look at this already. B door opened up by GX. They get that mount control.
GX love
भाई
this.
लड़ रहे बे, लड़ तो रहे बे
opening
GX.
door, fighting into B main.
ओए साइफर नीचे कूदा बे साइड. अकेले ऊपर जा. साइफर ऊपर जा. West side ऊपर जा, retake kill. West side.
It's going to take some time to get up from rubble. In the meantime, West side has to hold on, and the clone catches him out.
Yeah, that's the wrong Yoru, my friend. GX, obviously, as we were saying, they were very fast out of C. They're all now on this flank. And PaperX, they are aware of the situation. Look at the way they position themselves on the site. Taking space towards Heaven is a really nice idea. Even wrap back towards stairs. This is going to be tough for GX.
Oh, taking shots though through the smoke. Grabinho pushing up on the stairs. That's Jing out of the picture. Now PRX knocked down to 4. Paranoia comes on through. Something no found Cloud as he attempted to get into the site. And now the challenge towards upper. Ara wins it out, but finds himself alone. And Forsaken will swoop in to give PRX
W. अभी यही momentum चाहिए, ठीक है?
Inevitably cement themselves the win when they just flip the site, get into Heaven. Even Jing, he loses that duel on stairs, a little unfortunate.
सादा sandwich करके कुछ रहता है, wet
they're at a
sandwich
man
करके.
disadvantage, having to retake with 2 players in Heaven for the attackers. Like,
सादा
PRX just positionally play that well.
There's a fast rotate coming. PRX know they can't afford to be slowed down by stalled util. That Viper wall on A, they're just disrespected. They've got to run in a tree. They've got to play with that speed and give themselves a player advantage on site. So now, anti-eco here for GX. They're, again, really active on look at what they're doing over at A, right? Really a lot of dynamism here. How do you punish this sort of fast rotate style?
Dynamism क्या है?
I mean, they can just exploit GX's rotates by drawing them really quickly. Wow, okay, West side just... All right, random right click. Oh my god, he almost one-shot survived.
Down to 20. Cloud has to back away though from this paint shell. A lot done here by West side. GX ready to fight into the side as the smoke clears, but something cleverly picks Ara off with a wider angle, and then waits for GX.
भाई no save.
Crosshairs, 3 for something.
भाई damage अच्छा दिया लेकिन.
On this anti-eco.
On the verge of some real danger, but they were able to win out the important duels at the end when GX go for that multiple player swing.
बंदा प्लेयर्स ऊपर स्क्रीन में देख सकते हैं ना, वैसे खेल रहे हैं वो लोग. सामने स्क्रीन पे मैच चल रहा है ना, जहाँ पे सबको पोजीशन है, तो वो लोग ऐसे खेल रहे हैं वो लोग. हाँ वो लोग ये पे.
Looks like they want to go for some of that early mound presence. When they do that, it is always initiated by Cloud. And then they'll maybe go for that door open again if no one's there. Push towards B. This is fast for PaperX to get A control.
Yep. No C's nade combo here out of GX, so they know the raise probably isn't here.
GX pushed all the way through door. Reprowler into B main, and with all this noise, PaperX just want to accelerate into A yet again.
Forsaken is solo there, pretty much on his own, and Flickless takes it from top stairs. Now into the side we go. Something trying to push in deep. West side has the Prowler to deal with it. Shoot straight through it. And it's Flickless activating from pit. My goodness. PRX, nothing but scorch marks on this A site.
I'm going to need a replay on that West side kill. Run it back Prowler. Not going to lie. Going to need a replay on that.
उसको पता भी था एक बंदा बैक साइड आ गया है उसका ट्रिप वो करके. उसका क्लोन ट्रिप से फंसा यूरो आगे गया. लेकिन उसको पता था.
Fight against the anchor suit. Specifically West side. There's a Prowler in his face.
And if this GX anchoring is moderately successful, there's enough time bought for the entire rest of the team on these fast rotates through B main to help out at the site.
Yeah, but I'm not mad at that. You know, the idea from PaperX of just, okay, they're pushing with 3 players on C again. GX love having 3 players on C. Just hit into the site with less players, but tough to do so when the anchor is West side, where he is at his most proficient. It's just Divide going to go ahead and save in this instance.
Look where these trapwires are, basically untouched. Forsaken pushed ahead or pushed towards that Viper wall and got picked off very early. It's such a nice opener from Flickless.
Yeah, I got to see that one as well.
He just rotates around the pit, right? Kills the tree player.
Dude, I do not want to go up against Flickless or Westside trying to hit these sides, man.
By Westside sexy
about it.
Westside sexy खेल रहा है.
But it's either that, or you take a mound fight against 3 GX players, including their Raze and Fade. Pick your poison.
I feel like it's so much more common to have that Viper towards the C side, but comboing it with the Cypher util here. Okay, yeah, that's
what I
the Cloud even gives the supporting haunt. I mean, that's a crazy kill. And the haunt comes in over the top at the perfect time.
The west side of his crosshair set for, the swing around the corner. He felt like there would be a fast swing off that Prowler. He was right.
All right, PaperX now onto their full 5. Something just one orb away from getting the dimensional drift very early. Started both this map and Ascent really hot in terms of the kills, in terms of getting an early dimensional drift.
This looks like much more of a default defense side setup for GX.
And now it looks like PaperX, they want to make some sound here towards A, and then something can just teleport over. Thought maybe they were going to try to bring him over towards that C side to get the orb. They had mound control.
Something just did not like the prospect of being dug out of there. So opted to leave instead. Going to work this rubble really slowly. The Haunt into that B side reveal Ara.
I think B split होने वाला chat. A गया तो हार गए.
Obviously set up adjustment from GX on this defense, having that duo of Westside and Flickless towards C. The other trio. Emphasis on A. Aura in a fairly committed position. Grabinho trying his best to support, trying his best to draw attention, and he does. So 1 for 1, but a fast trade from Divide.
Ara getting his is big. He took a lot of damage just crossing to that position, but blink and you'll miss it, folks. GX get hammered. They're over towards the Westside doesn't have a lot of business, I think, being anywhere near the big sides.
He is shredding them apart, and off of all that distraction, you just had Patman, Forsaken, kind of biding their time towards B.
But can you say shout out to Anshuman, please? He's my boyfriend.
How deep do you think the playbook for GX is on a map like this, as opposed to their Ascent?
I mean, that was something I was mentioning before this game. I feel like watching them on this map, compared to some of the others like Ascent, especially Sunset, where it feels like they have an infinite amount of set plays. I don't think they have that same depth on Lotus.
Big shout out to Anshuman, मेरी जान के टोटे.
Mostly close games.
Love you.
Close in win, close enough in their losses.
Salesman बोलते.
Like those other maps, I don't think they have the same number of plays to get them consistent wins.
In EMEA, up until the playoffs, Lotus was only accounting for about 16% of the picked maps in EMEA. The lowest
clean be.
So definitely, EMEA teams gone off the boil on this map a little bit. Especially Fnatic used to always prefer to go over to that one, but
भाई अभी रिप्ले सिस्टम की वजह से तुम लोग मेरा गेम प्ले अभी 2 बार देख पाओगे. Can we have some OP in the chat?
Lotus aficionados.
हाँ, तुम लोग 2 गोट देख पाओगे एक साथ अभी.
As many Lotus maps themselves as have been played entirely in EMEA.
Now GX are back to the triple on C. Gravino pressed up very far forward, ready with that paranoia to swing out left from the
Ara is always good for one,
enough to just teleport away after the kill.
They had to know there was going to be a mound fight brewing here, PRX, if they've seen the tape. Now, of course, see the exchange of smokes. That one way is going to be renewed by Grabinho. He is insisting on maintaining the control.
आ रहा है बे, आ रहा है, आ रहा है.
We're going to have to allow it.
Next round उसके पास ulti भी आ रहा है.
B pivot.
Yeah, work towards this B main off the Prowler. Can show some presence in different areas of the map. Something in a position where maybe he could catch off some kind of rotate, or at least just work some space towards A.
Oh, Cloud! Unreal. Patman has a feeling for the timing. He was right.
Just shows the tracers.
Something
has this dimensional drift for a late round. And GX have pivoted 2 players towards this C side.
Oh,
which is seeming like the right call.
Brahmand ka crossfire है GX के पास.
We need to be here now. This anchoring attempt. Grabinho does not have a paranoia to work with, and this is a dimensional drift that will allow something to pave the way. Cloud a little bit more after that exchange with Patman earlier. That was a clone scene. Here come PRX ready to throw down. Get their hands dirty on the side, but the rotates are coming in. Westside already going to set up here alongside Flickless in Waterfall, and something wasn't quite ready for it. Swings a little bit wider than he was ready to account for, and Divine now has to get it done. Finds Cloud. Still to give him the edge. Doggedly defending that spike location, and this will slow things up for the retake. Flickless and Westside hold an approximation of a crossfire for the time being. Once those weapons return, they'll be ready, and Flickless is there. PRX have to hand over the second round, as even the skill garden is not enough
Respect the usage, though, from Devi. Awkward little moment for something. All good. GX go 1-for-1 on the early C fight. They're kind of standard. This was a pivotal moment in the round, obviously. Like, it's just some random spam from Patman onto a commonly held angle, but then the Tracers are spotted because out of the Vandal.
They started shooting at the same time. Cloud is less so responding to the Tracers and just thinking of the same timing as Devi.
Chat. ये राउंड आ रहा तो पैसे है नहीं और रेस के पसंद है फेडल्ट भी आने वाला है वाइपरल्ट भी आने वाला है chat
from GX now with their raise and fade over here. Here's the haunt.
Yeah, scene.
Teleport across from Forsaken to play towards that door. GX pivoting the setup, just kind of bouncing, ping-ponging west side back and forth from that A site to the C site to keep PaperX guessing, who are fully invested into this round. Would love to get that showstopper access for Jing. Finally, with the op, what a tap!
भाई नसीब 12 ने मिस किया. Love you यार, नजर ना लगे. वो शॉट मारता 45 अल्ट भी था उसके पास.
We'll have some backup that might pivot towards a B hit from that. Flickless is going to be the one that has to stand tall in the face of this level of pressure. Steps up, knows it's coming, and tries to take matters with his own hands. Tears his head off. Three with the Guardian. Bro, it refuses to be stopped.
They're not even going to the B site. PaperX round there, felt like. What was that first shot, though? Stunner from back rubble.
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
I mean, they jiggle to bait the shot, then swings a bit wider. Instant tap.
Bye.
Yeah, he's a little different.
Holy
shit is right.
इसलिए कीबोर्ड मिला था यार. सरप्राइज मत तो भाई, इसलिए कीबोर्ड मिला था तेरे को. इस बार क्या माउस मिलेगा?
Aggressive mound presence. PRX
Champs
didn't actually see the
MVP
raise, I
mouse.
think, off the rip, so weren't
Golden
sure.
mouse.
But there was no explosive fighter rubble like we thought there might have been.
And that was a super important round in terms of the economy. Both sides were quite low, but now PaperX an opportunity to really stabilize if they get a clean anti-eco. But GX want to get in quick. West side 1-for-1. Backside.
He doesn't shoot through the Prowler and kill Jing.
भाई ये अच्छा है बे. एक राउंड में एक साथ घुसे. आदि भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे.
They have a chance here to really
लाला लाइक नहीं करती तेरी पब्लिक, पता है.
Robinho, but later going to take that door toggle.
एक टाइम पे PRX मैच पे 10k लाइक्स हो जाते थे.
There's an Arcros out there that does confirm the two players' presence. And they know full well that the Razor Vine is going to be in their way. Devi decides to step ahead of it though and get this one out of the way nice and quick.
जैसा मैं सुपर चैट कर रहा हूँ वैसा लाइक्स भी कर. मत कर, देखोचोरी मत कर.
And yeah, that will be the case.
W.
Obviously GX for this buy round.
भूल गया था मेंबरशिप रिन्यू करने का. ऐसा ना करो यार.
Ready to go.
मैंने वैसे ये महीने के 10 गिफ्टेड दिए हैं क्या फ्री वाले?
Just instilling their will upon the map. They are taking space just everywhere. Moderate amount of success for GX with the mound fights, but that is about it. Outside of that, yeah, they're getting away with everything.
This is 3 rounds in a row. They've got the race fade at A instead. So they're now leaving West Side solo on C as opposed to on A. And we're going to have a fast hit towards B here behind this showstopper.
Certainly could be the case. Prowler going to go right through main. Showstopper in. Jing blinded up in a lot of trouble. Doesn't know what the hell is going on, but something able to catch out Flickless.
भाई ये लोग तो execute पे execute कर रहे हैं. ओ दो हाँ. अच्छा क्लोन था वो.
Beautifully done by Grabino. Something out there on the side.
भाई sexy fight लिया बे GX ने.
Cloud helping to a great degree, and there was no plant, no full commitment for PRX. Now they're going to pivot off this side, but West Side is going to see it coming.
Yeah, now they know that Patman is just that lone hanging player towards B, trying to cause some distraction with the Prowler. Forsaken out wide, wants to jump, try to bait out some kind of shot.
Devi's got the op here. He can post. This is still dangerous.
But do they expect Cloud tucked in the corner?
No, they found it. There should be a swing here. Yep, Grabino looking to try and take the fight from Baby Door, but Devi, quick peek and gets back to safety. Little did he know.
Bhai, kya ho gaya Devi? Bhai, who hurt you?
Grabino did work himself into a good position there, to be fair. Just couldn't connect the shot. Now it's all on West Side. Trying to make his way through heaven.
Spike planted.
Just drop himself down, take the fight for Forsaken the first to go. He has
Lo, pre-fire maar rahe hain.
And chunks him down to 61.
Unfortunately, just has no util to work with. Even a cage could be nice here, just to temporarily throw in front of Tree.
PRX is trying to make sure this doesn't get isolated off, and Davai is ready with the op.
Ansuman bhai, thank you for the membership, मेरी जान के टोटे. Thank you. वैसे आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड ने बोला था कि आप काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेने वाले हो, क्या ये सच है? कैसे? ऊपर तक कांटेक्ट से बेबी, ऊपर तक. बाय द वे जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिल रहा है व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ज्वाइन करो, मेंबरशिप का भी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है, ठीक है. ज्यादा लोग हैं नहीं, ऐसा तो नहीं है ना कि 1000 मेंबर्स रहेंगे, ऐसा तो नहीं है ना. 4-5 मेंबर्स है लेकिन व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है उसका. तो आ जाओ ज्वाइन करो.
As soon as Westside has actually been moved over to the seaside, PRX have tried to work around a little bit more. Notice that there's actually not 3 players trying to take that space.
WhatsApp ग्रुप कैसे ज्वाइन करने का मेरे कम्युनिटी पोस्ट पे है, या फिर मॉड्स हेल्प कर देंगे.
Stand his ground there. There was a bit more of an all-in engagement, but in general, PRX are able to hit.
रियल गोल्ड वाला मेंबरशिप मिला है क्या शायद?
And then that big hit on B.
अच्छा आगे वाला 6 months, love you banga, love you too. Come to boys, कहाँ से रे? Come to boys.
Pivot over to A.
मैं भूल गया तो कहाँ से. फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
Keep the off in Aura's hands and play around that as a way to just control part of the map. He really hasn't had a lot of chances with it, and when he did, he got deleted by something with the Guardian with that sick one tap right.
ये रो मैं पिन करके रखता हूँ.
Such an important piece of the success that they have had here. It's just not a factor.
It was so big against Sentinels, right? Once they started to. You know, they lost 6 rounds. I think it started playing.
किधर है?
Mods going, and then it was Kurtz.
ग्रुप में कैसे ज्वाइन करते हैं? मतलब मेरे को पता है मॉड्स का नॉलेज टेस्ट
कर. A little bit higher up. That is awkward. Jing is caught, but yeah, he is dealt with. That's crazy.
Yeah, easily handled that. It's time for Util, a big problem. Something willing to stand and fight. Remember, this is a GX Sheriff Eco round, and Flickless is commanding attention on the sides. Davai, very little to do here. Smoked off it entirely. Still has a spike to hand, at the very least can have a crack at this. The money's in a fine place for PRX to get a bit experimental. Maybe he can be rewarded with some patience here on this look towards C-Link.
GX have recovered the guns. Flickless knows that he
क्या हेल्थ बंद बाय, क्या हेल्थ, क्या हालत, क्या सीन मतलब? चलो भाई सब बढ़िया.
That is such a funny little adjustment that works out, just putting the trip
हर चीज़ बात आएंगे बाद membership.
But it still catches a player on entry. That is really sick.
Yeah, in theory, PRX have a ton to deal with that, right?
Community post कहाँ होता है? TikTok पे होता है community post.
Clone that can tease it out. Nicely done. I mean, Jing had nowhere to go, and he needed to get into Baby Door with that judge.
YouTube पे.
The perfect way to shut him down. So it's been Divine something though, really have put out strong performances, and both of them have made use of the op at times, or the Guardian, and made it look like an op.
Now, does Divai dare use the Steel Garden he's about to get? He used it in the 1v2, but yeah, no, I think he's going to die first, sadly. Or just walks in, takes the timing, gets the free kill, gets the defuse, and GX. The Thrifties are what, honestly...
भाई, ये जानबूझकर thirsty किया, क्योंकि अभी 2 राउंड बैक टू बैक जीतेगा ना तो वो लोग इको जाएंगे, समझ रहे हो? तो 9-3 होने वाला है भाई. ये होती है स्मार्ट गेम प्ले, ये होती है. ये लोग फास्ट बी करके देखा कि वो लोग काउंटर कर पा रहे हैं क्या, काउंटर कर पा रहे. तो अब देखना अपन कैसे रबल ओबल लेके सी बकचोदी काट के अभी वापस बी स्प्लिट या ए अटैक करेंगे ये लोग. देखना देखना ये वाला राउंड देखना,
One of many from GX
ये वाला राउंड देखना.
Just mentioned it, but Aura was able to recover that op with the kill on Divai at the end.
वो लोग करेंगे, ये लोग ए जाएंगे,
we'll see if that can be
फिर वापस सी जा सकते हैं
वैसे तो. They love to fight for mount here. They
mostly तो ए जाएंगे.
Aura already on the angle towards B main. Yeah, and that is going to be the case, but you know, no one really ready to fight. Something is making all the distraction towards B right now.
A pinch on the B here from Upper could be interesting. Something! Okay, as the game crash out of there. It's going to be Ara opening up the account. Jing was found first. Op in the hands of Ara is always a dangerous prospect. But with the Sheriff, Guarino can't find his way out of the corner. Still guarded, definitely getting its value here. West side though, and Ara still able to populate the site. And as soon as he got the Phantom back in hand, he put it to work to the tune of 2 kills.
And West side saves Aura's life there, guaranteed.
Spike ले ले कुछ भी करके दवाई.
It's going to be hard for Divide to dig him out.
Yeah, much like this last round.
Spike ले ले दोस्त.
GX don't want to give anything to Divide in this situation now that they've got the advantage. but it is giving opportunity for something to just flank all the way through spawn.
He's making the right choice here, going from Link side.
It will I mean, how does Aura, and why would he have any sense for this timing? This is crazy.
I mean, there's something gate crashing back to rubble. The fact that he's got here is pretty absurd, and Westside is watching for it anyway, Wyatt.
GX just adjusted their setup at the perfect moment, and now it'll just simply be on Divide to save. These B-holes have been pretty standout from GX.
Divide makes a choice in the previous round, Wyatt, to try and win in a 1v3 and not save that op. He hands it over to Ara, who uses it to open up and smash Jing as he tries to fast play onto B. Maybe regretting that somewhat.
Read कैसे पता नहीं बे.
It did, yeah. That play towards C-Mount, yeah, does end up working. The classic from GX. They run that constantly, especially when Aura has the op and can just post up on B main through the door. Gets that free catch. We'll see this on the replay.
Yep. So sick, man.
Yeah, GX do this constantly. And Jing was ready for the angle. He swung out on it, but going up against it off. Westside save Aura there, and then they just maneuver that setup a little bit differently so they can actually cover that flank spawn. So much time had expired that they had to have a sense that something could be on some kind of really big wrap around the map like that.
So at first it's a MasterCard Thrifty with a Sheriff seen on the B side. And now GX fight through the Razor Vine to get to within 2 rounds here.
Paper Rex are so heavily invested into this round. If GX take it here, they'll be on a bad bye Paper Rex that last round.
Easy bye. They don't want to deal with this mound fight this time. PRX instead head over towards A, always looking towards West Side site. Oh my God, this guy is just something else, man.
Yeah, you just really don't want to be headed towards West Side site.
आखिरी सादा पूरी तुमको मिलता है फ्री वाला. वो अगर तुम लोग अपना फ्री वाला पूरी गर्लफ्रेंड को दोगे शादी
in front of him. No success with spam through that cyber cage, but Westside wants to get active on the side. He walks though up on Jing, who this time is ready to throw down into the back of the side.
भाई जो राउंड नहीं जीतना चाहिए PRX को, वो राउंड PRX जीत गया.
Giant X have Aura and Cloud.
और जो राउंड PRX को जीतना चाहिए एक्चुअल में, वो राउंड वो लोग पिवट नहीं किया और वो लोग सीधा पुश करके मर गया.
An absolute wall. Just depleted by Paper Rex on a very important round for them. Crazy. Does he even want to risk it with the op? Actually, yeah, he has a ton of cash. He can go for the play. Why not? Just send it.
Time is short. The harder he can make this next round for PRX, the better. It will be the last round of the half. Arison's getting that op in hand. We've seen what he can do with it. He's absolutely dynamic.
Gets a showstopper. So, hey, little consolation prize. He'll take it. He will take it. Get out of the round with that.
Messy round for PRX.
By 7-5 is a good half.
GX, or rather, sorry, when they were anchoring that site, Jing did a great job on the entry here. Gets that 1v1, and then as soon as he hears the teleport, realizes that it was Gramino getting into backside, swings before he even gets out of that. That was just a heads-up play.
GX in the 2v4 end up taking 3 players though. Still mostly bought up. Couple of half armors here. Forsaken not with full util, had to buy down completely. Gonna have to be enough.
Valo चल नहीं रहा है. अच्छा like करो. Stream को.
Instant sees with the nade this time. Not gonna catch the flash. Jing collects all 3.
PRX knew exactly what they were walking into this time.
Fastest round I've ever seen in Valorant.
एक second बाद blind देना.
Very no nonsense stuff. This time PRX meet GX head on. Love to see that.
What was the
clock? 1 second वाला blind देना भाई.
Genuinely, was that 5 seconds? 6 seconds?
We're about to see. All right.
We're gonna do a
quick break. We'll come back, of course, in the next half.
मेरा वाला call. मेरा वाला call. After selling agent, we will get back to the lobby. भाई जिसका वैलो स्टक हो गया है, जिसका वैलो स्टक हो गया है, सिंपल है भाई. वैलो वाले भी बोल रहे हैं जब यहाँ पे चैम्प्स चल रही है, चैम्प्स PRX का मैच हो भी, खेल काहे रहे हो, समझ रहे हो? इट्स अ क्लियर मैसेज. ये देख के जितना खेलना है खेलो. PRX चल रही है, PRX. Is any change this BO3 PRX win? Deep question you asking. What is? मैं बोला था 8-4 is a good half. Language Milan bhai. भाई NGL NGL थोड़ा BKL I mean थोड़ा सा था अगर थ्रो होएगा और कोच कैम देखने मिलेगा ना थोड़ा वाइब सेट हो जाएगी ऐसा नहीं कि पिस्टल राउंड जीत गया और खत्म कर दिया गेम नहीं यार थोड़ा क्लोज चाहिए थोड़ा एक इंटेंस झंझी का मैच कब है झंझी का अभी जी के साथ मैच है
Coming back for the back half of Lotus here, our second match in this series. Coinbase Econ Report, I think we can guess who we're going to be highlighting in this particular occasion. One player on the side of GX been impressive, but it's Divine that we're watching, who's got the op in his hands a couple of times. You mentioned, Wyatt, how that sort of, you know, attack side Senti with the op in hands on Lotus has been pretty darn impactful. He is vomiting damage here for that spend.
Yeah, the money spent for the damage dealt with the report also looks pretty good when you get the operator free.
Call लगाओ
Taking it from the other team.
Valorant नहीं चल रहा क्या बात कही आपने W PC बंद हो गया रे फातिमा जी का इसलिए Valorant
And that last round was 6 seconds of Valorant.
आपके स्ट्रीम देख के सीखे by hands down love you Arvishal bhai love you
And I guess the last chance for GX to show the proactive defense.
अभी तो replay system में double
themselves at PRX come off second best. PRX now potentially more confident, ready to take those kind of fights. We've got Jing and Divine with sheriffs to hand here.
All of GX looking like they're just ready to go at this B site. Stacked up with 4 players.
This is गाड़ी मत करो भाई hello.
One haunt.
Hey, the stack, so full retake protocols in effect now for PRX. GX get up on this B side.
Luckily, something doesn't actually take that teleport. Just walking down out of A. Westside is going to hear all of this. If he plays it patiently, he might be able to backstab everybody.
Yep, they are not checking
for
this.
Fuck.
Oh, the timing is good for Westside, and he's able to convert it into a second. Paranoid for Forsaken, but he still gets it. Bro, he's down to 4. Able to take the fight with some right clicks, but once again, PRX disrupted as they're trying to set up defensively.
How many late round situations have we seen Deviant like this? And yet somehow he's still putting up crazy numbers, but he's in unwinnable spots.
Not this time.
भाई क्या हो गया जीक्स को?
With pressure and shot through the smoke. Giant eggs, what a start here. Working the map.
I mean, जीक्स को क्या हो गया भाई?
Towards the B main flood, beautifully done by Westside.
That is so well played. Here's all the steps, patient, picks the perfect timing. PaperX just not suspecting there would be someone waiting outside of C whatsoever.
Good. Translation.
Blue comms.
West side now up at 14 kills, having
भाई West side मेरा favorite है अभी
series at the moment.
GX में.
So again, GX still.
भाई गुरुबिंदु भी बहुत मारता था शांत हो गया.
What side of the map they're on. PRX pretty serious about this A side control. We'll see some health bars affected there as they're decayed briefly by that Viper wall that GX are going to play off.
GX hear a lot of noise towards A, so they want to leave. Why not go elsewhere? And PaperX, they're saying, hey, we made a lot of noise.
Last ADG याद आ रहा है भाई मेरे को.
They're pinging the expected
को
location
देख
of
के
the
वो याद आ रहा है
as
भाई.
well up on the wall. Devi had made use of that already by the looks.
PaperX are very ready for this. What GX were going to do.
Ara trying to make a swing. It's risky business trying to post up at that angle, and something's going to punish him now.
The blue nade,
shells catch Westside.
The blue nade.
By the heel as he tries to abscond quickly. Cloud paranoia it up, but Flickless is able to bail him out. And now the push through the smoke. He's going to be devastated.
Coach Cam.
Feed themselves into the wood chipper. Grabinho.
Coach Cam, come on.
PRX just
come on, Coach Cam.
The temptation of trying to continue that sequence of kills.
Coach
They
Cam.
just couldn't resist. They had to. They had the stack. Maybe they could have waited, tried to get the guns later, allow a rotate. I mean, Alex he's livid.
Yep.
He is livid as to why they tried to go that fast.
It's that
they're out of sync with their paranoia with Forsaken coming out of B.
Oh, the paranoia was much earlier onto Cloud. It's that element of rascality in PRX that they can't deny. It takes a will for them and runs them headlong into a brick wall.
A very quick take of A now from GX, already working their way into tree, which
Salah abhi bola Gurbino ne maar raha. Language.
Stairs. Might catch Forsaken on the rotate.
Here's this all of it. Forsaken thought he was clever getting up on the corner, but Grabinho was far further forward than he expected.
What a kill. Has the paranoia lineup for backside as well. It catches Patman.
Patman out in the open. Are able to take that fight, and Jing knew he had the dark. He knows this question, the better part of Valor now, the pressure is on. What a correction!
Jing
goes loose back of the site.
Jing ball. 69 shot out.
Effort to support Jing, who really does it all. The weapons for GX just not good enough, and the aim from Jing is really sickening.
But Grabinho got so deep. The kill upstairs, he got something paranoia. Surely that's enough to work with. But the timing's not there. The spacing for GX as they try and capitalize. They only get the one kill off it.
That first player was a little bit too early. Sheriff's just not really enough for the
ये राउंड क्रूशियल है. ये राउंड अगर PRX जीत गया ना,
really sick sequence of kills.
ऑफा हो जाएगा. ऑफा.
Jing quiet, honestly, up until this point. Now in the 10 spot.
Could go for some kind of crazy double satchel, but the showstopper off here. He can get some insane distance if he wants to do it.
Yeah, PRX looking for a delayed rebel fight by the looks.
It's so great. You never see two players stacked up there. That is so silly.
There are a lot of things I've never seen until PRX do them. Second back onto the A side now. Think twice about setting up in tree. Paranoia drawn out. Now as the door opens, the Grabino's hoping to get ahead.
Jing on the rotate over towards A Heaven, and GX commit. They're still staring down the barrel of this showstopper.
Oh, thought he had a timing, but Grabino has room to recover.
And now Jing is just solo, all alone.
Done this again. Done this before. He gets chomped on. Paranoid, Prowler out, and still something controls that high ground. He's gonna rip the showstopper. Grabino can't get away in time. This time, Jing relies on his teammates for success.
God.
And that's also
Bye, Patman.
strategy.
Patman to go te, bro.
Something fell. Patman around
Patman to go te.
In place, and West Side is an easy target. It takes
sexy reveal diya, be.
Great haunt in the middle of that fight that was unbroken by GX. I believe that's how something was able to get the kill. Arrived just on time, but would have been, I think, maybe a little too late. If this haunt didn't come in, he would have been able to support. But look at this.
And Jing also just creates space for that showstop. Look at Grabino immediately trying to get away. No chance. Correct hit.
Let's go. Holy shit, man. Good job.
Great flood there by PRX. Something so
sexy
important from up there.
reveal, bro. हो गया ना, अब तो जीजिए भाई.
Huge from Patman.
11-6 से तो ना पाएगा.
Something to
11-6
support Jing, who is about to be
heavily
overwhelmed. And it sent GX
उसके बाद something का भी अल्ट आएगा जीजिए. 13-6
onto
गेम
this
खत्म.
pretty tough little half by. Bucky involved, even West Side opportunity, but shots not connecting.
It's a very GX-coded start to the round for PRX. Determined mount control. We're opening a B door to force the attackers back further. This map control now is being taken and given
back up, by
GX. Just don't have the weapons to thrive in this scenario. Grabino is able to get deep now. The iconic Bucky skin will be shut down. Divide
Twist
is hitting on this map.
It's just feeling
quite effortless, honestly. Putting up the 19 for 6. Playing the Bucks. PaperX on this map, they are just certainly a cut above.
Backup de rahe be.
Jing heating up, looking even more dangerous than they were on Ascent.
And insane as these moments have been
Batman,
from GX,
shout out deti, tu bhi mere ko shout out de rahe return. Love you.
To start to challenge PRX's round total. 11-6 on the scoreboard. Heading into round number 18.
GX is trying to keep it simple with this brawl on A, but PaperX is there to fight.
Ara has to go down there. Nothing he could really do. Seized in place by the looks of things. And there's something. Here's PRX now. This is
marre, GG. पैसा नहीं अभी.
We have gotten some very fast rounds.
जिसका भी वैल्यू नहीं चल रहा है, एक बार स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, फिर देखो कैसे चलेगा.
Willingness to fight. Full brawl in A standard, you get your C's, you get your nade back rubble, so even though Aura is able to capitalize with Jing's really quick push with those double satchels and catching him, immediately just trade it out, post-mortem by the nade.
Hey, Aura आ गया.
All the rest of the players are swinging together.
They're now imposing themselves on GX.
नहीं चला, तो एक काम करो, 10 जन से सब्सक्राइब करवाओ चैनल, फिर देखो.
There'll be nothing to see for them, but maybe a fast flank opportunity.
GX again just out of A, but Paper X have map elsewhere. Devaya very confident with that swing, I would say.
Something in theory had him covered, but the Rose was not enough to guarantee success there. Well, it's a PRX round, one after another after another.
Okay, boys. Yeah, it feels like they really wanted to get this one over with fast. But the eagerness to do so has extended us by at least one more round.
Yeah, brimming with confidence is the polite way of putting it there for PRX.
And I get it. I get it. Devi got a lot of kills, doesn't have a lot of deaths. Well, that one is bold. That one's bold.
Yeah, there's obviously a player right to Devi's left there. All right, some breathing room here for GX, but as the finisher identified, 7 rounds from here on out need to be won by GX.
And at some point, it's going to be 5 ults for Paper X. So it's going to be tough to overcome the fact that they're going to need all those rounds. I'll tell you that.
So again, PRX just flip-flopping this time. It was a bit more aggressive over towards Rubble side. No one actually in the C side at all. Does Grabino opt to walk up on this? No, paranoia. He thinks that GX are a bit faster than they actually are. Razorvine's canvassing the ground.
दो अल्टी है यूरो वर्ल्ड वाइजल्ट यूरो टीपी मार्क गेम खत्म कर दे 4 सेकंड ब्लाइंड कर दे भाई कुछ और बकचोदी नहीं करनी
more than happy to play this for some kind of retake of blood. All right, 1 for 1 on the important ults. Actually, it's the dimensional drift in very early. Something's running on multiple players within that Viper's pit, but certainly can't commit at that timing. Will give an opportunity to ping out for the nade, though.
Okay, West side inside the pit. It's a clone that he ends up taking contact against. Buddy thrown in. GX just keeping a toe in the pit to keep it standing, of course. That's been set in place by Flickless.
This is so much pressure from Paper X.
GX have not
at any moment felt comfortable enough to try to actually get this spike down. Yeah. But at this point, they've drawn out enough utility that they can.
The pre-plant pit, though, is always kind of dangerous. It gives PRX time to set up and start spamming in. Ara has fallen.
One more kill for Ching will result in a showstopper. That could be enough to close out this game, bring us to sunset.
Something's had the time now, the freedom to start to swing around. Looks like the box position in C has been smoked out and shut down. But there's Westside in Cloud. Stave off this attempt at their flank. Now Patman and Jing realize there's no point going any further.
Yeah, that's all she wrote on the round. They need to save those rifles so they can get a full buy into the next dimensional drift, Steel Garden off the table. Some of the very, very important ults that Paper X have access to close out the game. And of course the round converted. Things looking a little bit more realistic.
Guys, we got Valor server crash before GTA 6.
Yeah, but even still, they had to exchange plenty of their own ultimates to get those out. And we're about to have showstopper nightfall for PRX. So the cycle, the dance of ultimates back and forth will continue.
But I mean, it's worth pointing out that it's a Steel Garden and a dimensional drift that don't really give them an edge in all of this round.
Let's go, we can do this.
Yeah, what can they do with that pit up, right? I mean, there's just no real way to get back in effectively at any juncture.
क्या बात है PRX आपके जैसे lag भाई
wants to get involved so they can close this out. Stop the bleeding. 2 in a row for GX. Just bandage that wound, win the game, get to sunset, a home map for both team, and we get there. That should be an absolute banger.
जिनके पास अल्ट आ जाएगा वापस एक तुम लोग रिटेक खेल सकते हो चाहे तो 2B और 2C के लो छोड़ दो नहीं 2B और 3A के लो C छोड़ दो बॉल बिल्ड डाल के तुम लोग आराम से दरवाजा खोल के 4 बंदे फ्लैंक चले जाओ एकदम रिजल्ट के जो करना करो लेकिन अभी C रिटेक चाहिए सिंपल बात है.
They played a 0-1-4 rather with the Omen. Rubinho set up on B.
Not all too good for Paper X when we get back into this round. I'm interested to see what Alex has in store for them here.
बस मैं आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए पेरिस जा रहे हो क्या आपको फाइनल्स एक्सक्यूज मी दोस्ती भाई Valorant is the best game भाई
force it up pretty heavily. It'll put Devi in something low.
वीजा आएगा कि नहीं पता नहीं भाई.
Still a competent buy.
पेरिस में शॉपिंग होएगा वो अलग.
Throw that early haunt over towards A, so Paper X can
Chejuan visa
that side of the map. GX, let's see if they try to go all in.
There's that horn across the map. C's though not quite there. It's Ara getting picked up.
W
in position and deal with
it. दरवाजा खोल के पट से हेडशॉट दिया उसने.
Just instantly opening that tree door. Entry player for GX removed. Now they have to get their bearings, figure out how to win this out in the 4 versus 5 with 0 ultimates available.
Might see some baby door presence.
Jing ek maar, kuch bhi karke ek maar.
Mindful though is Patman about to push off B main, but there's a shield wall there to detect it.
Yeah, and with that Prowler not getting any spots, no reason for Paper Rex to
split
adjust here in any way. They can retain these spots on A. They're prepped for B if they need to be as well.
केवल बस control ही नहीं है कोई
That
चीज
shield
का.
wall in play. How will that be handled? Flickless though, and West Side.
लग गए
Two
chat.
players would be terrified to fight as they get into the side early. They get past the shield wall.
Something maybe wanting to go for an aggro play, but couldn't was delayed. Jing now doubled up though.
Flickless had to wait for that wall to come down. He's now able to sit in main a little bit further. We'll have a plant.
नहीं कर सकते ना hold.
Smoke on Flickless's position now. Gravino attempts to take control. Paranoia comes out. Doesn't affect Gravino though. He's tucked here on the corner. Wins one.
Jing ulti.
Gets overrun, but Jing
Jing
is
ulti.
elsewhere. Picked up by Westside, who followed up Gravino. Great upper presence here for GX. And the money's not good for PRX. They know it. And now Cloud's starting to bring him down one by one. Something has to limp away. Beaten black and blue.
What an adjustment. The movement into that second kill from Cloud. That was so lovely. And I think the GX did an excellent job playing into heaven there, despite being at that man disadvantage. The paranoia that Gravino threw out was excellent. It connected onto everyone from Paper X that were stacked up there. Takes that first engagement, instant swing from West Side to get the second, and he backs up at the right time, just plays around the shorty. That was so well done.
जिंक से तो सच्ची चाहे जो स्ट्रीम को लाइक में कर रहे ना तुम्हारा अच्छा जाएगा रे एक हफ्ता नेक्स्ट एक हफ्ते में तुम्हारा कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगा ठीक है तुम लोग मत करो लाइक चलेगा ना
Characteristic frustration here is that it's 3 rounds in a row that GX have been able to snatch out from under PRX's nose.
3 chances for Paper X to close this out now. Again,
close
back
to
to the
jayega
old C's.
Heavy
the nade to take this control towards Rubble, which has been really emphasized by Paper X. Many rounds in a row now on this map.
Divide is able to shoulder pick and see if players here. It's going to be a frothy push on towards the C side. Slow down Binks about to
और
so like GX are really just keeping it simple. Big execution. That's what has begun to work
गलत
for
साइड पे जा रहे हो जिग्स भाई गलत साइड पे जिग्स गलत साइड पे
Showstopper also there for Jing. So GRX likely let this first push go through to the keeper. Play that full retake.
They forced Divide all the way out. But can GX really fight plenty of space? No. Look at the status of the utility. It's very low, just a season a haunt. That is all they have access to.
Yeah. Patman would love a kill here. Something to open things up. Ara goes low.
W.
Clone there, of course.
W.
Complicating things. And there it is. Ara taken down.
W.
Not the start they're looking for at all. PRX
W.
looking for a retake now as Jing found that showstopper. And it found Flickless in turn. Cloud tucked here by the side, sees Patman go across. Divide might look for a swing off this, but isn't ready for Cloud to take a timing of his own. Nightfall going to come through here, and Cloud is already off the sights. Fantastic stuff from GX. That was PRX going for the full retake behind the showstopper. Doesn't quite get him there.
And during crunch time, Cloud has come to life these past couple rounds. Beautiful play there. Didn't work out, but it was kind of cool in the midst of that retake. He threw a haunt over to Waterfall to see if GX could try to spam onto a player. Weren't able to. And just after that happens, Paper X makes their way back in. Jing gets that great showstopper off.
W.
Cloud has some of the most unreal movement. The little
it's just these little repositions have
reminds me of Scooter,
Alex
honestly, in the successful round of NRG.
Kind of goes back in, gets that perfect kill on Divide. That gets the
game
backs
खत्म नहीं हो गया GG पे.
Really excellent
एक
stuff.
राउंड ही है PRX के पास अभी.
I can't believe GX are still in this, and they really have just gone back to basics.
भाई GX अच्छा खेल रहे हैं
लेकिन they're winning them out with man disadvantages as well.
GX अच्छा खेल रहे हैं बे. भाई C retake नहीं हो रहा है वो लोग से यार लेकिन.
Jumbled mix of weaponry.
ना अच्छा 3-5 था.
Really want to play retake, but they're not given a choice. Not after Cloud has that Nightfall.
And they've been forcing into the last couple rounds, so it's not like the buys have been bad, but they're not coming into them with full buys. Like Divide, just the Sheriff there, some weak armors to buy around, a lot of, lighter armors, Guardians.
Thank you so much for the membership.
Into this, well, yeah, at this point, the loss bonus is kind of high, so they can afford to buy down a bit.
members.
Not
दो
great.
couple नहीं, technically एक couple.
Got sheriffs, just a mix, a smorgasbord of random weapons here. GX full intentions of getting out A, which has been the location that Paper Rex have been most happy to fight for early, as of late, but this time ultimately pretty free.
There's no C's nade combo as the Fade and Raze both over at B. PRX trying again to gamble on the right position, but this allows for a
कुछ
faster
crazy
reflank.
चीज कर सकते हैं क्या? Question वो
Very
है.
fast reflank, 3 players. There is obviously this trip place behind by Westside that'll need to be broken unless maybe they want something to just teleport across and they go elsewhere. Regardless, very fast from GX into this very free C site.
Forsaken's mandate, strictly do not die. Hold the paranoia until we're ready to try and flood in.
Flickless is in so much danger. There's a player in blue room as well.
Grabino here sees the clone. Now the Viper wall comes up. This is going to allow PRX to get in position, but also GX to defensively set up behind it. Seas comes in. They are decaying. Critical utility at the most important moment. Now the Nightfall comes through onto the side. Cloud here playing through tree. That door is opening. He sees it. Wouldn't have heard it otherwise. It's Jing toying with him, trying to keep him busy, keep his attention. Catnips away from the fight, and he wins it out. Playing the map on an awkward buy.
भाई लेकिन मजाक से हटकर GX बहुत बाप खेला है ब्रो. ब्रो मजाक से हटकर GX बहुत बाप खेला है. सेक्सी खेला है GX ब्रो, सेक्सी. सेक्सी खेला है GX.
Game changers. It's about competition.
Yes, I actually go to play off.
Crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much.
Up sunset chat.
I guess you know what I've been looking for success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter.
Sunset.
But as long as I'm good enough.
PRX defense is high.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
Excuse me.
全世界都会知道我们。
क्या बोला मेरे को? Fans, fans, fans.
Thank you.
बोरा
कब है?
उधर ही था
Blue microphone.
Paper Rex, they hit back on Lotus and they hit back hard.
Hello.
We sort of saw this coming, you know, a great map for Paper
Go
Rex.
together.
Mitch, how are you feeling?
You know what I said at the start of the series? I want to see a sunset.
Good.
I'm happy we're going to get to go all the way there. Both teams have really put their best foot forward on that map. They picked it in their last series as well. It is a fitting way to end a close battle.
Cope. That's okay. You can cope. But what isn't a cope is to just acknowledge that I nearly said David. I'm gonna double down with David. That David is one of the best players we have. Most consistent too.
Okay, bhai.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he's basically just had an insane match overall. Like,
Hey, Zevan ye to hai, Zevan.
Incredibly high degree, showing it across different weapons, be it on the attack, the defense, having the operator in hand, denying any sort of aggression coming out of the side of GX. This was exactly the sort of response we sort of needed to see, because I think something throughout the last couple of games, including this one, has been fantastic. He needs that sort of second man alongside him, and while in this game, it was definitely Divide.
Yeah, he certainly had it this time. And I think, you know, we come into this map, and the question on my mind is really Paper Rex. They've just been Paper Rex'd in a lot of rounds. They've got a taste of their own medicine. Pipson said it on the stage. When they come out and they hit us, they run it down. We're going to do exactly the same back, bring that same energy. It's a dangerous game to play against this squad. It worked on map 1, and would they be able to bounce back? And they most certainly were here. And I think, as you said, David Divide, like, he was very impactful. Not a single opening duel when it came to that operator, but he was pulling them out of a lot of bad situations using it.
Well, that's because all of the opening kills pretty much went to the side of GX. 15 opening kills, only winning 7 out of them, and they threw a 5v3. This is where I get worried, because Mitch, if you cleaned all that up, it could have been a 2-0. It might haunt them. It's also their biggest issue before they got good was just throwing these advantages, and I don't like seeing it back on the global stage.
I do think, though, that it's more prevalent here on Lotus than in any other map in their pool, where it's a big map and there's a lot of individual mistakes that are being forced out by their opponents. I don't think it's going to be the same when it comes to a map that they have played, what, 7 times, not including the one that they played here, which they won dominantly over Sentinels on Sunset. So I think those problems fix themselves with the shift in map.
Yeah, I think it definitely has been the case, and also with Cloud, I think having to focus a little more on like mid-rounding and where they're actually going to be going. You saw his individual sort of position drop, whereas I think on Sunset, he was fantastic. So I still have a lot of hope for them, but Paper Rex are still Paper Rex.
Yeah, and they sort of take turns, right, to see who shines and who gets to win the round. And for this one, in the Verizon high-speed momentum, Jing just had enough. He was like, let's just go to halftime.
Yeah, this can just happen sometimes, where you have a setup, you have a plan, you're trying to get aggressive, you're trying to get into a position where you can fight. A singular flash leaves you all blind, and then moments later, Jing wipes you out in a split second. And this isn't something we've seen like once or twice, maybe every once in a while. This is something we feel like happens every single day, especially when you have a player as talented as Jing.
Yeah, and seeing that level of confidence be re-hit by Paper Rex, again, going back to the Alex interview where he said they were slow to start up against XLG, but once they found that rhythm, this is a team that snowballs. That's the worry now for GX, because they're now the ones that come in having to bounce back.
I mean, we wanted to see Sunset, we're gonna see Sunset, and this is where, in the beginning of the day, I felt like this is such an even playground for both of these teams. I mean, looking at how close map 1 and 2 has been so far, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a close map 3. But my problem is Paper Rex are not getting out Paper Rex as they were on map 1, you know? I don't think they're scared to play anymore, and that's when they're the scariest.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, this has been a map for a very long time now that is incredibly comfortable. The composition that they like to run with the Sage in the mix, where you're going to see these like cool little set plays that are based around the wall, but then also having just a load of potential delay. They can lock off a lot of angles as well, the way that they play it. And I think the differences in these comps is what makes it very interesting for me. It's that Sage facing off, I guess, in essence, against the Breach. It's like, those are the two that are missing, I guess. And I think the way that I look at the Breach is Flickless is fantastic at putting players into position, especially Arrow when he's going for these aggro plays. I think that on the other side of things, sometimes that is a little bit more reliant on Jing, but they do the same thing with the Sage Wall. Yeah. Like, they put him in spots that you go, well, Jing shouldn't be there. But it is because of the way that they set him up in that manner.
Yeah, and on the other side, for Paper Rex, playing with the Sage, not
wired headphone batao chat between 3 to 4K.
3,500 potentially, depending on what else you bring in terms of that defense and stopping power. But you combine the Sage with the Viper as well that they're bringing to bear, and they can certainly have no no shortage of it on the defense. The problem is on the attack, the occasional gap being left open behind. And I think that's something that GX will look to exploit when we've already seen that aggressive face come out of them. And I think backing up your point as well, Flickless coming into today, he is taking out Smokes players. He's third in terms of assists per round for the tournament so far. And he had a really tough time when it came to playing the Viper on Corrode. So that pulled his stats down a little bit. You see why he plays the Breach, especially in map number 1 with how good the supportive utility was. Some of the flashes on retakes won them the rounds. They were the difference makers, and I think that's going to carry through to the Breach here.
Yeah, I think as well, then putting that focus on Westside. He's been fantastic in these first 2 maps. I think when you have this, especially on the defensive start that Giant X will have, you're going to have one side of the map that's very proactive, looking for fights, looking to take space. The other side of the map is Westside. If he gets
straight to playoffs, Uber and Wire. Let's find out who that's going to be.
What a map for a decider in this series as well. Sunset floated by both teams, as neither probably felt the need to be picking it here. But for GX, it's been one of their best maps, and we've already got to see it on Parade against Sentinels, and they smoked them. That was not a close game.
This is the map where GX have the most depth in their strat book, which is really, I think, juxtaposed to a talking point from Load. Crazy things they like to throw out there with this Sage, which they liked before Sage was even buffed. So it's very convenient for them.
They rolled GEELI Gaming on this too. Both teams have already shown their Sunset at Champions. Will that tape matter? Was there enough time to start to integrate an understanding of how one another play?
Something does play great over here, by the way. Izzy just shuts down the flank with some very smooth taps. And Patman says, why not me too?
Yep, I'm gonna get involved.
भाई मैं बोलने वाला PRX का पिस्तौल strong है और ये लोग already जीत गया. ये cheating है. ये cheating है.
One of which is now one way in spawn, the other which is staring down 2 players over at Link. Long range frenzy and something just gets 4. He has been absolutely
on fire. Actual में ये series बात कर रहा है.
Pistol rounds today.
I mean, he exits that last map
Actual में ये बात कर रहा है.
75 ACS. He's 5 and 2, first kill, first death.
इतना मत बोलो, अपने आप पे भी एक
statistically is that PRX, they go down 4v5, what, 15 times?
Yeah,
they
15
win
times.
8 of those rounds. They convert a player disadvantage 8 out of 15 times.
Jokes about Jinx is playing good high.
They get the first kill.
They are more likely to win the round if they lose the first player, Wyatt.
All right. All classics here for GX, who already, honestly, have just impressed me by taking a map off PRX, keeping it close on the second. To just go back to the story of this game. Oh my god. Well, let's... All right, well, I was going to wait a second. Westside did next, but... I mean, just seeing GX, who finished 7th, 8th kickoff, 9th, 10th stage 1, and are taking it to the defending champions in PaperX, the best team in the world right now. What an ascension for this team over the last few months.
भाई क्या blind दिया है बे Forsaken bro.
It's a very lightly held B side, and the Cypher set up is circumvented.
Man blind दिया बे.
One player, so it ends up being fairly clean. Look there for PRX, heading into a bonus that is...
Bunks भाई reply system देखा, your opinion on that? W में reply system है ना सबसे best है मेरे हिसाब से. ऐसा देखो chat pad पढ़ के ना streamers को reply देना चाहिए. बहुत अच्छा लगा मेरे को reply system.
They're rising to the occasion. Now they just need to close this out on Sunset. Top of the pool for either side. First buy now for GX, and this doesn't really look like much of a bonus buy for PaperX, I'll tell you that. They have 4 upgraded fully rifles.
याद रखना GX का attack strong है.
Business socks are on this map.
West side, he's just playing with some fun little kill trips over there on B, by the way.
A lesson GX learned against Sentinels, and the pips and drilled into them in that halftime we heard is that do not simply pay for flood retakes. Try and get ahead of the game. Re-clear aggressively here on defense. That's going to have to be the game plan. Fabinho does not want to fight A on the corner. Instead, just falls back behind the smoke.
Was adjusting position into sight. Doesn't want to get denied at Link. Wants to be able to support his teammate in Grabinho.
Oh, this aftershock pretty dirty. Jing here low after whatever transpired there. And we got Flickless back on an initiator. Insane util from him.
Oh!
Wow,
Bhai, mara!
Patman, he is immediately
Mara
removed from the server.
Bhai, Patman
How do
karo
Paper Rex
ulta.
react?
If you take your foot off the gas against this team, they're going to re-clear into you. They're going to win these fights. They're going in 2s and 3s. They control that A side there as PRX they let go of the tension a little bit.
30
Give
seconds
GX a
left.
wait.
Actual में plan अच्छा था कि ओमेन टिप में मारेगा और वो लोग डबल स्विंग करेगा लेकिन शॉट्स कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ प्लान अच्छा था प्लान सेक्सी था बे
duo from GX Flickless and Grabinho refused to miss a shot.
होल्ड सेक्सी किया बे वो लोग
It always feels like there's a re-clear happening elsewhere behind the stall util.
Plan
On
सेक्सी
one
था
part of the map. The fault line aftershock to slow PRX down as they try to go to Link's side.
I really liked all of the decisions, honestly, that Flickless was
मेरी
making.
मम्मी को नमस्ते बोल दे नमस्ते आंटी जी आप कैसे हो
Just
हाउ
before
यू
we saw the aftershock from Jing, he pushes all
आपका
the way
बेटा बोल रहा था
into
बड़ा
sight
होके
to try to
गेमर
beat that
बनेगा
timing so
करके
he can support Grabinho.
लेकिन उसके
They're
जो
not just
4
playing for some kind of
गर्लफ्रेंड्स हैं
retake or taking a safe
उसके
line
वजह
up.
से वो वैल्यू
He
उतना
doubles
खेल
up,
नहीं
and then
पाता
they fight into elbow.
तो आंटी जी जरा देख लेना
On first
हाथ से थोड़ा
he
फिसलते
backs
जा
off
रहा है
that
बेटा
dark cover, gives himself the space to double up with one of his teammates and slow the game down a little bit. Then they can be the ones that take the initiative.
Right now, Paper Rex, they are bought down into this round. Less than 1K credits every single player on their squad. West side with the deep cam into B main, so they can product that a little bit. But
no wonder subscribers नहीं बढ़ रहे ना chat.
Later in the round, if necessary. But probably won't survive till later in the round. Jing wants to break that. ASAP trap play activated.
Try and play ahead of this fault line here, but very quickly PRX get back. That thrust for GX that is avoided.
A good nade thrown there from Jing just to
Question is,
deactivate
क्या PRX
any
hit करेगा?
acceleration that GX might have had in store for them with that trap play, double stun, relabel fault line. So it's nice that Paper Rex are able to bait out so much utility early.
GX very quickly now just assemble behind that top mid smoke, ready for a fight.
लोगों को read है chat.
Look at this position by Westside over on B, by the way. He is just hard committed to holding this angle, and that is some bold stuff. He has the cage to play off of.
Are they going to re-clear B main again? They thought about it. Aru definitely thought about it. Our drone come in though, and that is dealt with now. Pull back a little bit and leave Ara close to the door.
And this time they're just set up with a fault line defensively when the pop comes in. Paper Rex have to be worried about getting stunned here, but they baited it out.
Okay, Jing no unaffected by the fault line. Ara realizes this, so doesn't fully swing around that corner. Instead leaves it up to West side. Gotta be recovered here. Jing gets tucked in on the side. That's where the flash comes from though, and something does get across. Flickless is going to be busy on this left side of the site, and there was a Sage Wall to cover the market. PRX have kind of accounted for everything here. Very meticulous hit onto the site. And Grabinho has very little to see with the remnants of the wall in his way.
By W Jing bro.
Corners,
W Jing, W Jing, W Jing, W.
Win those crucial backside fights as well.
अगर वहाँ पे नियॉन को नहीं मारता था ना भाई क्रॉस पर प्रो मैक्स था उनके पास.
And I think they did a good job earlier in the round of getting so much of that defensive
ऐसा लगा कि वो blinded था.
Noir doesn't have a relay bolt for main there. They mostly dodge out that second fault line that cycles back up as well.
You can see the tendency for GX. As PRX Aldrone out, Ara is walking forward, maybe to re-clear lobby with West side. They're always looking to fill that space with some form of proactivity.
Still a buy for GX, however, but a necessary round win when you took into account the economy for Paper Rex just then.
The door coming down, shot at.
Now with that dark cover thrown top right mid by Forsaken, that's certainly implying that there may be some intention for Paper Rex to work up mid, and you can see that that's resulted in Cloud having to pick up Boba. But that is all just sort of minor distraction late as Paper Rex intend on going towards A.
Aldrone to clear this corner, respecting how far GX are pushed. Ara almost made that.
ना आगे पीछे क्या खेल रहे हैं बे दोनों टीम भाई मस्त भाई है बे भाई GX इम्प्रूव तो हुआ है कुछ भी बोलो.
Grabinho takes a hit off that. PRX decide to go elsewhere. Smoke to top mid. This one not really prepared for by GX. They'll have a crossfire though.
And now a good thing for Paper Rex is that they're drawing Flickless around the map with that utility. Isn't posted up in a great spot to support
Batman
the
is too
anchors
scared.
on. You know, B
रात
main
को
right
Batman
now, something
खेलता
with
ना.
that ultimate through. Does it get a tag? No, just out the way is Cloud.
कैसा लगा?
Doesn't dodge the second.
Forsaken also lit up there as Flickless is able to take him out of the game early. Pac-Man trying to get quickly up from Mark, and he does into Bova. Now Jing, Showstopper on site. It's a bit wayward, but Dubai is there to deliver. Now Cloud tucked in that corner.
Oh, Neon ko diko, no le lag guys so wake.
Disrupt the plant. Yes, spike loose. Ara ready to fight for it now. Relay bomb thrown out, but
Jing. Puppy de दूंगा. Jing मैं puppy de दूंगा. एक बार अगर मारा तो मैं
left alone. What is the maneuver?
Save कर रहा है क्या?
Money's pretty bad.
Back up in just a few seconds.
19 points of health for Cloud.
I mean, surely you go for the 1 versus 2, right? Even with such low HP.
You can get heads turned away with this recon. Not the opportunity. I think he realizes they're tucked in the corner and a clean double swing from PRX. Gets them 3 rounds ahead.
Yeah, they know Cloud is just so weak. Time to run at him double face. There's no way he wins out.
Jing का कोई score दिखाएगा मेरे को क्या है?
Fight at a reasonable pace.
दवाई भी sexy केला बे.
I mean that's
उठा के मारा.
It's going to be a pain.
Man, Aura rushes it just a little bit at the end there. You know, if he waits fully for that spike to be recovered, maybe someone to run towards it, then relay, waste a little bit more time.
I think the relay pulls up a little short. I don't know if it catches on the Jing, but either way, he still loses that duel. Again, GX getting busy behind that one-way A side.
GX who have
camera taken out.
Spicy wall here, Wyatt. This is just for top mid.
Cover going out. Pac-Man on this map has a number of different walls that he will be throwing out throughout the game that constantly keep you guessing as to the intentions of Paper Rex.
Just gives full that sound है Batman को. Full sound है भाई.
Also it can imply a lot, draw players towards mid off the extremities.
Yeah, and in this instance, it gives them the opportunity to fight towards that right side.
Look at this though, GX re-clearing A main now. Tons of info and a chance to threaten the Tiles player.
Batman got on those skill trips immediately. Dealt with Grapinho. Wow, wins that out.
So the spotlight here is over at the B side though. White inside the smoke on market side. West side is waiting for his moment to spring forth. Grapinho has a rifle. It's the only one though for GX here. And Flickless shows himself. That's that bridge util for a retake now not available.
Oh my god.
Okay.
West side with a crazy shot now, but something locks down the flank. Jing has been on a tear this round. What? Oh my god! Yeah. What is happening?
Just the individual gunplay here is ridiculous.
Oh my god!
West side, unreal! Something now has to stop this. They know where he's going to be. Something mindful. Mineral Theft would reveal him inside main, but it's going to disrupt the plant. Grapinho now's gotten it to half, and something needs a better gun instead of reloading, and West side brings it down. The most unlikely of MasterCard thrifties there for GX. Comes at one of the most important moments.
What on earth are we seeing in that round? Grapinho with the first sheriff headshot. Westside breaks one panel in the wall that has been such a nuisance. Immediate headshot on the cross. Oh my god, what a round. I feel you.
Good job, guys.
And
they keep doing this.
It was the rounds like that that got GX back in the game on Ascent and then eventually propelled them to the win on that map. Crucial eco round pickups.
Uncanny from GX, but they still find themselves behind the pack. Cloud just takes the timing there. That was back on Link. Forsaken thought he had gotten deep, but now he's been dug out.
Leta.
I'm just waiting for GX reclaim to happen at some point. Ara trying to post up with the op. Dangerous now, though.
Nice.
PRX very quickly spring into action down the op player.
Flickless not able to assist. Didn't have a stun there.
तो वह ऐसे एक स्लोप डाल दे बस.
To pick up the line.
Slope डाल
Two
दे.
GX players here. They have to fight off all the Paper Rex. Flickless a little bit too eager, and now Cloud caught in the corner by that showstopper.
That likely will do it, especially with Divide.
Bye, PRX is back.
For spawn. That's another 4v5 conversion round for PRX, Wyatt.
Jing has just been a menace in this game so far. Going absolutely crazy.
Ara maybe just look, and the more successful reclears from GX there for elbow. Ara goes solo, tries to post up, and oh jeez, and is punished.
Flickless just didn't have the util to really assist him in that spot. It's unfortunate for GX.
Hey, PRX means I'm by membership cast to follow
characteristic from them. They are very regimented on this map, especially.
Now PaperX have picked up that op and thrown it over to Devi. Shades of the Lotus play. This is a classic from GX, but PaperX, they are totally out the way of it. Patman gets out of there.
They got Sentinels with this 2 rounds out of 3. Not PRX though, a little too canny for it. They've been able to take up residence on this A side, and West side's trying to ask the question, do I stay or do I go? Jing dominates him from above. Now Cloud being as low as he is, he tries to go up and get a weapon. Punished for that as well. Jing won't be ready for the corner. That is one for Ara. Fast lane will get him out.
At this point, likely to just save with this rifle. You're exactly right. That's a play that GX were finding success with in the EMEA Stage 2 playoffs, found success with against Sentinels.
I spotted a clown.
They played around that, and specifically is Patman playing around that. He realizes what's happening, gets all the way back into spawn, and then just patiently waits for the moment to get back in and catches one of the GX players wrapping through tiles after the play. He handled that exactly as you need to.
He's been
just
here.
as you need to do to counter this GX
But I like
aggression.
you too.
Patman's been on this roster now for quite some time, but his addition really allowed for that more well-rounded strategic approach. PRX no longer
अगर JX को comeback करने का है, this is the round.
That was the turning point.
This
his
is
addition.
the only round अगर comeback करने का है तो.
Brought them from one of our great top teams in Valorant to world beater squad, favorite to win champions.
See it there, and it's just the decision to play around that push-up mid.
We haven't seen any team
really
be able to deal with this GX defense outside
of
Liquid online.
Yeah!
They were at their absolute peak in the playoffs run. Aside from them, GX have been able to beat all of the other competition in Europe. Dismantled Sentinels on this map.
That's like crazy.
Really only been absolute top-tier teams that have been able to do it. Which, obviously right now Liquid a bit of a downturn after game 1, but can't discredit the fact that their play during the EMEA playoffs run was, world class.
I mean, a sweep of the EMEA final I think is pretty telling. Here, GX have found success on this map when they've been able to, fight for that space in numbers. I'm thinking back to that, multiplayer re-clear midway through an A hit into elbow. That paid out well for them, but PRX are still winning rounds down a player. It's more than just that first pick Cloud down towards Link, and they still ended up losing the 5-4.
And also, PRX, going up against a team who like to be so active on defense. The fact that you kill their op, the op, and can use that to nullify defensive aggression, the best teams in the game to do so, that's just even further giving them a bit advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing more of that attack
side.
Very meta generally, but yeah, more from Devi. He was
great on Lotus too.
On Lotus he was just a standout, right? This time, PaperX back to B main, all the way grouped up. They've been doing a good job of just removing these west side trips from Choke. Again, it's just depleted. He keeps putting this one main, but the shock is breaking through something.
There is a trip here, though, that could punish Jing, who likes to tuck in that corner after hitting the site. Well, he won't get onto the side at all. Cloud! Extracted from PRX's lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Devi maybe could have played res on Jing, but he also dies, so no one will be getting raised in this round. And we've been talking about the 4v5 for PaperX, how absurd their conversion rate on that has been in this series, but the 3v5 surely not, right? Surely our 3v5 conversion rate isn't just above 50%.
Patman actually able to get a timing on Ara. Already set for the shot, forcing Ara off the line. Trade out by Flickless now, who makes a solo venture into elbow with that screen active in the last moments.
Oh no, Forsaken was making a lot of noise in B main. West side doesn't dare step out.
There is an op there by Forsaken, so he might have to take that up again.
I mean, what is going on now? Something is just threaded the needle into A spawn, teleport towards A for Forsaken.
He doesn't have the spike, though, so he has to give this spot up at some point.
I mean, again, something only has 12 seconds. Now has to get back to the site.
Could respond.
Look at the mini-map, man. This is chaos. Now Forsaken said, okay, bet, I'll take your positioning and spawn. And what? Catch Cloud. He got it.
Plant
off the spike.
Plant ruk gaya.
Flickless. Dirty work. That map was turned upside down.
Oh my, I mean, it's just pandemonium across the mini-map. But Flickless plays to the out of just throw him up into the skybox.
That's the tune to a 3-round win. I'm taking that trade every day of the week. Oh, the Sage wall there makes it a bit uncomfortable.
क्या बात कर रहे थे तू सच्ची? Thank you याद दिलाने. कंट्रोल से बात हटाओ, हाथ हटाओ. 2 मेंबरशिप मिस कौन है? सुजन भाई, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के टोटे. अक्षय भाई 31, thank you for the membership.
I was very invested in the fact that they were somehow going to win that 3v5, but Flickless, the cool hands prevail.
भाई डबल टीपी के वजह से उधर हादसा देखो भाई. ओमेन ब्लाइंड वाइंड दे दिया, ब्लाइंड खत्म ओमेन का. वो लोग को लग रहा था एक बंदा घुस गया मिड पे, लेकिन कोई नहीं घुसा है.
PaperX have been exploiting his forward positions by getting entry kills onto him.
Flickless has used a lot of his util here. Just the flashes
क्या
now.
ओमेन का पोजीशन बहुत स्ट्रांग है चैट.
Divide already up on the corner though. Smoked out.
What the hell? Akshbhai, thank you for the 18 months.
4 players now onto this A
31.
side.
PRX sniffed this out. There's obviously the chance to work different parts of the map, but they obviously concerned about the Cypher. Ding! He's seeing that whole time by Flickless.
That is criminal!
In midair! Just wins it out. Gets deeper on towards Link. Rubinho at least shuts him down, but that was ungodly, and it's an opener for PRX. They can now look to exploit. Forsaken crouches into the shot. Naara is dashed aside. Cloud trying to work around this wall, and Rubinho finds the corner. There's a player trying to spike down. Rubinho's found 3 here. Devi is in deep trouble. Up the proverbial without a paddle. Spike out of his grasp, and an
I think
Aajao
लग गए
looking to
PRX
scoop him out.
के. क्योंकि GX का अटैक बहुत स्ट्रांग है बे. 4 राउंड.
Surely not, right? Smoked off. GX have to lock this one up. They just make the call for that full rotate towards the A side. What's happened going for a fair amount of hits. They were positioned, ready, and even with Jing getting an absolutely illegal kill onto Flickless with the satchel in, they still just have more than enough players to lock it down. Kind of goes for more, and Gravino's just ready for that swing through.
And then he finds 2 more.
क्या प्लान था
There's a
वो?
lack of awareness about the fact that he's sort of poked around the corner, or maybe feels like he's been covered from box there. But Devi, in theory, could have had that corner held.
There is a
little breakdown in communication there for PRX.
Yeah.
Their plant attempt is thwarted, and now this game is closed up to 2 rounds. And the money for PRX is it's okay. They've got 4 ultimates to work with here. You can see why they're frustrated.
Alex has definitely been frustrated at the last couple round losses. Great time to get a timeout in. They've got all the ultimates up, as you mentioned. Ensure that you're getting 7 on the board using all these ults, right? It would be a massive disappointment for PaperX if they can't close one of these rounds out with that arsenal.
Back-to-back 1 rounds for GX.
So
so no concerns economically. Although for them, there's no big ultimates on the horizon, really.
I mean, yeah, that's really the thing, right? If PaperX min-max the ults, they can use some for this round, use some for the next round, and that could be enough to win it out. Yeah, against the GX who will have none.
Maybe a fast play behind something.
This is defense-sided map or attack-sided? This is defense-sided, but
though makes that a difficult prospect, but that can be cleared, of course. The shots have been good at taking out the B main trip, for example. Westside's not really invested in changing that one up too much.
No, he has just been throwing that trip pretty much every single time, and it has been getting consistently listen. But all right, very fast Jing up mid, paranoia through market. What is that? A direct?
I must have been.
With
that showstopper up on top of Kiosk in the 10 spot.
Shot bay.
Finds himself 1, but again, PRX still have that numbers advantage. Devi with a Sheriff to work with, though.
Timing out main. Forsaken swings onto west side, the lone anchor on site.
There's no eyes on main for west side. There's not much he could have done. Ara might want to try and play into the site early, or at least imply that he's done so with his fast lane.
Another round should be good as done. Only 1 ult necessary for this one. That is so ideal for PaperX. They just have to stop Aura and Flickless.
GX going to play the way into the side. Ara's only had 2 frags for the half. It's been a quieter outing for the Neon.
Look at this delay, though. They're slowed on one side, walled on the other.
And Jing is going to be standing in their way now as well. Talk about arresting utility. It's just Ara in that 1 versus 3. His troubles, his woes continue. PRX have made 7 rounds now. And like you mentioned, only the cost of the showstopper there.
They just bring that round to 0 to 100 straight away. Jing through. Yeah, it's like a basically direct on the Gravino. That's crazy. What a rocket. And then Patman had just been on that late lurk, waiting in mid rotators.
And that's the
7 rounds
spot for West Side to be.
PRX safe zone
compromised. He knows there could be a push out of main.
And with the advantage PaperX have, in terms of the numbers, they don't even feel like they need to take backside control or anything, right? Just wall it off. We'll slow the other side, delay. It's fine. 3 ults for this final round. PaperX to get in the lead. 8-4. This is GX's best map. But realistically, I think you could say the same probably for PaperX.
They didn't play much of it in stage 2 at all. They played Bind 5 times, Haven 4 times. They actually had a narrower map pool of maps in the stage than most of their contemporaries. But everything is still well and good on this map.
I think they are just incredible here. Flickless, though, with that first kill. That was catching Batman on the cross.
Top mid was where that shot came from. A Divine Jing in the side. Hunter's Fury coming out from something.
Good
here, though. Jordy for Forsaken. It doesn't quite cut the mustard. Flicked us down to 49, but that's nothing. He'll bully the way back into the side. It's on something. Who is looking for a wrap? Something that Flickless It may not matter.
इधर जीता नहीं जीता अभी तक
Sees Ara first. Grubino is in no better shape than he is. 21 plays 46. Spike out on B, and something is slowing it down.
Grubino in serious shock dart danger. Unfortunately, not one of Omen's abilities. There's a recon backup for something just now as well. He is taking his time, obviously. From his perspective, Grubino could basically be anywhere.
For something, it could be nothing, it could be everything, Wyatt. Up onto the spike. Had his crosshair position for Grubino, but this time, Grubino hits the jackpot and grows CX's round total to 5, heading into the half. Very scrappy, very competitive first half, and GX getting those 4 rounds in a row was huge for them. We'll get a quick break. We'll be back, of course, with the conclusion of this decider map. Winner goes to playoffs.
Nice guys.
टोक्यो गई थी गाइस
बहुत ओवरथिंक हो गया ओवरथिंक क्या उसको तो रेडी रहना पड़ेगा ना
टोक्यो गई थी अभी आई मैं वापस
भाई मेरा व्लॉग अभी तक आया नहीं है जापान का पंकु
मैं क्या करूं मेरा तो टोक्यो गई थी और फिर आई मैं दोपहर को अभी वापस आई हूं वापस थोड़ी देर में जा सकती हूं
चैम्स का गाना अच्छा है ये रिकॉन लेके घर जाएगा क्या रिकॉन देके अपना पोजीशन नहीं बताएगा ना वो इसलिए डिफरेंस है कि उसके पास गोल्डन कीबोर्ड है और तेरे को पास सिर्फ टाइप करने का कीबोर्ड है पिकाचू ये डिफरेंस है हाँ
गिर गया अबे ये कैसा सैंडविच बनाया
है चलो स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं लाइक कर दो मेरे जान के डेडे
इसमें ना देख क्या किया है
हाँ
ग्रिल सैंडविच जैसा बना दिया 2 सैंडविच को
अच्छा ना
और नहीं कंप्लेन कर ऐसे थोड़ी चलता है भाई 2 अलग-अलग लोगों को सैंडविच खानी होगी तो
1-2 पार्ट लेना कंप्लेंट क्या करने का अभी कहा तो वही है
PRX here have 7 rounds
to their name for a pretty high-paced
attack side, but their opponents who were virtually invisible domestically in kickoff, invisible in stage 1, make the changes by adding 3 rookies, and now they've done enough themselves on this first half of Sunset to potentially put themselves into playoffs over who many people believe is the best team in the world. GX looking very good, but they need to get Ara in this game. Coinbase Econ Report, of course, we'll be looking at first to highlight Jing, who is 14-8 right now, with some pretty filthy moments on this map. Hard hitting on towards that B side especially.
Yeah, so crucial for the entries. We saw one of those last rounds, that really fast-paced double satchel with the showstopper into market. That was crazy. And honestly, in terms of pace, I think GX pretty much matched PaperX on this map. We're going to see a lot of fast play. Aura is going to have to come to life here on attack because GX's game plan revolves around really nicely paced, sequenced out util around Aura, putting him in positions to get easy entry kills by connecting great fault lines, connecting crucial paranoias, etc. And those pieces of utility will come usually in perfect succession, and that's what PaperX are going to have to go up against. But GX needs to come to life.
What I like about Aura though is he will slow down if he's too far ahead of that util. He has such a great sense for the pacing to make sure that it all lines up. The Flickless was incredible on Ascent in setting him up. It's going to have to be a mirror image of that
on the Sunset attack side.
That being said, if there is one agent that is also great at slowing down the pace of attackers, stalling them out, it will be that utility should have big impact here on the defense. The way that Patman anchors B with the wall is sick, but right now, B ignored by GX. It's an effort to work up towards this A side. Paper Rex, who had been triple facing down mid, trying to take some kind of contact. They're mostly just stacked up towards Link on account of that.
Giving up for some contact here via Link, and outside of that retake,
they know
what's coming. And they've given that part of the map up on purpose. Oh, something had his crosshair positioned perfectly for that, and a 6 cents for the timing.
What is up with this guy on pistol rounds? He has been a demon today.
It's practically extrasensory perception.
Now Flickless has 2 flashes. He's got the aftershock ready to play within this post. Microbino, look at the situation he's in.
So dangerous. There was a shoulder pick, not full committal for Divine, so Jing's going to be able to take the frag.
Something again, and that's Flickless down. The utility removed.
For the retake, that's going to make things.
What if 2 people want to have, you cannot make it like
Just the
No, I have ordered it before. Full sandwich comes. I know
there
it.
was a quad on the
This is not
first
the first time I'm ordering.
and then it was an ace on map 1, and then, I mean, bro, what is going on with him today?
Again, Gravino always dangerous in a spot like this, but there's a slowdown, a shoulder pick from Divine to confirm.
Please, thank you for the membership.
Nothing more.
Same. I set it back on map 1, but something's wrong right now. I think you could argue is maybe his all-time peak, but it's definitely one of his highest peaks he's had over the last couple months.
Come from Ghost and pistol rounds.
This is great. Stepping up when they need him. And now he's the one for crazy.
All right, here comes Ara. Steps up to the plate, though. The light is very good. What a recon. Something sets up for the first kill and takes a second for himself. Refuses to be a footnote on a round like this, but Flickless will get the drop on him. Stinger always dangerous.
By the way, we've had 0 time to mention it, but that was a force from GX. No time to mention it because they got absolutely brutalized by a util combo play from PRX, a late nade. The recon comes over top.
9-5. अभी अगर इको आ रहे ना
unbroken 3 for Jing.
I feel like there's a tipping point here. This first is
something बहुत बात कर रहे लेकिन ना.
If it's not successful for GX, this map gets away from them pretty quickly. Tough pistol round to run into. Losing both pistols on this map, never great.
On the first half, it was a thrifty round win that got them back into it. It was West Side with a Sheriff. She has got right now. And on Ascent, it was 2 rounds like this as well. But something he is just simply not easing up.
Expecting more from that, he was right. In a sense, mid definitely swarming with GX players right now, but Jing is feeling himself.
Spike down mid.
It's just Cloud.
Fuck, close है बे GX.
Spike is in mid. All but impossible.
What's up, ladies? कैसे हैं people? Bye. Thank you for
Pass without much event here. GX down by 5.
How are you supposed to stop? Paper
ज़्यादा ब्रेक दिया ना अभी 1 के हिसाब से.
Not their best maps when you have something.
वो लोग ऐसे 70 रुपीस का जब मैंने ऑर्डर किया 80 रुपीस का कर दिया तो 1 ब्रेड एक्स्ट्रा डाल दिया वो लोग ने.
That is madness.
It's a very early showstopper picked up for Jing.
And 1 away from a Hunter's Fury for something.
Yeah. Talk about ideal kill allocation. You got Jing and something, the 2 best players to have those all fed to. Ara. Only 1 kill so far this half. It's been quiet to be fair, but now gun round here for GX. No thrifty for them this time around, so they've got to do it the old-fashioned way. Get back into this game with the rifles.
Dark cover for top mid so they can just contact their way up here. Devi holding the angle with a very early operator. Is this something GX will be ready for? Might not even matter. They're trying to go top mid. They're trying to split through Boba.
Slow walk to slow down this market push though when Jets. GX haven't gone in there. They've got that top mid control. They're looking to try and exercise that into Boba. Devi had to heal himself quickly. Patton with a
By W, man. Batman, hey, man. Hey.
Cut off because of the wall.
And how are they supposed to get this back? Flickless and Cloud.
Hey, man, bro.
And it is the pace
Wall
that
BW,
GX
Batman ka hold
just
BW.
being stalled out entirely by the existence of this Sage. It is the counter to their play style. And that's exactly why. What a response to that split execute from Devi. And then Patman,
Sexy
1
babe.
versus 2 in market.
Originally, there was a slow walk there at market that made it impossible to fully split this properly.
I mean, there's even a little gap in the wall that Defy exploits.
कौन से करने वाले कैसे
We
मारा
actually saw
पता
that on Ascent on a number of
There's
occasions.
no way वहाँ से उसको kill मिलता है
145, dude.
145 क्या होता है
Showstopper used, now something, Hunter's Fury.
I love
Still no one on GX with an ultimate.
And look at where something is sat. I think he might be ready to rip this. As soon as he gets an inkling, something is up.
Huh?
He's going to call
Binks.
the split here for Westside. Eventually,
How
on his
bad?
own.
And this is a split again through top mid, but this time into A. Oro with a crucial kill onto Forsaken. That keeps GX in the round.
This elbow presence, though, for PRX is something of concern for GX. They have to dig it out. And look, the other arm of their pincer can't actually get past the line of scrimmage onto the A side. There's got to be a wrap, but Divide's waiting for it. Ara, though, wins it out. Now it's on Jing. He has to fight his way out of this map, but they've not checked the corner, and Jing got himself 2. That puts PRX up in the round, and Cloud
कैसे clear नहीं
at
हुआ
least has
Jing
the spike to recover. But the net on him is closing too.
The late flank from Patman. He's feeling the pressure. The wall's
100
closing
Patman
in.
मारेगा,
Stuck
100
in elbow. Has to get that spike. Does so. But now where can he plant where he feels any level of safety? He wants to draw a Patman. This is some good intuition from Cloud. He's expecting the flank.
Patman is not the player that's going to fall into this trap.
Batman का
The
ही है
last member of PRX that's going to be fallible to it.
Something open. Facing this angle right now.
Cloud is going to have to walk across and has to hedge
Easy one
his
tap.
bets. The last best chance there for GX goes by the wayside. Another attempted split through mid, falls flat.
This is the kind of execute that they love to run, and it almost brought them the success that they needed.
भाई
They
एक पे
just
गेम क्रेट हो गया ना
didn't
अपना
suspect that a second player would be an elbow, that Jing was tucked, and he saves the round for PRX with that 2-piece.
Now, GX at the 11th hour have to throw down to stay alive in this series.
Yeah.
Well, PRX, as expected, would be advancing first out of this group to playoffs.
And it's a wow, fast play down mid. Jing satcheling off of that paranoia.
Cloud pinged out, Forsaken. Hears all of this and chooses not to step forward. Now gets onto the side of the bubble. Patman controlling it from one part of the map.
Good for one.
Grabino, though, 3 players now inside this elbow, and they're going to go for it. Ara throwing caution to the winds. It has to be now.
What is the maneuver for GX to be surrounded? There's a flank coming from their spawn side. They want to flip the map. They want to play from the deep spawn. But Cloud is caught. It's a 2 versus 4.
Head of the snake cut off. It isn't a Hydra. Will more grow? It doesn't look to be the case. It's Ara now in a 1v3, trying to relay ball his way out of this now. Waiting on the other side is something. Waiting for his just desserts. A frustrating map, but there it is.
What RGG?
A Red Bull clutch to keep GX in the game.
Jinx, man.
He's been silent for a while, but comes back in crazy fashion with that.
buddy.
Oh my god.
1v4.
Relay ball. Might have been the space he needed.
The blue kela bhai. The blue kela. हाँ मजा किया ना एलेक्स में मजा है कि नहीं? It was fun.
GX still in this game.
Yeah, that's a hands to head kind of moment.
He's ready for the arena music to cue, players to stand up, fist bumps to start, but we're still going.
GX have been able to
अरे
work with a little bit more in terms of weaponry. A lot of half armors, in fact, all of them out there, but Hunter's Fury is ready for Cloud. They're in this still. Standard one-way refresh there for Forsaken. Sees that fault line come through. This is going to pull this over of something over to Link.
Just tries to get a bit of pre-fire off, and then recon paranoia just stalls up.
Oh, man, hila bhi nahi be.
Buy some time for this
Blind dodge हुआ लेकिन अकेला था.
B. GX do look committed to this.
Forsaken.
Cypher के लगे mid में, Cypher के लगे mid में, Cypher के लगे mid में.
Wow, Westside caught on the cross.
Short में दवाई.
Deny a wraparound, but there will be a reflank coming from PRX now, and GX know it. It's time to go. Onto the side goes Ara. Cloud trying to set him up here with a Hunter's Fury. No tags. Forsaken able to jump away from it for the most part.
सब जगह से आ रहे chat. Chat सब जगह से आ रहे वो लोग.
Cloud watching the flank. Flickless getting the spike down. What can Cloud do? 1 for 1. One more kill for Flickless. He'll get that rolling thunder.
3 up though for GX. They don't have a lot to work with. Flickless needs the frag. Something that gets swung on. It's going to be Ara finding
W babe.
And Flickless solo on the side. Hardest rolling thunder's there. He can make use of it out of the 1v1, but Divide moves on in. GX are forced to succumb. The only pace shooting power of this PRX team will send them first into the playoffs.
हमारा पहला pick games right हो गया chat.
Jing and something are playing like that. I think this last map, this last
पहला pick games right हो गया.
most impressive of this series, right?
बाबू मैं थोड़ा चिप्स मंगा के रख रहा हूँ, ठीक
The
है?
most decisive victory
ये
against
रहने दे, दूसरा
GX
मिला
on their best
हाँ?
map. They looked well prepped. Between Jing and something, two of them combined have dropped 44 kills. That is madness.
Generally, though, a banger of a series. Yeah, it felt like PRX really able to feel themselves on this Sunset map. There are moments for GX. Thinking back, though, man, Center Lotus gave us some incredible moments, some great gameplay. I think GX were maybe hoping that Ara could get into the game a little bit earlier here on Sunset, though. I think he ends the first half with only those 3 kills. There are a couple of big ultimate rounds that come up that GX aren't quite able to turn in their favor. And just some ridiculous moments there from PRX, who were able to read these splits through mid on multiple consecutive rounds.
Yeah, that Sage, I think this comp from PaperX just really threw a spanner in the works as far as how GX approached this map. I think it was a pretty great counter in a way. Impressive stuff from PaperX to close it out in dominant fashion, but definitely have to give respect still to GX, who were able to take that first map off of them, keep Lotus close. Again, just coming into this, the storylines of these two teams where they were at, back it, just reframe to the context that these teams existed in, and Toronto.
You were
PaperX winning the
gifted
tournament.
channel membership.
GX just finished
Welcome to
9th,
Soul
12th
Regatas
in EMEA, and they kept it that
community.
close, so respect.
Let's send it over Lou down on the stage.
मैं भी अभी मासूम फैम का 14 हो गया हूँ. देखते रहेगा क्या कर रहा रहेगा. New update, new event. Hello, this is GOAT member here. 2 plate dokla allow from your daba. Thanks. W. चैट लाइक कर दो. 6K लाइक्स के अपन नजदीक है. एक्सक्यूज मी मैडम, हाउस इट?
À Toronto, donc comment est-ce qu'ils gèrent
WPRX बाय लव यू अल्फा बाय. लेकिन WPRX के साथ है ना, अगर तू एंटी GX लिखता तो मेरे को ज्यादा मजा आता. तो GX ने बहुत बाप खेला. वो लोग ने 2.5 मैप्स बाप खेले. 2.5 मैप्स.
FNS is rooting for you and stuff. So from your perspective, Batman, what makes everyone love you like that and PaperX?
I think
कौन बोल रहा था Batman
play very
scared?
differently and not playing like so much perfect Valorant, and me and my teammates is just like vibing, and I think that's what people like really most.
Enjoy game, enjoy करके गाफ मार देगा. Yep.
No, like cure to some sadness when they want to watch us. So yeah.
Exactly, you trigger emotions also, I think so. Donc pourquoi à ton avis?
Best example, Alex भाई को देख लो. Emotion बाद में trigger पहले होता है.
Tout simplement parce qu'on ne joue pas.
Smile कर रहा है.
On est amusant.
ना मान रहे.
Des émotions aussi.
Something भाई, लड़का लोग भी है पीछे, please.
Ce combo là qui fait que ça marche. And last but not least, next match is gonna be DRX versus NRG. Who do you see winning? What's your prediction?
I'm gonna root for Pacific Pride. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a tough match because energy is really
DRX ने बाप खेला था.
And yeah, I think I just rooting for DRX for.
Rooting for DRX, of course. Prochain match DRX.
रेगा भाई रैंट कर रहे हैं membership खरीदी नहीं करके.
Pacific avec DRX. Thank you very much, Batman. Merci. And now it's time to discover if our talents
मेरा
are
खुद का
better
ढाबा
than
रहेगा ना,
Batman at
उस दिन खरीदूंगा.
predictions. See you.
हाँ. हाँ? ठीक है.
But like for proper plan.
हाँ?
Planning का.
ठीक है. बाद में. आज किसी से बहुत सोई ना तू? तेरे को 5 बार जगा के?
मैं बहुत सारी नहीं हूँ.
क्या 5 बार जगा है? 5 बार. एक बार मेरे को लात मारा है इसने, लात नींद में. एक बार इसने लात मारा है और एक बार मैं ऐसे सोया हूँ, थर्ड करके मुंह पे ऐसा हाथ लगा है. मुंह पे हाथ लगा है, पता है? मैं ऐसा वो देख रहा था, मैं ऐसा लेटा था और मैं वो देख रहा था यूट्यूब. थर्ड करके मेरे गाल पे हाथ लगा है.
सपने में मैं गरबा कर रही थी।
और बाद में क्योंकि हाथ ऐसा था, मैं एकदम ऐसा साइड में ऐसा करके सोया था, ठीक है, क्योंकि इसको जगाना नहीं चाहिए करके, और ये जगा के मेरे को बोले कि ऐसा क्यों सोया है करके।
रुक,
3 बार तो ऐसे जगा बे।
नहीं वो ऐसा,
मैं इसका सोच के मैं ऐसा करके एकदम अजीब पोजीशन में सोया, और ये मेरे को जगा के बोले ए तू अजीब पोजीशन में।
समझो, ये वॉल है, ये बेड है, ठीक है, इसका सिर इधर ऐसा करके था, ऐसा मतलब अगेंस्ट द वॉल, तो उसका नेक रह जाता करके मैं इसको उठा के बोली कि ऐसा मत सो, नेक रह जाएगा, कल कंप्लेन करेगा, फिर बाम वाम मलम वलम मेरे को ही लगाना पड़ेगा करके। एयर करना भी बुरी, कलयुग डूड, किसी का भला ही सोचो तो भी बुरा।
पहला आप सीधा चलना सीखो, उसके बाद ज्ञान दो प्लीज। चलते चलते पढ़िए इसको।
फनी थिंग क्या है मालूम चैट, उसको मैं बोली ऐसा मत सो, नेक जाएगा, सुबह को मैं ही उठी नेक पेन के साथ।
डब्ल्यू कर्मा बोलते। अमन भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप। गोट कह देना।
गया क्या वो?
कौन गया भाई? रात को कॉकरोच आया था, ऐसा मारा ना उसको, ऐसा मारा बेड पे,
काउच पे।
मैं फोन चार्ज कर रहा था ना। हाँ, उसको भी भगाया रहेगा उसके घर वाली ने।
कितना बड़ा था? इतना बड़ा था?
पहले मेरे को ऐसे गुदगुली हुआ, बहुत कौन है, फिर ऐसे देखा अंदर अंदर घुस रहा था, फिर लाइट चालू किया, उसको धर दो बोझ।
सच्ची में ऐसे बना रहा है तू?
सच्ची रे बाबा, तेरी कसम।
काउच को भी पेस्टिसाइड करवाना पड़ेगा।
पेस्टिसाइड करना पड़ेगा, काउच को ही साइड में कर देना, नहीं चाहिए बार बार उधर सोना पड़ रहा है मेरे को। फुल स्क्रीन टॉक शो हो जाए। हर्ष रसमलाई बाय। मैच देखेंगे पहले, उसके बाद बकचोदियां काटेंगे।
कहाँ से आया वो इतना बड़ा?
हाँ
कहाँ से आया?
पता नहीं, मेरे को बोला नहीं उसने कहाँ से आया। बात करने का ट्राई किया था मैंने।
किचन में नहीं, अभी बाहर है किचन के।
वालों का रिप्ले सिस्टम कैसे लगा? आज खेलूंगा रिप्ले सिस्टम। प्लेयर्स को पेरिस में प्रैक्टिस सेटअप मिलता होगा टू प्रैक्टिस मिस्टेक डन इन मैच। हाँ, प्रैक्टिस सेटअप रहता है ना, वो लोग करते हैं रूम से प्रैक्टिस। खाना आ गया, चाय खत्म हो गई मेरी। 5.6 के लाइक्स हो गए मेरे वजह से। मेरे रिटर्न आने तक है ना, तेरे को ऐसी कॉमेडी करनी है, ऐसी कॉमेडी करनी है कि 7 के लाइक्स हो। अगर 7 के लाइक्स हो गए तो तेरे चैनल पे 50 गिफ्टेड नेक्स्ट में दूंगा, और अगर नहीं हुए तो 100 गिफ्टेड तू देगी।
Find out who will be joining them between NRG and DRX. I'm your host Susan, and I'm back here with Tom and Mitch. Now, first of all, Mitch, sorry about your predictions, but going into this one, you said NRG, so are you cursing them today? Is that what's going on?
It could be, as long as nobody investigates transactions from DRX on my account, we should be in a pretty good spot.
Oh, I just broke my EMEA curse. I didn't even realize that. So I got one correct.
Wow.
Good job, Tom. I'm very, very proud of you.
And it was against us, just to be clear.
Yeah, I got all the other ones that were against us wrong too. So
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, but I'm not as proud of you as I was of NRG. The way that they played against EDG, that was a masterclass.
It was resilience. That was sort of like my favorite part of that game, especially when it came to Abyss. They were so far down, and then just had this sort of crazy resurgence of like. Just resilience of a team that obviously Ethan has sort of taken up that mantle of IGO. You've got some like younger players in there as well that like Mada, and of course Scuba had an insane game. And at no point did it look like they were mentally out of the game, which I think when you're facing off against the previous year's champion and you're massively in a deficit, that could easily happen to you, but it never seemed like that throughout the entirety of their attack half.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that as well was the fact that they were using some of this utility on Harbor to play so aggressively in post plants, when typically you'll be looking at this team and maybe expecting them to ease off the gas a little bit, but they stayed on site for post plants, and already being down by so much, that's where you start to get worried, like one burst of utility and this could all be over, but they didn't let that get in their head. They stayed aggressive, they took their claim, they were going up the rope on the A site and taking deep control, and that's really what you love to see from a team when they're behind like that, because it is not easy to make those kind of recoveries. There's a reason that we rarely ever see it happen.
Yeah, especially NRG, that didn't just look good on the server, but the mental resilience, like you guys said. The vibes, I think Som did a lot of the hard carrying of rallying everyone back, but Scuba, my goodness, his just individual performance was on another level.
Yeah, it seemed like at times he could do no wrong. Like a crosshair placement, his read on some of the positions that players were going to be in, his patience, I think, as well at times, not to get over-aggressive when it's unnecessary. And you can see a lot of the fights he's taken, these are very, like, I guess, not safe duels, but you can tell he's ready for every single one of them. And that's just the sign of not just a player that has like this sort of crisp aim, but someone who's intelligent in the way that they're doing it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think you look at his performance, though, on the other side, you got Mako. Mako was looking incredible in their series, opening up against Team Liquid, a team that we certainly from EMEA had very high hopes for. We've seen them dominate regionally, and they came up against this guy. He was not afraid to get in their face. He was winning duels. Most importantly, though, there were those back-to-back rounds where he diffused in front of them. And that takes gall, it takes balls, and he certainly had what it takes in that series. So I think we've got an interest in head-to-head.
Yeah, I think as well, regionally, Marco had definitely had some like issues here and there. So the fact that he came out and just, I think he ended up as like the highest rated player in their match versus 100%. Liquid. So it looks like a complete turnaround, and having Bane back in the game clearly helped him out a lot as well.
Well, now let's get Ethan's thoughts on NRG's run so far.
Hey guys, Mika here now with Ethan of NRG. You called an amazing game versus EDG last time, so congratulations to you for that. I wanted to know, like, you know, how proud were you that the resilience of the team really came out on the champion stage? Because a lot of teams struggle with that sometimes, that like, oh, what we practice doesn't come out on stage, but for you guys it did.
Yeah, having showed that, especially first map of champs, was huge for the team, huge for the morale, and I think it showed just how confident we are in ourselves.
रुको चैट वॉशरूम जाके 7 महीने से ले रहा हूँ
Get one of those jackets. I feel like all the players have been wearing them. It looks so sick. But I think Ethan is right there, you know, them being able to stay calm, cool, collected, because on the other side, DRX had a very similar storyline of being resilient, of having good mental, grinding it out against the #1 seed in Team Liquid. Confidence has got to be at all-time high, Tom.
Yeah, especially when you come in with a completely new brand of play and make it work almost seamlessly from the get-go. Like, that was what sort of impressed me most, is like you coming in, you're the IGL of a squad, you're coming up with like some fairly crazy aggressive stuff, and then you just have full faith in your team in moments like this where you're sticking defusals in front of very experienced, tenured players in Valorant. Marco didn't give a damn. He didn't care who was on the other side of the server. He was going to play his own game. Yeah,
the kind of experienced players who know exactly where a teleporter is and how not to step into it by accident.
Yeah, I mean, Tom was talking about that earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very unfortunate moment. I don't think
Marco class crazy
as cruel as Tom was about it.
Yeah,
but
that was a bit too far, Tom.
It was, and I think he should know better. But the reality is, for DRX, they forced those mistakes out of their opposition, and I think I look to NRG.
यार कैसा लग रहा तुम लोगों को replay system?
In their series up against EDG.
W या नहीं?
Very few errors far between, but an incredibly tight series.
What's your take?
It wasn't the same for DRX. They came in, they looked dominant. I mean, it was a close, like, if I'm not mistaken, Abyss was a 6-6 half, and once they swapped over, a completely different brand from them. They were looking dominant. And in fact, even the start of it, wasn't it like 5 or 6-1 up, while Team Liquid couldn't figure out.
Can someone actually explain champs qualification as if their team wins champs, what they qualify for? They qualify to get a lot of money.
Yeah, shout out to Korean Zelsis as
and
well.
brands
we just saw him on screen
and
a
lot of fans and respect. And they qualify for getting one trophy.
The role that we expect him to,
and some W's in the chat.
About him after the
and some aura.
No, he looked very comfortable. I think as well, like, this is the team that sort of like kicked off the
It
year.
is good, bro. It's like I'm organizing tournament and viewing as observer.
Like there's a lot. It feels like there's a lot more synergy. I think individually as well, his level
L
is
क्यों लगा बे तेरे को?
higher than Estrella. So I think that it makes sense that he's back
वैसे
in
मैं
the
देखा
roster,
नहीं है
and
अभी
the
तक.
fact that it allows them to be a little bit more free with how they play looks great.
And of course, Heung-min being the tip of that spear as well. We actually managed to get some of his thoughts on DRX's experiences at Champs so far in our Omen Player Moment.
I think we came into the Team Liquid match just to try and have as much fun as possible, and I think that played out pretty well, so I think that's what helped us win today. I guess for us and for my teammates included, we're just coming into this tournament sort of like a underdog feeling, so which makes like less pressure when we play the games and just, I guess, more energy and more fun. DRX has like this known curse that they always finish 5th to 6th place. To overcome that, I would think we just have to be honest, our teamwork is pretty good. So I guess just aiming better than them that day will help us win. So I'm just hoping that this Champions, we can break that curse and I guess hope for the Champions victory.
Seen this one before. A 1v2 chance for Marco. Nats on the other side. This time he delivers. A Trex is on just 2 HP. He's had an insane round so far.
If you had to make a team as a owner and had to pick one player for every team 5-man lineup, what would you pick? I wouldn't pick anyone क्योंकि पैसे नहीं है bro. Simple बात है. किसको नहीं उठा सकते पैसे नहीं.
That we can play more aggressive, which means we will take on more fights. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say DRX is
एक बार boards देखो और likes देखो तुम्हारे ग्राफ में आती का लुलिस. कौन है ये बाकी के लोग?
7 out of 10 is a good start, but honestly, with Abyss being back in the
क्या लगता है सॉम बाय या माको बाय?
I might bump that up to like a 8 or 9 out of 10 if I can keep farming on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think
Freeze
the
ball ले लो ना, नहीं
way
ले
that they
सकता.
were playing their combinations of that double duelist was just wonderful to watch. Like,
Guys, Valor के लिए
I
watch
think
party
we
के बाद
saw this quite
obviously
often with the aggro that would come out from Waylay, the beautiful like setup where you're so focused on
कल
one
मुझे
player,
8:30
and
बजे
the
उठने
other
के
player in the
सुबह और जाने के
meantime fading back out and then getting into the back line.
पुणे
It made
पुणे
it so
पुणे.
difficult to play against that it just looked like Team Liquid were completely out to dry. Whenever they were trying to fight one battle, they'd already lost the second one.
Yeah, and so frequently you'll see, even just that approach in the replay of just the Yoru's POV, you'll see that from teams that don't have that Waylay to back him up. The fact that someone's going through pretty much risk-free. I mean, we don't see Waylay getting picked out in that dash, and they're like, what, 0.15 second of a gap where they're vulnerable before they hit the refract. So like you're getting in, you're getting info, you're getting out, and then your Yoru's able to take the space for free.
Meetup, अरे
The more
meetup नहीं है,
impressive thing
मैं
for me,
visa
though,
का
is
काम करने
it's
जा
one thing
रहा
to come into a game with a trap play like that. It's one thing to spring that trap on an opponent who isn't adapting well, who isn't able
कल
to
मैं watch party
adjust. But
अगर मैं टाइम पे आ जाएगा तो हो जाएगा. Hopefully मैं टाइम पे आ जाऊँ.
And still, they found value from that little hint of aggression and in the retakes when it came down to the defensive side as well. So really having that full playbook built out is a great sign for the future on Abyss. It's why I think DRX easily, despite what our poll said earlier, I think they easily take the title.
They trolled because I don't want to disrespect.
We're coming to Japan tomorrow. Finally we'll be together.
And the other one is Heart and
आज दोनों साथ में देखेंगे W.
Yeah, if we go to
थोड़ा
Abyss,
जापान
at this point, I
से
think this
वन
could
पीस
again be
कार्ड्स
a
हो
great map to go
जाता
to,
तो
and I don't want either teams to shy away from it because DRX certainly will be very
कल
confident.
बारिश है 70%.
Yeah, I think that's the only worry is that when you have
So
such a
Biko?
poor defensive side, in the case of NRG, I don't know
I
if
missed
you
you
want to
yesterday
go
मेरी
up
जान
against
भाई.
what is
कल
a very aggressive.
भाई कल मैं एक्चुअली मालूम है मैं स्ट्रीम कर सकता था लेकिन मेरे को पता नहीं बे इट वाज वन ऑफ दोस डेज जब मैं काम भी आया था, मेरे को रिलैक्स भी करने का था और मैं लो भी फील कर रहा था, लेकिन मेरे को ये नहीं मालूम था कि मैं लो फील क्यों कर रहा हूँ. समझ रहे हो, मैं कुछ अलग ही जोन में था. मैं एक्चुअल में लो फील कर रहा हूँ लेकिन मैं लो फील क्यों कर रहा हूँ मेरे को नहीं मालूम. कुछ अलग हो गया था मेरे साथ कल. तो मैं वाला टिके ब्रेक ले लेता हूँ, जल्दी सोऊंगा लेकिन एज यूजुअल 6 बजे सोया. पुणे जा रहे हो क्लबिंग करने एडिट के साथ? नहीं रे, जाना है वीजा काम करना है, रिटर्न आना है, स्ट्रीम करना है. पर जो फिनिक्स वाले चैलेंज के बाद रेस्ट वॉज नीड ऐसा कुछ नहीं. Language Rishikesh bhai. Hello friends.
Of DRX. Now, Vayne, we missed you in stage 2, and then now you're here on the champion stage, of course. I wonder how you felt stepping in for champions and how the rest of the team was able to adjust to accommodate this.
W.
챔피언스 파리를 마쳐 돌아온 베인 선수를 만나게 됐는데 이제 챔피언스 파리 시간이 많이 부족했던 만큼 팀도 그렇고 베인 선수도 많은 노력이 필요했을 것 같아요. 그 준비 과정에 대해서 한번 들어볼 수 있나요?
일단 오랜 기간 팀 연습을 못했던 것만큼 팀에 좀 잘 스며들려고 노력을 했고요. 팀으로도 그렇고 저로도 그렇고 연습할 시간이 좀 부족하긴 했는데 각자들 노력을 열심히 해줘서 지금 좋은 결과가 나오고 있는 것 같습니다.
My main focus was to concentrate on blending into the team structure that was already happening from stage 2 and on. And because we didn't have a lot of time to fully prep for Champions Paris, I think our main focus was to just make sure that we were vibing, and we actually are killing it so far.
Well, yeah, DRX looks good out there. 감사합니다, Vayne, and good luck.
Thank you.
I love that. He's like, we haven't had much time
감사합니다.
They are killing it, aren't they? Are they going to continue to kill it?
I think so. I think if they keep reimagining all of their comps like they did in the first couple of maps that we saw, I'm very excited for what we're going to get today, because I don't necessarily think we'll get the exact same map pool. As you said, I hope we get the Abyss. I think that'll be a really fun match to watch those clash of styles, but I don't know. I'm interested to see.
Movie देखेगा Demon Slayer नहीं.
Me and Mitch don't think they're going to.
Sayara देखा मैंने कल.
Apparently. You start.
We've been
Mitch.
outed.
Yeah, you start.
Yeah, I think realistically, like I said earlier, NRG, they have that little bit of a deeper map pool. It gives them an advantage when it comes to the veto. I think
10 minutes में 5 songs सुन के मजा आ गया.
The risk reward of running that double Odin hasn't paid off in the previous game we saw here on stage. But you keep running it, it's oppressive, it makes you rethink, it makes you repace your game, and it will work out eventually for those beautiful kills that we know are coming. So I think that for NRG in general, they've impressed me more. DRX, they certainly have a deep bench to fall back on.
Well, there is a ticket straight to playoffs here. It's going to come down to DRX and NRG. So it's time to see which one is going to be joining Paper Rex today. I think certainly most people could be leaning a certain way. I'm not going to say where. So without further ado, let's just send things down to stage.
कौन सा माउस यूज करते हो मैं? अच्छा माउस. Watchparty के बाद पूछो. जापान का व्लॉग कब आएगा? ऑन द वे यार, ऑन द वे. फिर स्टोरी मैं अनफॉलो किया सकता. नहीं देख सकता स्टोरी, ब्लॉक किया उसने. जब स्टार्टिंग में वो बंदी चिल्लाई थी ना गाने में, मेरे को सच्ची ये देखो, ये आवाज सुन के मेरी सच्ची फटी थी. बाय कार टूर फॉर पुणे एट न्यू मुंबई. भैया जी मेरे को 3.5 घंटा दिखा रहा था कल.
DRX always get out of the groups though, so even if they don't get out today, I have faith in them. But looking at the map, are we gonna get the Abyss?
No. Well, that was the interesting thing with the veto is both teams
करोड़ दर्द है. But I think DRX के लिए अच्छा है बे. I think DRX के लिए अच्छा है मैच.
Immediately, so clearly feeling like playing against that DRX is going to be difficult. But then DRX's first pick being Haven, I can only imagine they've completely reimagined what they've been doing, because it didn't look good the last couple of times they played it.
That almost feels like a misclick when I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, throughout stage 2, they played it twice, didn't win it once.
भाई
So
गोट को देखो
it
चैट.
is definitely a strange
चैट
look
उसका
from the
डायमंड देखो,
outside.
मेरे आँख पे आ रहा है. कान पे डायमंड.
They're in a position now where they've had that little bit of time to recreate. They focused on their individuals, but I think this is probably going to be a comp shift, or at the very least, a style shift from them when we get to service.
I mean, this heavily favors NRG, you know, looking at the map pool. They get Lotus as well. This is a
DRX.
dream for the side of NRG.
Well, yeah, if you're going off history, or the last few
Delay
months
क्या
of
हाँ
data,
15 मिनट.
they have a better win record on every single map that we have in the pool, and
क्यों
Corona
रहेगा रे
and
delay?
Lotus are their 2 best maps statistically. So yeah, they're going to be in a great spot. But I have a feeling, based on what we've seen so far for DRX, all the data is going to go out the window.
They're going to bring 3 Odins.
No, I think they're going to completely switch up pretty much every single comp we've.
ये एक गूगली क्वेश्चन आई है. गूगली क्वेश्चन. Does Lotus is going from Valo? पता नहीं, साइंटिस्ट लोग स्टडी कर रहे हैं. देखते हैं. आज मीटिंग है, देखते हैं.
advantage is in their map pool. When it comes to trading blows with DRX, it could be a different story
Does
than what we've seen so far.
Looking at the
Oh,
age
guys,
select,
yeah,
this is literally what you wanted to see, Ryan, what you predicted.
Yeah, I'm very happy. That double dive, it's obviously slightly different.
So we got a
Flashback
meeting,
picking
eh?
up the Neon, but I think that is a more comfortable choice on Haven in general as of recent. A lot of people bringing that in. On the other side of things,
cargo
I
station
don't
के पास
believe any
रहते हो या
massive
चलो
changes
station के
whatsoever,
पास
keeping it to the comfort, which I think has worked out for the side of NRG. This
डर तो
definitely
रहता
isn't
हूँ
their
मैं
strongest map, and I think they will have known coming in, if this comes up, it's going to be a different story to anything they could have prepped.
I think without a doubt, NRG are coming in as the favorites, but with what
इतना
DRX
road
showed
shiver हो
us
रखा है
up
अभी
against
tech
Team Liquid,
stage
with what they showed us on Abyss in terms of reimagining, and now at Neon
मत
and the
करो यार,
Waylay,
इतना अच्छा
they
streamer हो
certainly have
यार
a shot at taking NRG down.
Oh, our spot in the playoffs is on the
आलो
line, so
में
who
Binks
better
है
to take us
बाका
through
का
the
language
action than Doug and Endo? Over to you.
मियालोय
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, these two teams
That's
came out
bolte.
swinging. They show up on the stage here in Paris, Christie, and now they're the ones duking it out for.
भाई डग और मेरा
playoffs.
same
I mean,
dressing sense है
you
ना
think about
चैट
the
गोट
strength of both of these teams. This should be an amazing matchup.
This is going to be
भाई membership
absolutely
दिला दो भाई
incredible.
already
America's number 2
10
team coming
gifted
up
कर
against
चुका
a
हूँ मैं
DRX that just had a big upset over
लेकिन
Liquid
जिस
in
चीज
the
को भी
opening
membership
round,
लेने
and
का है
choosing
या
to start
gifting
things
करने
off
का जो
on
भी करने का ना
Haven,
membership
newcomer,
related
the Waylay and the Neon for DRX, and they're looking to
हल्का
attack
सा
mid early.
अक्टूबर 5 के बाद
Looks like they're already flirting that way.
वैरायटी
With
गेम्स
flashback,
भी
the
होएगा
first
वैलोरेंट
contact.
कुछ भी होएगा मेंबर
Already
जोन
swinging
में
out onto the site.
मजा भी आएगा
Utility
तुमको
dumped. Mada in a really tough spot. He will be the first to fall.
कहाँ जा रहा था माड़ा
Really like this approach from DRX with this flank as well, coming into A. Freeing still on low HP, and now that Scuba has dealt with him, now the post plant might get a little bit
अच्छा
more
पकड़ा
awkward.
बे
All of
flank
a sudden,
तो
you have to worry about your flanks if you're DRX, but they've got 3 players stuck on site.
Remember, Scuba was a stud
भाई सोवा
for NRG in their
crucial है
last
इसमें
matchup, but this time Bane was like
अयो
kill feed. Psalm falls, and all of a sudden, this attempt, the bite behind this retakes gets lighter and lighter, and they continue to crumble. Just Scuba and Brock left. 2 most recent additions to the
DRX
roster,
बोलते
forced to try
chat.
to win this pistol out for the number 2 seed from Americas. Brock, too many targets to choose from. Scuba will find one.
भाई
left in
बेन
1v2.
3 हेडशॉट मार रहा है ये राउंड में
Time falling short. That dart's going to arrive a little bit late. If Scuba can get half, maybe there's a shot. But
W
no,
में बेन
will walk away with the pistol.
Banging a guy
वीडियो की वजह से आपका स्ट्रीम देख पा रहा हूँ लव यू गेमर इलेक्ट्रो बाय थैंक्स फॉर द चैलेंज
for the roster, for everyone that was watching Pacific. And yet, DRX went out in that opening series with him in the lineup, and now it's him
Champs
picking
is
up
the
3
best
kills in the pistol here to set his team up for success.
मैच मतलब बेस्ट वो टूर्नामेंट का एंड साल का
Christy, you and I were talking about this prior to the match starting, and it really feels like DRX kind of has to win on
Hello,
Haven
Mumbai, can you
to
suggest
get
me
a
a
shot at
mouse
this. This is a great start.
for
I mean,
Valorant
when you look at Corrode
2.5
and Lotus being
के 249
just
का
straight up
दे
NRG's 2
249
best maps. This is very much a must-win for them. Although now that means
गूगल करो
converting cleanly on a
2499 mouse
anti-eco round where there's this really crazy Viper wall that's been thrown down into mid. It can threaten these walkouts of B out of garage, so I think DRX putting a lot of resources in now. This drone to make sure no one stepped up behind that. They're also leaving Freeing
मगर बैन लगाया वालों
that
को
space. Although
फीस
NRG
करवाओ
are
क्या
stacked
करवाओ
pretty heavily towards C, which is where the finish will be for
अरे
DRX.
मैं ब्रांड्स का नाम नहीं ले सकता Watchparty में
All huddling down C now. Again, utility dumped out onto the site. DRX in firm control of the space, and the kill feed suggests the same.
क्या
The
घुसरे
triple
भी
Guardian
लोग
purchase
हेलो
for DRX just absolutely torching NRG in this round. And I think now's a good time to talk a little bit about the comp for DRX, because this is unique. You know, the Neon Waylay coming in here on Haven.
नियॉन का आवाज नहीं आया
I think the Waylay and the Neon gives so much
W
creativity for DRX to get into sight.
W
rounds, especially the
अंदर नहीं करा
verticality
मैं
that
नहीं करा
Jungman's
सकता
going to be able to access with the Waylay. You saw in those B execs.
Yo,
he can
but
jump
मैं
up on
tuning in
top of
after
sight.
real long time
Dive
because of
backside
exams.
so
I hope
good
तेरे
for
exams
Neon.
अच्छे
You're
गए
gonna see
हो
the same thing on these C execs with dashes, double dashes up onto platform or up onto default. Same thing with the A site. I think it's going to be really difficult for NRG's anchors to survive, and that's going to be the challenge.
DRX
for them.
जीता तो
With smokes
Pacific
top,
W
how can
pick
they use
himself.
these smokes just stay alive for the rotates to come in from their teammates.
Got an Odin already online for Brock.
Has been doing this even in their last series, saving up, making sure it can get online early in these
free
games.
का HP
Freeing's
नहीं
already
दिख रहा है
tagged down to what, 17 HP?
There's a funky smoke as well that gives Mata a little bit of a peek, but it's not necessarily ready for Freeing to be up in that smoke.
Yeah, there's danger in that. Tries to spam, doesn't connect, and so he moves on. But the trap lies in wait. Mako, meanwhile, backside,
भाई कैसे
besting
बचा
the opposing
माको
omen. And DRX lighted up once more.
भाई
That was
clean
mental,
bonus.
The double TP is on site from Mako.
Clean
this guy going an
bonus.
absolutely ballistic round. You think about the Waylay and the Neon and how much activity
Hello?
you can get on these execs. The fact that Mako is the one to be jumping it back here.
भाई ये क्या है?
Straight into him. So already the bonus round paying off massively for DRX.
भाई women double TP बहुत हो रहा है VCT में.
And NRG in a miserable situation to open up the series.
Yeah, the finances for DRX should be good for a long time, and you know, you would generally look at this and go, hey, this is a really early timeout, but you know,
yeah,
conventional wisdom would agree.
कैसे लग रहा है पैसिफिक सार के हो?
Given how these last
Oh,
couple of
energy,
rounds, I don't know that I necessarily mind.
I mean, the thing is, NRG now need to deal
कैसे
with
लग रहा है
just
भाई?
fast exits.
Monitor
That's
बंद
what
मत
DRX
करो,
are.
खेलना है पूरा
We've seen
game.
2 of these just instant B pops. We've also seen a lot of lurk pressure from Fring in these B
अगर
exec
मैं
rounds.
कास्ट
It's
दूस
been
लिया
2
तो
rounds where
मैं क्या
Fring is
एग्जाम
going into
पास
sewers
करूंगा
looking for quick
पता नहीं
timings.
लेकिन मैं
I know the
बेस्ट
round
ऑफ लक
when
जरूर
DRX
बोलूंगा
were,
यार.
you know, playing that anti-Q and setting up C, he still went for that late lurk through B and got a couple of kills on the flank. So these are the primary
मैंने तो
things
एनर्जी
NRG need
DRX
to
को आउट
fix.
कर दिया था पिकम्स में मेरे तो एल
In
लग
the
गए.
monitor settings.
I think
and
मेरे में
those two,
एनर्जी
yeah.
था.
something needs to be tweaked in there.
Oh, this isn't even a this is not a tac timeout. This is a tech timeout.
Oh,
That makes a lot more sense.
right.
Yep. I mean, we're still going to be thinking about how to fix these things
Right,
while
right.
you
मत
know,
कलाला
our monitors
डरते
and whatnot
क्या?
get sorted out.
Yeah, that does make the early timeout a bit more.
एनर्जी मतलब
It
नियरेस्ट
does make a bit
घर.
more sense now, doesn't it? Yeah.
No. It's yeah. You
समझ
know,
रहे हो?
sometimes when the tech
Near
comes into play,
rest.
you get a little bit of extra breathing room
Gar.
as well. You can try to
Right.
get your heads set back on straight again for NRG. But I have just heard that we are going to be jumping back in here in just a moment.
Thankfully, you know, we hadn't had one of these in a little while.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot what we were supposed to do.
Yeah, you know, it's we're supposed to like fill, we're supposed to talk or do
Right.
something. I'm
Right.
मेरा
not
एनर्जी
really
लिक्विड
sure.
है.
NRG also have to figure out what to do on a round like this where they've got absolutely no cash, although
तुझे बस मैं माड़ा को वर्मा
and
बंद
you know
दो.
what?
ठीक है.
Vindicated,
Time out
Doug.
भी आ
I
गया.
don't know that I'm willing to go as far as to say we were
No.
vindicated.
Well, because the thing is, we were
you
talking
know?
a big game about how, like, hey, a timeout here makes sense because you've just gotten
विंडिकेटेड क्या होता है भाई? मेरे को
ideas.
सब
Right.
विकेंडी मालूम
They
है.
are going to call the timeout on
Right.
top of that, aren't
You know, I'm gonna, for the sake of us being right. I'm
ये
gonna go
हाउस
with
स्नैप
it.
जिंदगी
Yeah,
में कभी
vindicated.
ठीक होएगा
You know
पता
what?
नहीं.
This gives us a little chance, Doug, though, because I thought it was cute in that last round. You've got Ethan and Mako both playing the Omens. They're teleporting into each
Right,
other,
right.
killing each other. That time, Mako got the upper hand, but we were sort of looking at, like, what's the history of these two teams playing
Binks
against
भाई
each other
मेरी दुआ
beforehand?
है
You know,
आप
'cause it's been a
सबसे
while since
बड़े
NRG was on
यूट्यूबर बने
the
भाई
global
मेरे को
stage.
सबसे बड़ा यूट्यूबर नहीं
DRX,
बनने
they're
का
at
मेरे को
every single
जेन्युइन
champions.
कुछ
They've never failed
यूट्यूबर
to make
बनने
it
का
out of a
कुछ
groups,
वाला.
but the only real crossover
No
history-wise
stress,
with
normal
these two
chill
teams is
जिंदगी
Ethan
जहाँ
versus
पे
Mako
मैं
going
खुशियाँ
all the way
बांटूं,
back to
बकचोदी करूं.
2023. And that wasn't NRG versus DRX back then. That was him with
Rude
that
बोलो बीच
championship
में.
EG roster. Now in 2025, it's a very different situation. Ethan's got 4
बड़ा
different
होके क्या
players
करने का
alongside him, and now this last stage, he stepped into the position of IGL for the first time ever. So this is uncharted territory. Ethan versus Mako leading these two squads.
I do love a good bit of history. So with that in mind, we'll look
Tech
forward
pause में
into the
बात नहीं
fourth
कर सकते
round.
वो
You've
लोग.
got an
Tech
outlaw
pause
in
में
hands of
coach
Free,
बात नहीं कर
Reno,
सकते
the way of
players से.
DRX, the bonus was
और वो लोग
borderline
स्ट्रेटजी डिस्कस
flawless.
नहीं कर सकते. टेक पॉज
And
में तुम
NRG
लोग
have a number
सर्वाइव
of
कर
problems
सकते हो
that
और
they
चिल
need to
कर
solve,
सकते
and they need to do so relatively quickly.
That initial hold is going to be a big deal for NRG.
10 सब्सक्राइबर बढ़ गए इमोशनल
Figuring out
से
if they can
सच्ची
actually stop DRX from
4 दिन
reaching
से
through these
मैंने
choke points.
रोटी
I
नहीं
think
खाई
the early
है.
conditioning from DRX with a couple of B hits might end up pulling more members of NRG
यार तुम
onto
लोग
the B
साथ में
site.
सब्सक्राइब बटन दबा
Try
दो.
and hold against this.
Yeah, Mada's already
जो
rotating
लोग ने
that
नहीं
way.
किया है
Exactly,
सिर्फ
and that can free up space on.
तो मैं आज सैंडविच खा लूंगा. नीचे लोडिंग स्क्रीन नेट गया क्या?
Viper Orb right there is so high for just bringing rotates in, especially with that
एग्जीक्यूट
quick
बोलते
movement
Mada gets
नो
tackled
वे
there,
एनर्जी
Noya.
होल्ड कर सकता है.
Women dashes out onto the
भाई
site,
क्या
and that's
सेक्सी डैश है
already
वो युनमिंग वाला.
Another flawless double dive hit. I mean,
But this is where I think
भाई वो लोग
compositionally DRX just
crazy
hit a
घुस
gold
रहे बे.
mine up against NRG who are playing this old school style Viper
बटर चिकन क्या
composition.
था?
This Viper comp is all about
Pizza
flooding
भी.
back into the site.
right.
And as you can see right here, they get a couple of kills.
A6 आ रहा है क्या रात को? रिप्ले
The
सिस्टम
speed
2 बार
at which
गेम प्ले
Neon
दिखाऊंगा
and
पता.
Waylay can get into backside means the flood never comes in because DRX instantly have full control of a site, which in previous metas
अगर आया तो बोल सकता हूँ मैं तेरा माउस पैड अच्छा करके देख ले.
I think a lot of this, as we were just talking about, there's that Viper orb that
Then
just gets
Julia
when you got
love you are sitting
over
by.
the top of it and, fully diving behind the lines.
I think the trick now with that Viper orb is I need to start seeing energy
Who are we
players
supporting
playing
Bugs Bow?
inside of it.
DRX
They need
plus
to
some.
allow the Waylay and Neon to get past them,
Aajao
and then
फिर best
find
match
timings
pattern
to
से.
punch the back line
Done
as they
से.
scale in, thinking the space is clear.
That's one of the things they'll have to solve. Another attempt at solving this bit of a mess is Mada's got an op online round 5.
I do like that. Take these longer fights. Of course, that op only going to be so meaningful if DRX plays slower
buddy.
rounds, which, as you can see, isn't really the vibe I'm getting from them.
No. Doesn't feel like it's been part of their game plan.
Yeah, so the other solution is you try to play full retake and
भाई
use the
अच्छा है
smokes
बे
like this one
कौन
to backside to threaten getting back in quickly. But this is going to be
Neon
really hard
Valley?
again with that operator that's now been chucked over to Psalm's hands.
Yeah, no real ultimates, to speak of on the side of the defense. So they're waiting for just the right moment to strike. Utility goes out. The dive through from Mada. Tucking into the orb, finding the kill, make that 2. Gets online with 3.
Bro.
Graffiti is his for the taking, as is the sight for NRG.
That was absolutely gorgeous for
No
Mada.
way, bro.
Mako, the sole survivor here, does end up taking Mada down at the end of it, but NRG will get there first here up against DRX.
So what was the difference there? What did you see that was so drastically different from what we had seen the first 4 rounds?
I mean, 2 things here. First of all, NRG just full bail out of the site. They decide to play full retake. They don't want to deal with the Waylay ult at all.
Sure.
And then it's Mada here.
भाई ओमेन बैंड के साथ जो
on the second
कूदा है
player.
वो
And this is what I'm so impressed by with Mada consistently. This
लेकिन
guy is
वो
the ace
blinded
king
भी था.
of Americas. 10 aces in his rookie year. No one's ever done that before in Valorant history. But he is so quick
Crazy
on transfers
movement,
and
nah?
seeing that pathway through these very complicated rounds. There he comes flying out of
Then
heaven,
he was ante.
sliding in, playing off his stun.
सामने 3 घंटे
If he's
लेके
playing like that, these retakes are going to work, Doug.
Something he's going to have to continue to do. Once again, Freeing taking this cheeky little angle.
भाई अगर स्कूबा सीख के लेगा तो
He's
कूबा
beating
होएगा
the
क्या
smoke that NRG are throwing as a bit of a
Chuba
default.
भी
The
हो
one we saw Mada peek over just a few rounds ago. And I think by dominating this A main space, it frees up the rest of the map for DRX to poke into a very weak C side where it's really just Psalm posted along with the op.
I mean, Brock is within striking distance, I suppose.
DRX plus हम दोनों को जिंक से रहे बंग भाई language.
Yeah, there's a little strength to this C. I think the question is, where did DRX decide to go here?
Yeah, this is interesting calling from the DRX camp.
I hope he
After so
Odin
many quick
Bharna
rounds
dekha
this
raha
time,
unko.
it's slowing it down. It's a bit of a mid test. Now a drone doesn't find anything.
Ah, they're going back B.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, it's always when Fring is A short, that's when they're popping into the B site, and this is no different.
I think one big difference here is remember the ults that they
Hey,
have
देखो,
at their
देखो.
disposal on the defense.
Really good
क्या
retake ult,
घुस रहे हैं
even
लोग
denying
एक साथ
the plant here with
3-3?
Thunder's Fury.
Yeah, Brock is
माड़ा
already
ने
set up in
कहीं से तो
spawn to
मारा
do
है.
just that. So tap of the spike leads to the ult committed.
30 seconds left.
Well, fancy footwork will keep them alive, but will buy a little bit of time.
Ooh, NRG are a bit scattered though. Now this Paranoia not going to be available in the retake, and Flashback is still fighting up.
Scuba has his ult. Flashback is in trouble. There's no real easy way out of this. You kind of have to
तो
take
है
your kills in
W.
and try to take the fight. Meanwhile, the ult in
टूट गया
exchange
लेकिन.
to try to clear out the lockdown will succeed. Winman pushing the pace, looking to fight forward, stunned up,
And team.
forced to take another one, and falls at the hands of it. Meanwhile, now
God,
Bane and
baby.
Mako, two left standing side by side. And now just
Lag gaya na?
Mako into 1v3. Brock sticking the defuse. We'll get it
Bhai,
all the way
sexy
there.
gila be
And
energy
find a
retake.
thread to pull on, and they continue to push where it
Village
hurts.
Yeah,
के
it's
लिए
just these
WH
full
बहुत वापस
retakes. And I
जाते
think
हैं.
in there you saw
लेकिन
where
as a double,
a situation where NRG don't have all the
secondary
utility in the
deal.
world to fight
Primary.
with, but very good moment-to-moment calling out of Ethan. First of all, they deal with that lurk, right? The timeout they called previously was all to deal with those lurks. But then, NRG were set up. They're rotating 3 players over towards C-Link to start
Bhai,
the rotate
sexy
in.
retake tha,
As soon
bro.
as they heard Flashback fight up into A-Link, 2 of those players started shifting back over to deal with that forward aggression. And it was in that moment, I think, that NRG sort of saw
आप
the
सुपरचैट
way to
करना
get
पड़ेगा
back
कि
in
इसके
sight.
लिए
Yeah,
किसके
I
लिए
think another thing that we have to mention there, I talked about him a little bit earlier and how
Round
pivotal
start
he was
होने
to
के
NRG's
बाद
success
कोच
in their
टीम
last
से बात कर
series,
सकते हैं
but
नहीं.
Scuba seems to be warming up. 3 kills in that
Only
round,
during
happy
timeouts.
with it too, as we have
Team
another
69 को कैसे
quick
join
tech
करूं?
pause. This one
Little
is
breather.
right,
अभी
another
बंद है धंधा.
tech pause gear. But yeah, I do think NRG have found a little something here that they can continue to rely on.
For sure.
Perez is the first team to qualify
a
for
little
Valorant
hesitant
Champs.
to be so
W.
overjoyed about how NRG have found success on the last 2 full retakes, primarily because of the composition they're playing. You know, you think back to, the early days when this comp came into the fore, it was all about the quick flood onto site. It was about never really allowing the plant to go down.
Sure.
And that's important because this comp doesn't have the greatest retake utility. You don't have like a bleach dunk, the flashes, you don't have the drill to push people out of corners.
Right.
And I think that this comp has gotten a little bit better than when you saw this comp back in 22 or 23 because of the neon. You have that extra stun. It's a little bit better than the Jet in that slot. But it still shouldn't be so reliable that they can make these retake happen unless Mata or Scuba are finding these 3Ks like they just did.
Right, sure. So we'll continue to look into that and see how that plays out. And being told that we are ETA soon on getting back into the action.
Is that a technical term soon?
Yes. Yeah.
TM, I think is what we call that one.
Right, yeah. So assuming all goes well, we will be joining back into the game here in just a moment. If you are just joining us, welcome. You missed a banger of the first series, and now it's early days, but we do seem to have a bit of a fight on our hands between NRG and DRX. Both teams, again, walk into this series very confidently. Both had great opening starts. First half of Abyss for NRG notwithstanding. We don't really talk about that.
Yeah, we ignore that first half.
Right, and I imagine they do too. But honestly, they've looked great up until this point, and now we're really getting to see these two teams clash with such wildly different stories. I mean, DRX go 0-2 in their playoff run, and they get in as the number 4 seed, and NRG surprise everyone, making it all the way to top 2, and ultimately falter. But talk about form coming into this. It's vastly different.
Yeah, I mean, I think expectations were high for a team like NRG because of what they did in the playoffs. Everyone's like, DRX at the 4th seed, they get it on points. Binks coming back into the roster. That was a last-second, update. Like, what actually happened there? And yet, with DRX knocking down a number 1 seed, I mean, talk about how crazy this tournament has been. We've had 3 of our 4 number 4 seeds
इनके चेहरे पे चैंपियंस क्यों लिखा है अभी तो शुरू ही हुआ है
in that opening matchup. Just absolutely wild stuff, but that has instantly put DRX into the conversation among the best here.
Yeah, well, it's because, they didn't get to play group stage, so they were a little cold. Right. The number 1 seed bye.
We needed the pre-group group stage,
right,
and then the number 1 seed's going to deliver.
Exactly.
The classic coping. Notwithstanding, we are back into the game now. And this time, Mata has reclaimed that operator away from some, but it's been always these C-long holds from the op, and apart from the anti-eco, DRX ran in round 2, they haven't really gone heavy down long.
Just a bit short on that shock dart. That alarm bot will still be in play B. Wall goes up. Immediately proc, the Nano 2, they're double diving onto this. That was really cool. Neon into B, the way into garage. And Scuba gets a kill.
But Mata backside with this operator has to be forced out. Fully spotted up, but he gets the kill off the lasers. He's still fighting through this site, tearing apart DRX. Mata finds 4.
It was a perfect call. I mean, it looked like he was the one who was in trouble. He was the one who was pushed back off the op, and he had the ace up his sleeve.
Yeah, the ace is stolen, of course, by the utility on this B site. The combination of the Volt plus the nanoswarm there, but my word, Mata. Just a
क्या सेक्सी खेला वे मारा
life at just the right time, and now it's DRX will throw a pause on the situation. Let Termi get involved in the conversation. We'll see. I mean, so we saw early on the double dive was working for DRX, and it was working quite effectively. NRG started making adjustments, and this time things fell a little bit funny there. You could, you could chalk that hit up to a couple of different things that maybe aren't necessarily macro specific, but what's the adjustment here for DRX?
I mean, ultimately it's going to come down to the
भाई ये लोग का A setup बाप तब है at least ये लोग को है ना A early लेने के बाद
B hit with the neon was supposed to pitch back into
जो करता है वो करना चाहिए लेकिन ये लोग का
A we just died to utility,
tech
so
बहुत अच्छा
it is what it is. The previous 2 rounds are the concern for DRX, and I think they need to look at how they are playing in tandem with one another on the sites. That A hold when Mata slides out of heaven, there's 2 players right next to each other inside the Viper Orb. Mata kills them both. Neither of them saw him. How is that happening? On the B post plant, maybe Flashback is fighting too far forward on his own instead of falling back and playing, good angles together.
Hey, Strix, ये पता ना कैसा है ये गेम ABI फुल फॉर्म बता नहीं सकता.
That's for DRX.
लेकिन कैसा है ABI?
And so NRG will see what they do here. Again, it's time to op in the hands of Sam.
Yeah.
And it's Odin still for Brock.
Ice से मेरा एक दोस्त है पुराना वाला.
Jumping out of heaven onto default over to the box, but it causes a really almost passive hold
A se
for
arena.
NRG. On the C side, they're going to let their, Som and Scuba take these more forward lines for information. I think projecting that level of threat very important in a comp like this, where usually
love you, Mas. Bye. Shout out to मेरी जान कर
have some rounds of that threat so that DRX can't just walk in for free.
Scuba might be in some trouble here if they continue to commit onto this garage.
अभी उनके पास है ना info नहीं है walk in कर रहे कि आ रहे कि नहीं आ रहे.
Shoulder. Oh, he saw the belt, I want to say. But hard to know for sure.
Yeah, and so the ceasefire continues. At least for now, they're rotating back towards A in the face of the 3 into Mata posted up.
Exactly, but this is where Ethan's going to have a paranoia going down the long angle as the hit comes in. That's going to be big. Brock is holding on to a dart. He can shoot out from heaven and then spam with the Odin. This will be NRG's best shot at holding DRX heavy exec onto A.
Paranoia at the ready as the wall goes up and the smoke goes through. The second one is traded. Mata's actually the first to fall.
I think peak लेते
Flashback back sight. And Brock tries to
भाई
do
क्या
his best
गलत
from
है
heaven,
बे
but
ये
it's smoked
नियॉन
off.
और वेले घुसने का
Can't really get involved.
दो अलग-अलग जगह घुसते कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते
Just
बे
over 10 seconds left, the spike goes down.
लेकिन उनमें का पहला किल बहुत क्रेजी था I think वो सिर्फ जिगल कर रहा था और वो मर गया
to deal with the flank.
नियॉन जिगल
Maybe
कर
an
रहा था और
opportunity
वो
to
मर
get
गया
back in, but it's still one operator for Som.
Tough spot to be in. DRX with the numbers advantage. Flashback does have his ult.
I don't think you play this one, NRG.
I don't think they do either.
And honestly, you look there and you're like, how is it possible that NRG failed to kill more than one player on the exec? I think a large part of it is that DRX were very quiet in the approach. It wasn't DRX barreling down, long, barreling through short like they had on previous AXX. So NRG didn't necessarily have that forward information to be able to instantly react with the utility.
रीटे के लिए सबसे मेन है स्मोक और ब्लाइंड सबसे मेन वो लोग का ओमेन मर गया उनके पास स्मोक नहीं है ब्लाइंड नहीं है और बी या सी रहता था तो वाइपर वॉल के साथ वो लोग रिटेक ट्राई करते थे
When women shooting like that, yeah, okay, sure.
अच्छा लग रहा है अभी एफआईवी बेटे नहीं रे
They still have flashbacks ult, they still have Mako's ult. Meanwhile, the same two big weapons.
बस मैं आपके जैसे खेलना सिखा दूं अभी ये गेम के बाद देखो
like
एनर्जी
that quick
वर्सेस
short lurk round previously that Bring had been going for, throwing the cage on the cross. This time not choosing it. Usually when DRX has been heavier.
Cheeky little smoke from Mata to tuck in, not get tagged by the dart, and still hold that A line with the op.
Although, of course, this time, DRX hadn't committed into that space. Maybe going back into that one with a drone later on will be the name of the game.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, they haven't seen that yet, so...
Heavy
not at all.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see that play out.
As a matter of fact, NRG's A-holds have been very passive. It's usually been Brock scouting from long and then falling back into sight.
Recon से छुपने वाला स्मोक
And so they put their star in this aggro angle. It does not look like he will be tested anytime soon. As DRX continue, I mean, the whiplash and change of pace, how they've approached this attack.
आपका सिड और मेसी का फोटो क्यों वायरल हो रहा है? Handsome लोग हैं
much
इसलिए.
slower ever since that time out. Now just pulling a paranoia. You can see how much, scariness there is behind that drone.
Mata's gonna get tested. The smoke just barely taking that line away at just the right time.
Cute little jump peek there to spot the players coming in. This
क्या ये लोग का spotting और वो सब देखो बे.
DRX aren't going anywhere.
Chat में भी पहली बार देखा जो बोल रहे हैं actually
They're
बहुत
waiting on the other side of the smoke. They clear him out. The paranoia through a couple of members here. Brock once again smoked off. Cannot play. They've lost the sight. So NRG will once again try to flood their way out.
Last time on this A retake, it was all about Mata. Expect him to swap over the guns and get back into this site, but so much challenges. Now the smoke's still out of the site. It's time for NRG to act.
Fuck.
What's the go button? What's the spark? What's the catalyst to go? It's actually Ethan who takes first contact. Som close behind him with 2 kills of his own.
Som पागल है भाई क्या मार रहा है?
It's done so damn well, but Scuba up top, it pops into 1v1. Flashback with the ult. Scuba drops down! And Flashback takes him.
बचा लिया नियॉन ने भाई सोम ने
Flashback
किससे
chooses
मारा
to pop the ult.
तू?
There's just instant checkmate. There's nothing you can do dropping out of heaven.
भाई
in a
इतना
situation
लेट
like
से
that.
किस्मों आता ना आजा उधर ही आत्मा चली जाती है.
And a bit of different.
भाई Tom crazy खेला.
This time for DRX as well. Getting right up on the other
Tom
side
crazy
of that.
खेला भाई.
야 얘네 리테이크 할 때마다 계속 여기 가면
Stopping them right in the corridor.
क्यों drop किया तो क्या करता?
That's one of those adjustments we're hoping to see out of DRX in the post plants. Play forward, don't allow NRG out easily.
के पास टाइम था भाई जंप वाली, क्योंकि अगर वो जंप नहीं करेगा रिपोजिशन हो गया तो वैसे हार गए.
Interesting alarm bot.
Much deeper.
Yeah, forward down into mid, and with the positioning of Mata as well, close garage. I wonder if there could be an idea to maybe peek out off of that alarm bot, because once that alarm primes, you're also going to have Ethan challenging on this higher angle.
Choosing to play full retake on A.
Yeah, the second Ethan sees someone, there goes Mata.
Yeah.
Mata might just go now. I don't know about that.
Yeah, a bit early. Worse for wear.
I mean, but it's a effect of NRG just being denied any amount of information.
Ethan gets his pick though.
विंडो में देख रहा था, अचानक से फ्लिक करके मार के बच भी गया है.
NRG without info, wanting to step forward, get something done. Now it's DRX down numbers and flashback in garage, sees the gun.
And sees some, gets one. And gets away. Might get a shot at the second.
भाई बच गया.
Mata weak, stays alive.
बच गया माड़ा.
This is awkward though, Doug. 40 seconds left on the clock. Look where the spike is, down on A short. They're going to fake a pop into B and try to slip this guy up into A.
And that was
bait
the
last
bit of pressure. They need to clear Scuba falling, opens way for them to go.
जिससे गोली मारो पीक किया सोचते कोई बी एंटर कर रहा है.
This is forbidden technology. This is the legendary B to A split out of DRX. Gunman made it all the way around, but on the other side of the map, Mata has jumped over the tripwire on the flank.
I think Freeing knows. He's going to miss the timing.
He didn't hear it.
No.
Timing
so Mata slipped the net, but he's so weak. He still might have a shot at this though. 24 HP. Health be damned when you get a shot like that. Pain's the first to fall. What can DRX do? They try to white knuckle their way onto this site. They try to hang on, and it falls into 1v1 once more. Mata was the surprise, but now all attention, all eyes on him. A tap of the spike, a challenge, and Mata seemingly unwinnable. How do you clear that out? The cam falls, yes, but now the real swing comes through. DRX gets 7.
Bro. Hunmin ने क्या मारा भाई?
Gets a bit dicey there towards the end with Mata on the flank.
भाई पीसी चेक वाला शॉट मारा है भाई Hunmin ने.
Gets the team straight back in the round. He ended up falling.
भाई Hunmin ने क्या मारा है वो दूसरा शॉट बे?
Just taking straight up duels. That's what won that for DRX.
We'll keep a close eye on those clutch moments.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you've got two really good teams. Those are offensive difference maker. It looks like there's a little bit of B aggression here.
NRG won this walk down. They've heard the spam all the time. There's not really been a mid swing.
No.
The camera on the right side though is going to stop them from continuing.
पीछे करके देखना लोले.
No real way for them to know how much space NRG have taken though.
बख्शुद्दीन ने बाप के साथ अभी बोल रहा हूँ.
At a certain point, you just gamble when the cam goes down, or you just hold for the inevitable reclear.
Stream. मेरा सॉम. Energy से मेरा भी सॉम.
Oh, the cam gets pulled back, and now we go.
Immediately. Starting to accelerate and push the pace. They have a trip they're going to have to deal with. Nah, I don't know how you get over this.
को पता है कि DRX क्यों जीत रहा है?
Problem. And so Mata tries to go fast, and you see they've separated their timings. Freeing, looking for the second. Meanwhile, a couple of ults popped. That will clear the lockdown. DRX still in a position to hang on to the side while Scuba buys his time and waits.
Som is taking so much time on that flank. He chooses to activate. He needs to find some kill. And yet Bane is holding him down on long.
Rock up in heaven, looking to take that fight.
Clean one tap.
The duelist just getting the best of him. Meanwhile, flashback. Holding them back. NRG are stalling out here. I mean, the Paranoia will buy a little bit more space there. Som getting active. Scuba getting 2 kills. And just like that, the site's cracked wide open. Mako and Freeing trying to hang on to this site. Waiting for the challenge. The spike has been taken for a little bit. The gun barrel's there and the double swing. Mako and Freeing hang on.
How many years later and Mako is still just having rounds like that? Great work out of him. And the rest of DRX. Because things got so uncomfortable. The smoke that NRG keep putting down onto the site continue to divide up these DRX
Prime DRX याद आ रहा है भाई.
To just
Chat.
play on their own.
And you saw it there, the observers pointed it out. The gun barrel was visible on Mata's screen, but so laser focused. Tough break, and DRX capitalized. And so into the last round of the half we go. A couple bolts still in play. Mata taking the space. An aggro fight here.
NRG want to see some control back in these rounds. You saw it in the last as well. Now taking that forward A space.
बाकी लोग गैराज भी किधर था ए ड्रोन करो चलो चलो वो लोग पीछे भगाओ
essentially exactly where DRX are going to be headed.
ए ड्रोन कर
stack heavily onto that side of the map, but it hasn't really seemed like the stacks matter for NRG because of how overwhelming the execs are with the neon waylay.
Yeah, you can only invest
so
much defensively.
It almost feels like NRG are praying for a spam kill to go right so that they can just take some amount of utility out of the equation.
W.
Silence across the map.
W.
Drone now comes in for the re-clear. End to Cage to threaten to cross.
Brock is the trap. I don't think they're going to clear him. No, they're not. Beautifully played.
Wait, okay.
But Brock feeling the corners closing in, feeling some of the pressure. Meanwhile, a pit invested mid.
Yeah, saw him playing right up in it with a shorty. DRX wanted to pivot back into the B side, but there's an alarm button. There's a fight, but there's so much to deal with. 30 seconds left on the clock.
He's still in the pit. He's still in the pit. And Women gets decapitated.
So now it becomes a mad dash towards the C side. Still a turret holding that approach. So DRX make the noise, now start shifting back to A. They have to deal with the neon, and then I believe Baka's going to ult over into A. They're pinching onto long.
They're not going to see him. I don't think they know he's there. Mata plays spoiler. 10 seconds left. The spike gets through, and Mata is the thorn in their side. Trying to spam stop. The plan is exactly what they'll do. 3 for the duelist, the flawless round as NRG get to 4.
That's a great round to close out the half for NRG, but they are still coming into this second bleeding. Down 8-4 and being tested really in every single round. It's only this little bait and switch that ends up working for NRG in the final moments. And these shots of Scuba as well. You cannot undersell
NRG, but good of
how powerful Scuba has been on the global stage.
I mean, 4 round ठीक है, लेकिन 4 round में ऐसा कि वो pistol round जीतना is a must.
That's been the difference. We've got an interview down at the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest from the side of NRG. Lou, take it away.
Et j'accueille une nouvelle maman NRG à mes côtés, guys. Let's give a warm welcome to Carrie, Ethan's mom. It's a pleasure to have you here. First of all, an honor. So, and the first question I wanted to ask you, we see your dedication being here, rooting for your son. So I wanted to know, what's your best memory of Ethan on Valorant?
Of course, winning champ.
Goat of the Goaters.
LA.
I think it's hard to beat that one indeed. Donc c'est quoi ton meilleur souvenir de ton fils sur Valorant? Et bah évidemment les Champions en 2023, le fait qu'il ait gagné. My second question, Carrie, is going to be very clear. You know, your son has been there for quite a while, right, in esports. But I want to know, do you think he's in his prime?
के बीच में ये देखो वो देखो करेगा तो मैं क्या करूँ बता?
I think so. IGL, and he's a great mentor for up and coming gamers. So I think he's in his prime, and he's got a long way to go still. So
yeah,
this is oyster.
कितने साल का है
tu penses que ton fils est à son prime, à son plus grand niveau? Et bah oui, je trouve qu'il endosse les responsabilités d'IGL avec beaucoup de classe et il peut encore s'améliorer, mais je le trouve très très fort. Indeed, thank you very much, Carrie.
Merci.
Merci. Thanks to you, and we're going to see NRG manages to bounce back on their opponents. Not big.
24-25 रहेगा.
Thank you so much, Lou. Yeah, I think that's a fair question that needs to be asked, Chrissy, as we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. Is Ethan in his prime? Like, is this the run that he hits again? Because right now, real tough spot in this opening map against DRX.
I mean, hey, Ethan, you win a little champs. I say, yeah, sure, you win it again. You can be in your prime doing the IGL stuff this time around. Especially, I think, the way he was playing back during Stage 2 playoffs. He was very strong for NRG. But I think now as we come into the second half, I would like to take a little bit closer of a look at Flashback and Gunman.
अभी सब गेम पिस्तौल पे अगर पिस्तौल जीत गई DRX तो
side of things,
hashtag लग गए एनर्जी और पिस्तौल एनर्जी जीत गई तो फिर I think comeback possible.
In terms of how they want to play. Obviously, I think their retake ability going to be pretty powerful in terms of breaking crosshairs and getting back into the site, but they also have some options to go for more aggressive fights.
ठीक लेट नाइट तक के लिए एकदम 1 बजे तक.
So back into the fold we go. We take a quick look at the defensive setup for DRX.
12 बजे खत्म होगा.
Not much interest in fighting.
I don't think 12 बजे खत्म होगा. 11:30 बजे तक खत्म होगा.
And Garage.
खेल सकते हैं 1 बजे तक.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see on pistol rounds this 2-2 setup between Garage and Mid. Mid players can hold a little double thing, and then if they run into any contact, the Garage players can step out. But we've just got 4 players sprinting over into the C site, and we're going to see a little test of these DRX retakes already in the pistol.
pushing a narrow corridor of the wall. The paranoia is out. It's not going to tag onto anyone. Tap, tap, tap as the spike goes away. Flashback.
Oh,
the
by
first to fall.
short refereeing, bro.
And they continue to threaten, continue to stall out, but Ethan finally getting that thing down.
Yeah, no threat of that NRG flank, and actually Freeing taking down the Killjoys turned it around on the map.
Right. And so you have to keep a close eye on that. Are they aware? Surely they know. Yeah, a couple of guns trained that way. No, maybe they weren't as aware as I thought.
Blue bay.
Freeing gets a free one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they get a couple all
वो
over the
smoke
site.
से बाहर
You
1 2
mentioned
3
they
के
were
और
gonna test
दोनों
that
मर
retake.
गए.
Aces across the board.
Yeah.
Hello.
That was a little dance there between our
भाई 1 2 3
IGLs.
क्या 4 5 6 लग गए बे.
Calling circles around each other.
आज भी
Right,
चैलेंज
'cause
आया तो
NRG
5
trying to
बजे नहीं हो
reclaim
पाएगा
that
रे.
garage
सुबह
space
निकलने
as
क्या
soon
मेरे
as their
को
lurker
निकले.
dies out. Then all of a sudden they don't find Freeing, the guy that killed their guy. And so they go back into the C site, but they don't see him down long, so then they've got to turn around and
थोड़ा kill
one of these
feed
players
करो.
that started creeping out.
थोड़ा
There's that
tank नीचे
pressure,
करो, kill
I
feed
think,
नहीं
being generated by killing the lurker and then disappearing on the map. That started pulling NRG every which way.
उन्हें क्या है? Visa काम visa.
Yeah, maybe that forces the scale into spawn.
Visa.
Because they feel like they have a lot of threat behind them.
Yeah.
They double swing outside of that smoke and then, yeah, immediately get dropped.
I think winning that pistol erases a lot of the concerns I had for DRX on this half. Getting this, converting here, getting up to 10.
भाई मेरे को
Usually a
देखने
few
का था
good rounds to
energy
carry
वो
it
करते
through.
हुए. Force.
Cheeky little smoke, but Flashback playing ahead of it with the judge means there's no real joy on the other side of it. So NRG will decide that they want to test the waters B. They have a trip that they're going to have to
मतलब कल
navigate.
मैं जुलूस पिज़्ज़ा का actually was good. जुलूस है.
And maybe they can get away with one.
blue,
Thrifties, excuse me, have been so prevalent in this tournament.
Yes, they have. And I like this hold from DRX right now. Even bringing a second player over onto the B site. They
Yeah.
just droned down A-Long as well, so they know there's
बेटे
no
को
hit coming
मिलेगा
up
कि
that
नहीं?
side of the
नासिक
map
में बेटा.
anytime soon. They've got Cypher Util comfortably guarding their C.
They're just freezing on the other side of the smoke. The trip gets cleared and immediately utility through.
Look at Freak step up into that cage. I absolutely love it.
Ethan's gotten some high ground. He's gone undetected, but a classic into the
क्या
face of the
backup
Bulldog
है
like that is
उन्हें?
tough.
क्या
A flawless
backup है
round for
वो?
DRX as they get to 10.
Idea अच्छा था
I
वो
love
लोग
seeing that little movement out of the Cypher. Taking the moment to break the one-way that had been put down on top of the site there. Use his own cage to do that.
का. Language human by language.
Up into it.
Jump scare, bro.
Wasn't expecting the Cypher there, was he?
By
And so remember
17
here, take a quick
and
look at the
9
timeline.
है.
Remember how the first half
You
started
mean
for
by
DRX,
17
able to
and
win the
9.
pistol, they win the
और सोमबाई को
illegal
क्या हो गया?
mini
मेरा
convert for bonus,
favorite.
and that really set off the chain of events that has us to this point.
Hello.
DRX once again in a spot to try to do it again, and they're pushing for blood. Aggressive down C-Long. Flashback gets the opener. They continue to crunch in, but Scuba punches back.
Yeah, 1-for-1 is good enough for NRG to try and equalize now. They can take a breath, filter out, and make sure that
उसके मार के
more
हम
players have stepped up into the empty space. But you can see down on A short, that's exactly what Freeing's done.
एनर्जी ये
on
राउंड
his
जीता
Cypher.
तो कमबैक पागल हो गया है क्या?
Deny some of that
Impossible है.
space.
अरे वो लोग का
We'll
अल्ट
have to
जल्दी
deal
आता
with
है
him
ना.
if they decide
पिस्तौल
to go
जो
back that
जीतता
way,
है ना
but
वो
for
लोग
now,
का अल्ट
attention
जल्दी
towards
आता है.
C.
I believe Flashback was able to pick up the Vandal off of Som's body, or Mata's body rather, on the way out. That'll be the one bright light for DRX. That in this position that Freeing's found himself in.
Generally, you look at this and you go, this is a one and done,
Bring
but
गया.
Champs is a different beast. One kill found, drops the cage, tries to cover, can't find
बोला
any
तो
more.
लगाया.
So
एक
Bane is
मार
going to
के
be able to
कैसे
slip
गया
back
वो नहीं
into the
मालूम.
site. Now he needs one. Flashback's going to need one. Everyone needs one.
He gets two! As Bane gets both. Scuba tries to get them back into the round, get back into the action, but it's another mess.
These bonuses just keep on working for DRX. Bane just toying with him on the off angle. Ah! And that just takes NRG. Bonkar's
भाई
gonna
इस बार
go ahead,
Pacific
smash the timeout.
हाँ?
The second time he's called the timeout
Jack?
after the round 3.
Pacific दे रहा है भाई.
We have long talked
क्या रहा है
about
बे?
NRG struggles on the attacking side, and we saw their ridiculous comeback on Abyss on the attacking side. But Haven's a bit different. Haven doesn't necessarily play
Gallipatry
the same
energy
way.
ko chat.
You can chalk up the fact that they were able to pull that comeback off to the fact that Abyss is very attack-sided. But
sure.
I mean, that said, they aren't strangers to a deficit like this.
Yeah, I mean, they have the comebacks like you're talking about. And I think, truthfully, when I look at
पहला दो team
have really great tools to stall you
qualify
out.
होने के लिए Pacific है नहीं ये qualify नहीं है ना शायद
DRX are a little bit lacking in that regard. You know, the Cypher tripwires
Qualify
are
है क्या
easy
एक
to
भी
be
match
dealt with when you've got Sova Util. When you play these slower rounds, I think, is what NRG are going to want. Threaten that lurk and taking the A space behind the wall. And yet with DRX just running, aggro look.
पहला दो team to qualify
They pushed Garage, they pushed A.
Pacific baby.
They can just do that.
दोनों.
2 rounds, maybe throw an ult into the mix.
हाँ hashtag OP.
So, yeah, it's going to require NRG to dig real deep here to have any chance of taking out DRX's map pick.
Yeah, it's funny, they talk about swapping sides and how are the double duelists going to work on the defensive side. I'm pretty sure the approach has been the same. Play it super high pace, super high tempo, and don't let NRG get a breath.
I mean, it's the same thing right there. Doesn't even have to
फिर इससे
press
घुस के
it
मार
again to
के
go
आए
back.
इनमें
He's fine to get the kill. And
Garage timing पीक लिया
And if they commit into this A hit, which it seems like will be the case, they have 3 members of the defense here.
हाँ back to पे
it's just an execution.
I don't know how NRG make adjustments here. DRX looks so good on both sides of the ball.
You don't really have the time to make the adjustments
भाई
either.
क्या back to पे ये भाई
High low like this, yeah, you get your one, but double, triple face. What are you gonna do?
क्या back पे बाजू से ड्रोन किया उसको मार नहीं पाया
He's got some fully boxed in here. Nowhere left to go but forward.
Shot Resom.
3 on the round, and yeah, it gets that pit closer and closer, but the problem is they're running out of time. DRX are on map point.
And, you know, NRG would be able to, you know, brush a map like this off. They've got a lot to look forward to. Corrode and Lotus, their best maps coming up. The fashion in which DRX are just tearing them apart here.
कैसे पता चला?
They start sowing the seeds of doubt in the back of NRG's minds.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily inspire confidence on that side of the stage. Meanwhile, for DRX, I mean, they look like world beaters.
भाई उनके पास ult भी है chat. सारे light armor है और उनके पास ult है.
TL. Again, some bullets down into
Flashback W काम किया है वो लेके.
That's with the spike. Cancel out, so they get the Waylay ult out, sure.
Yeah, and we heard the Omen ult canceled, I assume. Actually, DRX are still going back into their spawn.
Flashback के बाद
Just to be
outflow है.
safe.
Right?
ए आवाज आया बे cancel करने का.
Yeah. But now that they've fully cleared that away, they're like, okay, and now what? NRG haven't seized any of these gaps that they've left by going back to re-clear their own spawn. Yeah, it's a pretty garbage drone from Bane, sends that out for
बोला अभी तक Omen को क्यों ढूंढ रहे मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
At the end of the day, DRX are still in a great spot.
This trip is still up. Utility has not cleared it. Clement's gonna try to push the pace again, but Ethan, feeling the threat, off the spike, takes the fight, but there's more, there's a layer to it. Science behind it, and DRX again.
That spike sitting out stranded on the B site. DRX have 3 players here holding
Slide करके shot मारा हरामजादा.
With confidence and conviction, DRX continue to push the pace, continue to take the fight to NRG, and every single time they seem to win it out.
13-4 base.
As close to perfect as you can get.
13-4 bro.
On their map pick, 13-4 for DRX.
Chat.
The kings of groups, DRX. They have never failed to make it out. And well, if they keep playing like that, they're not going to.
क्या खेल रहे भाई? ये तो champs winning DRX दिखाई दे रहा है.
We'll be right back.
भाई वो prime DRX से आता रहे बे. कौन सा वो 11, 12, 30 wins in a row वाला DRX? एकदम discipline वाला.
Now that I'm a mom,
crazy बे एक साथ खेल रहे.
They let everyone in my family choose different plans.
मेरे pick and skill language बेटा है. Yeah. Excuse me. मुझे लिहाज अब जिस गया DRX की बारी. मजा आएगा, कोई भी जीतेगा, मजा आएगा। मस्त है ना वीडियो? वन पीस का नया एपिसोड देखा, आ जाएगा। लास्ट मैंने वो देखा था, लूफी ने ऐसा करके चपाती बना दिया था दुका।
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
ये वॉच पार्टी के बाद मेरे को थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, मेरे को डॉक्यूमेंट का कुछ काम करने का है, हार्डली 10 मिनट लगेगा और उसके बाद कर सकते हैं। तो कल सुबह निकलने का ना, सबसे मेन मेरे को डॉक्यूमेंट्स करने का, वही है लेटे। हाँ वही देखा मैंने। तो जा भाई, रिजेक्ट हो जाएगा कल वीजा। रिजेक्ट क्यों होगा भाई? एक्चुअली में उसका चांसेस ज्यादा है करके बोला है, रिजेक्ट का देखते।
Hey guys, Mika and Bella here with Coach Termi of DRX. Congratulations on that first map to Kaheo. And that composition actually looks very familiar. Back in Pacific, of course, Genji also runs this composition. So I'm wondering if the success on that first map is because, they were just very, very familiar with that kind of composition.
이제 첫 번째 헤이븐에서 승리가 익숙한 조합, 젠지의 조합을 이렇게 다시 만나게 돼서 승리를 하게 되셨다고 생각하시나요?
일단 헤이븐 바이퍼 조합은 사실 퍼시픽 때도 너무 많이 나왔었고 저희가 충분히 대처할 수 있다고 생각했고 알고 있었기 때문에.
By the way, sorry, anime fans.
The Haven Viper comp, we
Next
were so
month,
familiar with
members
it, like
only
you said,
में
on Pacific, and we
anime
knew that if they were to pick it, we would, have
होने
our
वाला है.
fun and take the win.
Well,
Battle.
hopefully that continues over to the second map. Kamsahamnida. Thank you very much and good luck.
We had some
Heavy
questions
brands,
as
heavy
to
sticks,
why
heavy brands,
DRX
heavy.
wanted to go to Haven. I think they more than answered it. I've got Tom and Mitch back here with me as well. And Tom, you were talking about those changes to the new compositions they're bringing. The Human Waylay is just so fantastic to watch.
It's so sick. Like honestly, it's just
विक्रम
enjoyable
भाई
to
लोग
watch
के बाद
someone
हाई
take
आता
an
है
engine that I think when it came out, most people
तो
were
तुम मेंबरशिप
finding
लोगे
quite underwhelming,
तो हाई आएगा
and
समझ
then
रहे हो
use it to such an aggressive degree that, like, a lot of the time you expect this guy to have fairly mid stats because he's literally just diving into angles and taking fights. Half the time he didn't even need to refract because the guy was in getting 2 kills. He's like, well, there's no one left for me to escape from.
Yeah, I noted that especially towards the
मन कर रहा है
end of
खेलने
the
का
second
जल्दी
half,
एंड
where
करो
like
अभी
he's
तो
running
2-0
out
चाहिए
double
भाई
doors, refract is online, he'd
खेल
find the
लगाने का
fight,
पिकम्स
wouldn't pop the refract, then on his way back through the doors, you'd be like, is there anyone else I can kill? No one else?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just walk back. Like, the confidence was through the roof, and it was phenomenal to see. I think the combination as well with the Neon, although it's not the Yoru to kind of quickly take
पैसे
that
आने
space
पे
with
ले
the
लूंगा
teleport,
बंक्स
you
बाय
still
पक्का
slide,
डन
you get to give a
सीन
lot of direction to that other duelist.
इसके
and
बाद
you're
वेलो
flooding
यस
the site
सर
so quickly with either free space being taken
You
or
mean
again,
Anim?
the
Yes,
ability to
Anim.
refract out of there and leave your Neon with some utility that's well directed by, with your information to clean up the rest.
Well, the good thing for NRG, okay, sure, there weren't many, but I think Matter at least had some moments. Like, I think you could still see some of that individual brilliance. They didn't manage many
This is
rounds
my thank you
because
for
I
the
think it was only really him and
membership.
Scuba that had a game to sort of talk about, but he was able to at least get them into position where you go, okay, there's a possibility here, and I think in the next map that's going to be very important.
He was a part of a ridiculous amount of first engagements. It
Yeah.
was always Mada
मत
at the same
करो
time.
आदित्य भाई मत करो
And you got to feel for him a little bit because he tried his goddamn hardest.
Yeah, for sure. Like, individually, he still looked decent, but if there isn't going to be that follow-up, it's always going to be tough.
Well, NRG not a terrific start by any means, but they have a chance to come back here as well. Bonka had to stay ahead of map 2.
Mika here now with Bonkar of NRG. Now that was a
Bonkar
tough loss on the
bolte.
first map. I'm wondering what was DRX doing that was so difficult for the team to deal with, and how do you plan to remedy that going into the
भाई
next
वो
map?
लोग के साथ नियॉन वेले
I mean,
हुआ
it's
है
a
और कुछ
comp that
नहीं
we never played against and a play
Yep.
style, but also we had some listening
बहुत
issues
crazy comp था
within
भाई
the team, so we weren't listening and following our plans accordingly. So just resetting, forgetting about that map, and just going back to our game plan, and we should be fine.
Well, good luck, and hopefully you plan to bring it back.
कल ना वॉच पार्टी होपफुली मैं टाइम के पहले आ जाऊंगा रे
From EMEA that said they did
जी
not
मैं
know how
इसलिए
to
गाड़ी
deal with
पूरा
the
दिन के लिए
DRX
बुक
comp.
किया है
Lohan said I feel
जाऊंगा
like I got deja vu.
गाड़ी उधर ही
The
रुकेगा
exact
काम
same
करूंगा
thing,
फट
but you
से आ
have to
जाऊंगा
think, prepare for the waylay at this point. Prepare for it.
I think it's similar though to when someone says like prepare for paper X. It's like, yes, you understand
Normal वाले हो
what
गए,
they're
member
going to
तो नहीं,
do, but
normal.
when a team is flying at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour, reacting to something that you haven't played against week in, week out, while they're playing against a comp they have played week in, week out, is very difficult to do.
I think especially with the way they were bleeding the clock on DRX when it came to that attack side, being able to take these super slow approaches
आप
at the
पैरिस जा
start
रहे
of
हैं
the
कि
round,
नहीं
using
वीजा
their
पे
refreshing
डिपेंडेंट
utility to bait out yours,
कल अप्लाई
posturing
होएगा
on the map,
उसके बाद देखा
tempering
जाएगा
your aggression by holding, and then they would come into like 25 seconds left when they go for the side hit because of how reliable it is. to have
Language,
that
Mumbai.
way dive in with the Neon. It was very tough to deal
We
with.
got to talk about Corrode because they have a waylay themselves.
Yeah, it is going to be Waylay versus Waylay, but
You know
my
who
talking
were in
point
Paris,
again is going to be
matlab?
flashback going onto the Yoru. I think he was incredible in their first series versus Liquid. I think the interplay that they had with Waylay Yoru is better than what we just saw with Waylay Neon. Now, does it necessarily mean that that's going to be more of a worry? No, this is a much better map for the side of NRG. They are 5-0 over
गाड़ी
the
ले
last
जाओ
few
ना
months, and
बुक
I think
किया
they're very
है
comfortable here.
That's a good one.
I mean,
Actually,
they've
दो
got
गाड़ी
the
है.
reps up against EG. I love though again that we're
लेकिन फिर
seeing
भी.
this shift from DRX away from what they were playing before. Hyunmin's looking so comfortable. I do think that whilst the Neon worked with the Yoru, this is so much more aggressive if you're not used to playing against it. And NRG just said that was their problem.
If that was their problem, map one, they have to be used to it now, because if they don't win here, Dark and Ender, they'll have to go through the
वो
lowest.
सबसे मेरे को क्या कर देगा नुपुर?
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, Ender, Tom was
भाई
talking
के पास
on the desk
32
about
की
how
उम्र में
Corona is
लाइसेंस
so much
नहीं
more
है.
of a comfortable map for them, and you mentioned their record, this, that, and the other.
गाड़ी चलाना
I
इम्पोर्टेंट
mean,
नहीं है ब्रो.
nobody looks
अच्छा
comfortable
इंसान
in the face
बनना
of a whale
इम्पोर्टेंट
like
है.
Yoru. That's pushing
पहले
you the way
जमाने
that they
में
are. I think this is something
सबके
that they're
पास
going to have to
गाड़ियाँ
solve
नहीं
here as
थी.
well.
Yeah, this is going to be something
लेकिन
that is in the
survive
back
कर
of
रहे
their
थे वो
minds
लोग.
as well. They were challenged in
ये
that
अभी
previous
मिथ है.
map, and
गाड़ी
while
चलाना
yeah, the
आना
Yoru is a little
चाहिए.
bit of a change, that pace at which DRX were able to play on their execs, on their attacking side, was simply overwhelming.
मित्तल मतलब क्या
And
friends?
it'll be important for NRG to
इसलिए
seize the
friends
reins
कम हो रहे
themselves.
बीच.
Yeah, and that's exactly where they're going to be starting. That knife tagging 3 right at the beginning. But they turn away and turn their attention A.
Yeah, a lot of the time you'll just see Som play in this position, Paranoia ready to go, just to stall out.
तो अच्छा इंसान भी नहीं है.
Allow
तेरे कान में
Mana to
आती
shift
मिलन.
in from Link.
Oh, I mean, women can just
भाई
fully
blind
TP in
में
and
भी
then, or,
घुस
excuse me,
रहा है.
cash in and then TP out. It doesn't really matter what utility hits them.
Remember
Yeah,
में एक assistant मिलता है, प्रोसेस इमीडिएटली स्टार्ट होता है, नोट करिए उधर जाके जो एंट्री पे फॉर्म वैलिडेट करती है, वो बोलेगी ले लेना. ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक
They've
है.
got a flash on the Oru.
We say
ठीक है
that.
शिम भाई, मैं देखता हूँ.
That's it.
There's that flash. And there's the snap onto Brock. Flashback.
भाई ये लोग का एम क्रैक्ड है बे आज.
And now the two NRG members slip away from the site, play inside their own smoke. The map's also gone quiet. This is a little concern for NRG. Now the fights start coming online. NRG back into the thick of it, but DRX just cut them down. One by one they go. Only Ethan to try and stop it, but it's not going to happen.
Scuba's going to show up real late into this 1v3.
भाई ये
And yeah,
कौन
they're weak.
सा ये?
And Scuba's been good.
DRX?
But he's really going to have to show up here. It doesn't matter how good you are domestically, international stages, or where you make a name for yourself. And Scuba has been thrust
अभी
into
वो
the
टीपी
spotlight
भी
now.
बीटी देगा, एल्बो से आ सकता है करके.
Spike ticks away, and Scuba has to play this so carefully, so quietly. No challenge given. No free fight afforded. Fully denying any advantage they might be able to pull. And so on the tap, he finds one. That's freeing, one of the weaker ones. But flashback gets his three, and that's a pistol. That's 3 pistols in a row for TRX, if I'm not mistaken.
It absolutely is. Not just that, it was both, conversions of the Antico and the bonus back on Haven. So we're going to be looking at that. I think you see here just a masterclass.
हाँ क्या ध्रुव भाई?
It's only him with a piece of utility to actually reach into the A site.
We don't usually win pistols, who cares?
He was able to lay out Brock behind the box, but yeah,
I mean that's true.
I
But
care.
also,
let's work on that. I think.
I think NRG fans would like it if they started to win a couple. I don't
बोला
know.
excuse
Yeah,
me.
that might simplify the games. That might
पिकअप
stop
वाला
them
DRX
from
भी
having to
भाई
make the silly
क्रेजी के लिए
comebacks.
भी DRX.
Pacey, the flash over the top. They're fully running it down A. You've got a little bit of trouble. Freeing will get one, but fall away.
Unfortunately, it's a FPX buy for DRX, so nothing for NRG to be able to try and reclaim. Unless
Clone
they're able
डाल
to
दे.
get flashback
Clone
here,
डाल दे
but
बड़ी
you just
बड़ी
teleport across
clone
the
डाल
other
दे.
side.
Flashback.
Fine
Yoru
save.
things.
Yeah, fine save pass to you. Scuba will be up close.
Hey.
Just a classic, though.
Oh, वाइपर का पता नहीं है बे. W smoke. Waste हो गया
I
वाइपर
think
का.
once again, DRX have shown that they can make these teams on the other side of the stage look incredibly uncomfortable.
Spike से फटेंगे अभी.
And
अभी
I
option नहीं है
also
उनके पास.
think that they don't really have to tell NRG any plan in the second round. DRX have plenty of tape up against NRG, right? NRG are 5-0 on this map.
Right.
They played a lot of rounds.
Binks को विकर बोला अरे
this
गन
comp
नहीं था
for
करके.
NRG to be able to download it. They're playing single duelist back in Stage 2 playoffs. And so NRG going for
Gold
a
point,
rundown
W.
round here means that they can't even try to analyze and break down what DRX's approach is going to be because they just kind of full sent it and blew up the round from the get-go.
Yeah, nothing really to learn there.
2-0
So DRX will get their second, and once again, NRG fans cover your ears for a second because we have to go back into a couple of hours ago, and we need to go back into the history of DRX converting the bonus both halves on Haven. They're here once more.
चुपचाप बी का और ले सकते हैं. और वो लोग को पता भी रहना चाहिए कि और प्लेयर आएंगे वो लोग भी.
And for me, I always want to look at Brock's Odin.
Contest
You know,
करेंगे वो
NRG
लोग.
really made a name for themselves with the complete overuse
नहीं
of
कर
the
रहे
Odin,
बे.
Brood and Lotus.
Right, the Broden, some might say.
I mean, Brock is always making sure he can buy that, even if it means light armor. This is 4 players on light armor, and DRX have bought up a few guns.
Ayo.
That's big.
I mean, it absolutely is. And yet it
अब
doesn't
ult
make
मारेगा
this
कि नहीं,
game
that's
any
the
less
question.
simple. DRX have a few players up in B main right now, sending Bane into mid to threaten some space here with a Prowler. Maybe pull some attention back into mid so NRG just can't full camp down on this B site.
क्या अल्ट मारना वर्थ इट है? एक्चुअल में मार सकता है अगर उसने भगा दिया वो लोग को रिटेक करने के लिए तो 4v5 रिटेक ट्राई कर तो सकता है. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि
down in numbers
Odin or
to try
Recon
and convert yet another bonus.
Yeah, I mean, round 3, you've got it early.
It's a very big problem.
Why not?
I mean, you would have loved to see NRG peek forward for a pick, but here he goes.
The dimensional drift will pave the way, or at least get a little bit of info.
And they all dodge the knife.
But there are 2 here, and they know exactly where they are. Women behind enemy lines. TP's back away. And Flashback once again, nipping at his heels, looking to take the fight. And it's a disaster once more for NRG.
तूने कॉम्बो देखा क्या Strix?
Saw him the last standing.
Strix तूने कॉम्बो देखा क्या बहन? और टीम में Strix तूने देखा क्या वो कॉम्बो Strix?
Silenced NRG in these opening 3 rounds. Completely devastating this site, popping the old down in numbers. There's not a round left for someone to play.
What the fuck?
The bonus again.
And this is where the memories of Haven starts to surface once
Hello?
more. You know, you could have written off Haven and said, okay, it's DRX's map pick. We've got our 2 best in the pool coming up for NRG. But now as things start going horribly wrong on your defensive side of all things,
भाई यूरो वुमेन कंपनी है ये तो यूरो वेले कॉम्बो बे.
I don't think they know where Sam is, but he's not even going to take that swing. Just hang on to that
वेले इनिशिएटर
and carry it into the next round. We'll take a look at this one more time. This was off the back of an opener too, but
लेकिन प्रॉब्लम है मॉन्स्टर जितने लोग प्लेस बंद रखे ना बाकी टीम्स रेडी रहेगी. ये बार-बार नहीं कर सकते प्ले.
It was just Flashback's flash. Yeah. That's it. There was a lot sent that way.
इसका काउंटर क्या था मालूम है? अगर 100 वो सेट से पिक करता था ना
it looked a lot more complicated
और मार
than it
देता था
actually was.
तो वो
Every
लोग का
single
पूरा
round has
खत्म
just
था
been
राउंड.
Flashback sending one flash and winning it.
Time to jump.
7-1 for the duelist for DRX. Really getting away with whatever he wants, whatever DRX want, to be honest.
Now the thing is, with NRG going for light armors in the last round and having max loss bonus, losing 3 rounds in a row, they still have a buy on this. So it's not as devastating as it was back for them on Haven when they were forced to save here.
Yeah, yes. If this one goes sideways though.
डायरेक्ट स्टडी करोड़ पिक करता है. ले प्रैक्टिस वो लोग करते हैं ना यार. हर मैप में कुछ ना कुछ सेट प्लेस बनाते हैं. ऐसे थोड़ी कि नहीं उनका मैप पिक है तो बस वो लोग जीत गया. ऐसे नहीं.
Change of pace.
And yet NRG can sit
जो परमा बैंस वाले मैप रहते हैं ना कुछ कुछ टीम ऐसा रहता है जो एक मैप परमा बैन रहता है कि ये मैप अपन प्रैक्टिस ही नहीं करने वाले और ये मैप अपन बैन कर ही देंगे across all teams.
To slow it down, now that is not an option, and this pop could rip them apart.
Scuba doesn't have a spit. There's a flash, and there's the wall. And again, it's the double dash. It's again. Flashback right behind him. Again, an opener for DRX. Brock tries to do his best, but he's just an S-domino to fall.
30 seconds left.
NRG had absolutely nothing to slow down that hit. That pulling, that when Hyunmin goes into the site, just diving into the center there, all of a sudden everyone at NRG is turning to deal with him. And that's exactly when Flashback is coming in, popping them, ruining their hold. This is an NRG without answers.
वेले क्या डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर रहा है ब्रो को दे बे मेटा एक्चुअल में वेले मेटा ब्रो को दे
It feels to me like the approach for DRX is incredibly similar, and it's the same problem that NRG are going to have to solve.
और दोनों अच्छे हैं वेले नियॉन भी अच्छे और वेले यूरो भी अच्छा है.
Yeah, we didn't know how to deal with it. It doesn't look like they do here either.
Yeah, might be time to course correct, readjust with a timeout, because NRG, one of the weaknesses with their comp is they don't have that typical sentinel utility. Their B-side is teams in America have tried to exploit this.
वेले को देख के बैठा है.
Success,
कौन थोड़ा वेले को देखा भर दिया दूसरे जगह से.
apart from a Viper wall and sometimes that
spit.
Backside वाला help ही नहीं कर सकता, backside पे wall रहता है और blind रहता
little
है.
stall, and both a Yorn teleporting across and a Waylay
भाई वो
jumping
लोग
over
को
it
over
can
aggressive
ignore
खेल के
that
fights
Viper
करना
utility.
पड़ेगा.
The only honest piece of utility you have to stop that hit from coming in is the KO knife. So
वही
Ethan
करना
needs to stop
पड़ेगा.
using that, I think, for information, to use that to stall out hits.
Yeah. Or
Heavy
what, just
flanks,
start
heavy
ignoring the
forward
Waylay,
खेलने
dashing
का
onto the
और
site,
कोई
because you know
option
the
नहीं
real
है.
threat is the Yoru behind you.
Yeah, except
I mean,
the one time you ignore Waylay
Right,
is
of
when
course.
Hyunmin's going to sit in there and punish you for it.
Right.
I think another idea for NRG, like we saw in the last round with the step into A main from Mata, could be take forward space. You see B main right now, they've got two players creeping forward. Now, this isn't going to matter in this round where NRG have two guns and DRX are headed towards A, but these are the types of ideas you can start weaving in there to disrupt DRX.
That was one of the guns. Mata had a rifle.
Free fire खाया बे.
NRG, look, they've flatlined.
Free fire खाया. Nice one, ना Hyunmin, nice
No
one.
signs of life. Who's the spark? It's not Scuba either. As DRX, particularly women, just continues to push forward. Just continues, just body bags, toe tags him, and he just does whatever he wants.
Thoughts on not fixing? कौन सा क्या fixing
It's just
भाई?
wild watching this. You know, we come where we've watched NRG play this map so many times in Americas. Usually they're the squad that's doing what DRX are doing right now. Just knocking you sideways. And well, now Green playing with his food right behind him. Can take two to finish it off with a flawless round.
A shell of the team we saw the first week. Meanwhile, DRX putting the rest of the field on notice.
Heavy strat diff हो रहा है.
The way I see it, Doug,
वो लोग एनर्जी को ऐसे एंगल्स पे पुश कर रहे हैं.
NRG have really
जहाँ पे वो लोग सिर्फ क्लियर कर रहे हैं.
coming into these future rounds. Bonker is going to
वो
be
लोग
calling
को
a
पता है वो
timeout,
लोग कहाँ
trying
से
to
खेलने वाले हैं.
adjust here. And two of them I've talked about. I think A, you can try to take that forward fight in mains, set up there so that the scrap is going to be in the main where you're not so concerned about that set piece of Waylay diving above you and that teleport in behind. The second one is you play on site, but Ethan has to be way more mindful of when his knife is up.
मैं जल्दी आने का ट्राई करूँगा.
Interrupt the hit, and you've got to have bodies behind that to fight. And the other one is, and this is the Hail Mary, you need to try and start blowing up the middle of the map, threatening on flanks. You give them the sight, but you make the round state so chaotic that it sort of forces DRX to keep fighting forward, and in that chaos, try to win.
And which is kind of what they were doing on Haven, if I'm not
Lag
mistaken. I mean, they reverted to this retake approach on sites.
It was the last two rounds of the half where they pushed out through B out of mid. They pushed
Right.
out A1. Those rounds did go well for NRG, so it wouldn't shock me to see them try to incorporate something similar, at least in the next few rounds.
And so what is the answer for the number 2 seed from the Americas region?
Third किसका pick है
What are
समझ
the
में नहीं आ रहा
adjustments
है.
on the other side of this timeout?
क्या गलत counter क्या
Because for DRX, the pace has been unyielding, unrelenting.
एनर्जी का कमबैक अप स्टोरी यही है. अगर ये राउंड जीत गया और नेक्स्ट राउंड जीत गया तो कुछ कर सकता है. क्यों अल्टी आ जाएंगे बाकी लोग.
NRG have been defaulting this knife down bottom mid at the start of rounds.
कमबैक करना है तो this is the perfect round.
It's a real deep smoke in B main that DRX just had to use a dog to clear, scared of the early aggression B main, like
there was even a flash tossed over the top of B there into main. So NRG are showing a lot of force towards the B main side. They're not actually in there, but it's done enough to push DRX the other way. Although, that being said, that doesn't really change the outcome of events for NRG. DRX have been very successful on these A-pops anyways.
And so they freeze, they cut noise, they gather up, and then they just explode out onto the site. That seems like that'll be approach for DRX here.
As the split comes into A, I wonder if it's going to be difficult for Mata to quickly pinch into A.
Only 2 on site. The dart's not going to do a ton. They try to cancel out on the other side. Odin gets a little bit, but Bane gets more. And now they can call off the site if they want to rotate away. It's just going to be on top.
Left side here. Now Bane is low HP, but he's going to be the bait for DRX. Tom needs 2 here to give NRG a chance.
There's his 1. How much more can he do? 2, 3!
Oh,
and all of a sudden, they're up in numbers. Women should be able to get the spike down, though. And now left in a 1v2. He has been a demon.
Almost.
But this time, he falls. NRG, they get on the board.
That is just a solid round there through and through for NRG. They were outplayed through the round.
खत्म था ये round.
Sam's dealing with flashes from his teammates too. It's a little bit funny, but I mean, apart from this spam kill that Brock had,
क्या दर्द reveal था ये?
it's just Sam. Because you have to remember, Bane was left sitting in mid. He killed 2 players that were rotating over for NRG.
Bro, गलत मारा करके round जीता है
Mid
बे.
control the fast flood into A, but between the Viper wall and the location Bane was in,
Come
that was very
on.
difficult.
And so
by
next hit was
2025.
NRG get on the board. We saw the problems with the Odin. Ethan's got his ult here, light armor on everyone.
Where are you? Marked one.
And DRX not playing fast. Same smoke as we talked about in the previous round, though, that aggressive B main smoke.
Yep. Trying to step up into mid behind the knife, trying to step up behind the smoke in B main, or at least threaten it. That said, this time DRX are positioned to try and re-clear into B main and figure out exactly how NRG have been holding it. I mean, it's wild that NRG have committed yet
भाई वो लोग
another
अपना
smoke
pace
into
वो कर
main.
रहे हैं बे. DRX.
But I mean, those two smokes
खेल
alone,
रहे हैं
and that
bro
tells me
energy
that
के
the
साथ.
approach on the other side of the timeout was to
बस
deny
अभी
space.
Ethan का ult beat
And
ना दे.
ultimately, over on the A side of the map, you don't need those Omen smokes when you can just toss up a Viper wall of your own.
Third Omen smoke B main.
And now the re-clear will come. But you have to keep in mind, Hyunmin and Bane both with the ultimates. They can overwhelm the site, so the positions of NRG are not to really fight it out here. Instead, it's to play back into heaven and then try to retake with Ethan's own ult.
Flash.
Assuming he stays alive, Mata has to keep him up.
Ring
Just
को
waiting on
पता
the
है.
other side of the wall. It's going to be a quick draw. It goes down.
और you.
Mata spots the shoulders, fights into the swing, gets the best of flashback, gets freeing to.
Oh, वो लोग ने commit
Now
किया
the ult
मैंने
hits
यार.
out onto the side. The paranoia should buy a little bit of time. The defenses of NRG looking to stand strong, looking to hold.
And look at this, Doug. Mata quickly on the flank through mid with only 12 seconds left on the clock. NRG are moving in.
Flash over the top. TRX through, Mata with 3 on the round, make that 4. Looking for the
आया?
ace, and Mata.
Ace बोलते. Chat रुक जाओ 1 minute. Documents आए.
Welcome to the big stage, Mata. Smile on his face. He is no stranger to the ace. 10 domestically in his first year in Americas. And now here, just thriving in the chaos.
That's another one. That's another one.
He's just racking them up. Bands on bands.
Fast A for DRX here. What a utility over top. The eye cleared out. The wall is there.
Yeah, I think
And
we're gonna.
so is Mata.
I think we're gonna eventually end up seeing Mako enter the back lines with his ultimate. Comboed with the Nightfall, that can be extremely disruptive. Once you're denied the audio, you have no idea where that Omen goes. You don't even know he ulted.
So with 3 here, it looks like they just picked up the orb and rotated away.
Yeah, now they've got the Your ult as well.
And Freeing's one off of the pit.
Yeah, DRX can just do a bit of bullying here. They have higher tempo on those ults than NRG, who are 1 and 2 off of Brock and Scuba respectively. But they've got a good 3 hold here on NRG's side.
माड़ा ने क्या ace मारा बे?
Yeah, in the face of these
No
ults,
comeback?
that's a different
नहीं comeback हो
beast.
सकता
DRX
है.
continue to
मैं
push
बोला
NRG
alt
to spots
rotations
where they
अच्छा है अभी ये
have to
लोग का.
respond.
Typically,
Energy का.
Hyunmin's been diving to the left side here into Yard.
Huh?
That's where Mata's going to be
Mada
playing
ne
to
ace
see if he can take the 1v1 against the
Ace.
other way. Like,
Flashback, taking
तो
all
एक
of
गेम
this
में
space and
करते हैं,
elbow,
एक
getting
round में
all
क्या?
the info that he possibly can, and there's Women not far off.
एक हफ्ते में करते हैं.
You mentioned the Nightfall. It's actually a TP coming through from Sam.
30 seconds
As Mata
left.
waits for the challenge, waits for the swing. TP proc, the fight's there, and it's Flashback who comes out on top.
हटा.
Scuba's gonna try to do a bit of the same on the other side of the smoke. Double face on the
Scuba
other
के 2
side.
kills है
Vids
chat.
patiently waiting. They swing, they get his. But Brock with the Odin also
भाई
fumbles.
Bane.
Gets us one, and now the ult pop. 10 seconds left. The spike still goes down. This is a dangerous spot. Manages to stay alive.
भाई Bane.
With the Odin, what can he do to take this back?
Pinky Bane.
One of the newest additions to the team. Again,
देखा
has to play
तूने?
savior for NRG. And DRX have been so airtight, so rock steady.
क्या सीन बे?
Brock creeping forward, looking for a fight.
ये कौन सा रिवील है
Slowly
अभी?
inch his way up, a tap of the spike. That eye's not going to
Hug
attack him.
दिया.
Brock's going to stick it. Oh, he had a shot. Gets down to 1v1. Freeing's on the challenge, and it was
Bye.
a tap
W.
at just the wrong time.
भाई Bane अब उसका वो दिखा रिप्ले. बेन का रिप्ले चाहिए. अगर नहीं दिखाया ना अंडी मटी रिप्ले सिस्टम बंद कर दूंगा मैं.
Caught on the most brutal timing of all time. And again, it's just carving up this A site. Bane just lethal with it. 3 kills on the approach from Yard.
Yeah.
Post plant. The actual site holds for NRG continue to just be paper.
Toxins going up.
DRX. And the only real
That
response for
लगे
NRG has been
energy के.
threatening B main over
सारा
and over again.
waste हो गया.
I mean, DRX are like, okay, sure, we'll just keep going A because he can't hold that side.
क्या ये लोग मिड में ना बक्सीदी करके मिड टू भी जाएंगे ये लोग.
Has the TP procced. Jump spots that again. Gets away. Whew, risky, but they're chasing him down. Brock tries to fill in on the space. Spam coming through. The most uncomfortable position, and eventually the spam connects.
And at the same time, Mako from the shadows into the back line now. DRX surrounding NRG on this A site. Som does well to shut him down.
The op, just off the mark, flashed up.
भाई क्या
The openers, they get the site. They get the space.
क्या खेल रहे हैं?
Catch Scuba too.
लग गए.
Saw him.
उसको पता है राइट में.
What?
Oh no. What happened there? Freeing misplays that horribly. And now they're going to rotate back onto B, and the defenses are going to be there first.
Yeah, he expected Scuba to keep on walking forward now. All of a sudden, it's a bit of a mess. 30 seconds left on the clock. Scuba still has a molly, has the wall.
And Mata has an op and will have the line. There it is! The collat! On to 2! Scuba gets the last!
NRG gets a 3! भाई कैसे उसको नहीं पता चला?
Mata playing with the crowd as well.
And they respond.
I mean, sure.
Huh?
Take every lucky break you can get. Still have no idea what just happened there in mid. That was wild. The start of this round was such a disaster too. Brock getting spammed away. Taste of his own medicine, but through Hyunmin's hand and into Flashback's chest. That collat.
कैसे जीत रहे पता नहीं. एनर्जी कमबैक हो गया लेकिन.
Wins the round for NRG.
Yes, man. Yes.
अभी कमबैक हो गया बे.
So maybe Mata is the spark after all. 9 and 6 still has the op in play, and DRX's attack side has slowed down. Not just in the rounds they're winning, but in the pace they're pushing. As Mata gets another opener.
The pug.
First time ever, DRX's econ broken, but not in Hyunmin's hands.
No.
In and out, an assassin.
They're going to push behind the stone. Sam's ready for it. Mako a bit too far up. Still a couple of rifles to play on the side of DRX.
Oh shit.
The flash is brutal.
60 HP. But Sam swings, gets 3.
Oi. Oi.
31 HP.
भाई भड़क गए बे.
How in the world does he do this? I don't think he can. NRG gets a 4, and all of a sudden,
भड़क गए बे.
yeah, they might have a shot at this thing.
Hey, take this next round, then I'll start believing it.
Tom रात को मार रहा है.
At NRG, you can see a bit of the excitement on stage. And even just Mata there after playing up with the crowd. Feeling the hype going for the early peek down into mid. That has been severely lacking so far today.
घर से काम होता है.
डीले में जी रही हूँ मैं. माफ करे चैट, माफ करे, माफ करे. मेरे को लगा सोमवार है.
It's not even. It seems
Hey,
to me like it's
भाई
not even like they're still
सोमवार
trying
का
to do it,
व्रत.
and NRG have been able to navigate around it and find a way to beat the good against good. Seems like
खाने के बाद से
DRX's
चालू
approach
हुआ.
has changed.
Yeah, they've started to add some more layers. You saw that in the round prior to this one where they tried to go for that A split and the lurk was just a bit of a disaster. They call out of it.
Poco,
So I
if
think
this
they're trying
game
to not be
goes
so
2-0, then 10 minutes
for
you have to
NRG,
chat.
where I'm not sure they
I have to do the
necessarily
document
need
call.
to do that.
Right.
You know,
Ready?
this last round, it's
And
an
then you
ego,
can
you
sleep.
ignore it, whatever, it's no
Okay.
big deal. But at the end of the day, you just look at your scoreboard and, well, you're going to have a
ये
fatal,
वाला
you're gonna have
माल
a waylay. Oh,
chat
like,
को भी
let's just
चाहिए.
hit a site.
कौन सा वाला
And
बे?
NRG have not
कोई नहीं,
proven
पूरा दिन
that they're
घर
able
पे
to
रहो.
hold that site outside
काम
of what
करो.
we literally just saw. And
कैलेंडर
रखो.
you know?
वॉच ना रखो.
If it ain't broke. But DRX decided to make changes anyway. Maybe they go back to the tried and true on the other side of this timeout.
दोनों पति
We near the end of the first half.
पत्नी भाई नहीं भाई नहीं
It's a
अपन.
bit peculiar to me that Mata has an
We are
outlaw in his
bidus.
inventory. You can see DRX with enough money to force up into heavy armors and rifles.
बाल क्यों नहीं उठ
It's only Flashback that's vulnerable.
Note here, the 3 ults on the side of the attack too. There's Mada with that out.
Haters.
Looking for a challenge, will not find one early on. And now look at the
क्या सीन है? अभी वो लोग को पता है कि ऑपर है
मिड में.
It's an A instead, right? That one going onto that side. I don't know how to draw.
वो लोग वापस B execute करेंगे क्या?
I think what DRX have spoken about in the timeouts, they're inclined to believe that NRG are filling into some of the space, taking forward space in main, so they were holding for a mid walk.
Bro, मैं नहीं देख सकता. माड़ा का ult है.
Regroup, test into B where
जैसे B execute होगा माड़ा ult मारेगा.
So much attention early, but that's again an early KO knife that doesn't give good information, and now eats up all their stall.
माड़ा ult मारने वाला है chat.
Right off timings. Scuba has tucked. And he was a menace from this exact position for NRG in their previous series. Tucked behind the wall, he's gonna get another one, isn't he? Finds flashback, trigger discipline, but no. Fires a little bit too early. He gets one, but DRX take the site.
30 seconds left.
It's a little bit delayed, a little bit of hesitation.
Almost.
The outcome's the same.
कैसे जीते ये fight? कैसे? DRX कैसे जीती ये
fight? Spend a long time thinking about that round. Had a chance to be the dagger in the back of DRX, but now that responsibility moves to Mada and Brock. And the weaponry just isn't really there.
Fade का read देखो chat, fade का read देखो.
Full HP Bane in main.
Bane बोलते पाँच से.
But Bane is there waiting, as you mentioned.
Brock ने अगर ये round निकाला,
he's got the Odin. He'll get one. Dropping into the pit, forced to take the fight. And it's just not when you're going to win there.
And that's wild too, because I think Scuba's having an incredible tournament. Like, even in the tough halves that NRG played in their opening series, even in the loss in that first map, Scuba's been pretty lights out. But he missed his chance to get the first kill. Amazingly, still turns around and gets one guy before being taken down. But he was being asked for a whole lot more in a position like that. He just couldn't deliver in the heat of the moment.
And it was, again, off of the unyielding, fully send out onto site for DRX. So they go back to their tried and true and it nets them another round win.
Yeah, we're going to close out this half with another Your ult. I believe that's 3 now.
And it's going to be another B hit, I think. I mean, they're gathering up.
Language, Arpit bhai.
Scuba's jump spotting, but that's danger because you've got Waylay who's going to double dive onto you. And then what? But he takes a step back, pushes off the line.
Does not have knife. NRG eat up some of the gas, and it's time to go into this site. No info on Scuba.
Yeah. Flashback only spotting one. Ethan now 2, TP's out. And it's Mako who fills in. But they're stalling out onto the site. The Parano's going to buy a little bit of time once again. Scuba can play spoiler. Once again, Scuba can deliver. And he does.
Scuba.
Onto the third, but of course.
भाई उनने दो मार दिए भाई.
Now Mod is here on the flank.
भाई Mada OP. Can we have Mada OP in the chat? Can we have Mada OP in the chat?
Trying to get the spike down. He spotted him.
Can we have Mada OP in the chat?
Shot patience with it right on the mark. And it's going to be him in a 1v2. He's going to be able to get his ones as well, isn't he?
Mada OP.
Odin on the other side, and it's Mada that closes it out. NRG salvage 5 on a half that felt like
NRG ने 5 round निकाला मजा आ गया बे.
Breath of life at the end there for NRG, but every single round felt like it.
क्या on कर रही हो?
Multiple things to go perfectly well. This game has delivered so far, but if we're going to see a map 3, NRG need to show up. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
30 seconds.
हाँ? अरे वो बेचारा घर पे आके डॉक्यूमेंट्स लेके जा रहा है. लगता है आज स्ट्रीम जल्दी बंद होगी. क्या है भाई? शूटिंग म्यूजिक पे क्या लगता है चैट? कर सकते हैं क्या DRX 2-0 मजा आएगा रे
तेरे पास मेरा फोटोज है क्या
नहीं
टीम लैब्स से
नहीं
देखना था यार थोड़ा
आईफोन में रहेगा
स्टार्टिंग इसमें
हो सकता है पंको एक बहुत बड़ा अनीम बैटल होने वाला है मेंबर्स ओनली वन पीस का अनीम बैटल आर यू इंटरेस्टेड इन अनबॉक्सिंग दोस
या
Yeah, they say history has a tendency to repeat itself, and for DRX, it feels a bit more like fate here on the global stage, as they're once again pushing their way out of group stage into the playoff stage. They're up 2 rounds on NRG. Christian, we'll take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. A lot of it was off of the backs of Flashback. He was insane.
DRX have never failed to make it out of groups, and Flashback is trying to make that a certainty here in 2025. You got to remember, he's stepped into the secondary duelist role with the team and has been lights out on the Ori. You think back to how many rounds it was just him winning it out with the pistol, having 3 kills on that one, to having 3 ultimates in the opening half. He was just a force to be reckoned with.
And, you know, we don't give a ton of love to him in there because his job kind of sucks. He has to go in, he draws crosshairs, sometimes he gets picked, other times he's able to get away. But I think without him in doing that for Flashback, I don't know that he finds that same success. DRX seem to have perfected this comp.
They absolutely have, but on the defense side of things, the approach has to change a little bit, as we saw back on Hades.
Big Mom.
They were fighting forward a lot. Fighting down multiple lanes at the same time, but also being so quick on the retakes, flooding into sight, denying the plant from going down.
ठीक है थोड़ा बहुत
What do
पता
they have in store for us here this time?
Chance by language.
All right, with Flash up high, the wall will go through. 2 members of the defense here. Flashback not far off. There's a double dash from Mata out onto the site. They've gotten the space, but now what?
The fight forward into elbow. That's the idea for NRG.
ओए सीढ़ी पुश कर रहे हैं
They're not even concerned about getting it down. They want to take this fight all the way up. And Freem jumps down from heaven, gets the best of
Woo! क्या हो रहा है सब लोग सब जगह क्यों लड़ रहे हैं
What a chaotic pistol. And as the dust settles, Bane is left in 1v4, trying to spam through the smoke, trying to get a free
come back
one.
Anirudh bhai thank you for the membership language Ronaldo
Such a wild
जीत
approach.
गया
So
भाई
clever.
वेले मेटा है
The
bro
thing is, NRG know that DRX are going to love to fast flood back
वेले
into
मेटा
the
है
site through mid.
वेले
So what
मेटा
do they
है
do? They fight elbow, claim heaven control for themselves, and then pinch back down onto the site.
So
It's like
it
they
will
were the
be
ones that were actually
4 of
playing
us.
defense.
Sure.
And DRX were running a
Adi.
B split on them. It was really cool.
can say
Even though
अच्छे cards
Mata
दिखा
dropped early on into that play, I don't think DRX had any clue how to react.
तो तू और आधे opponent
All smiles as NRG win their first pistol of the series.
हाँ
They can do
तू और
it.
आधे एक टीम में
I mean, it desperately needed one too. And it looks like they're back to picking on B main.
Pretty reserved buy for them as well. They want to give DRX a bit of taste of their own medicine too, with nice pathing, diving up onto the box. I don't know about that one, Mata.
Unfortunate timing there.
डैमेज दे पाएंगे क्या
Manages to
देखने
stay
का मेरे
alive.
को
There's the
दिया
swing on Bane. Bullet between his eyes, and all of a sudden the defense gets
भाई
a
वो
little
लोग
bit
ने
lighter, a little bit weaker.
नॉर्मल बाई किया टॉम को क्या हो गया
You want to
भाई
get out of this as cleanly as you can. That's one Guardian down.
ओए
All
ओए
you've got left is the Vandal.
हेलो
They cannot
Good
afford this.
damage
The
हो गया
disaster
ये
that this would be. They've got to find a way to convert here. And DRX are ripping this out of their hands. Mako gets 3.
जल्दी
Brock left in a 1v2.
मेरे को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा
Whispers of nightmare creep over their shoulder as DRX snatches it away.
I don't know if they're still going to be smiling, Doug. It looks awfully quiet down on that stage. At least in the NRG camp.
टॉम ने दो
Again, that
इतने
same idea,
पाप
fighting
शॉट
up
मारे
this
वो लोग
time,
हार गए
getting in there.
भाई काउंटर स्लो ओपी था भाई काउंटर स्लो ओपी था और ये जो मार्को ने वन टैप दिया ना क्रेजी काउंटर स्टन ओपी यूनमिन दैट वाज ओपी यूनमिन यूनमिन आवाज आ रहा है हेलो 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 यूनमिन आवाज आ रहा है तो दैट वाज ओपी आवाज आ रहा है क्या
NRG have to win this round. The econ is shattered.
Pacey towards A paranoia to pave the way for Mata.
वो क्या reveal था
Trying to
बे?
get Mata up into link here. He actually has to dive away. The threat of the Prowler on his heel.
They're fully faking this
Sorry,
hit.
sorry.
A flash over the top.
Garba, thank you for the
They're not
membership.
fighting. They still have
मैं
mid
देख रहा
control.
था
DRX
इनका
just
आवाज आ
delay.
रही थी.
Mako is still waiting by elbow. Right on the other side of this wall.
And Yunmin here. There's Mako. Som gets the best of him.
He says by Som duelist निकला बे.
But there's still threat on the other side of this smoke. Yunmin creeping forward. Swings a bit
Lutin डाल के
aggressively.
क्यों नहीं घुसा वो?
Ambitious perhaps and pays for it.
And that was a very signature NRG round. They are great at freezing after they've made a lot of space, especially onto the A site. See DRX a little bit uncomfortable. How to deal with that once NRG went quiet, although now Bane finding that opener, right back in things.
4v3, the spike is down. A couple of members on the side of NRG are
This
weak.
mid-fight.
Oh my
DRX,
god.
And all of a sudden, becomes a bit more problematic. Again, look at the health bars on the side of NRG. Time is so short though, and I think they're calling the save.
One tap बोलते.
Yeah, Fring's not trying to play the round.
Oh,
I mean, credit to NRG
fuck,
there.
comeback हो गया.
Being able
Energy.
to find their way onto the A site. You think about things, because they had lost the previous round. If they lose this one, that's only 2 losses in a row.
Intense.
It's a very different situation than if they'd lost the pistol as well. They'd be maxed out on the loss bonus. No, instead, NRG would have had absolutely nothing. This was a critical one for them.
I think Yunmin का round था रे.
Disaster.
Yep. And there's going to continue to be many of these critical rounds as we move forward here. Those rounds
that can
that'll
go wrong is gonna go wrong today. Everything that can go wrong will.
And it sort of has been so far.
See the buy for DRX. It's not great. 2 rifles. Pace out of A though. This is a cheeky little setup, and they're rewarded for it. Scuba gets caught asleep at the
इधर
wheel.
तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है.
That's what our NRG do. Force up into mid, but this hold from flashback is perfect.
Beautiful off angle. Remember, this buy was not great. Remember, they only had 2 rifles. They've already gotten 2 picks and flashbacks getting another.
Flashback.
And so once again, the Thrifty from a couple of rounds ago rears its ugly head. NRG are trying to push their way back out onto the site, but it's another nightmare. It's a flawless round as DRX punch back.
यार ये गेम
Have a little bit
मैं
extra weight
बोला
behind
था
them.
बे कमबैक नहीं हुआ मैं बोला था.
He said that after a win, but he's feeling it after a loss.
चैट ये लाइनअप सीखना पड़ेगा. चैट ये लाइनअप सीखना पड़ेगा चैट.
Caught out by the saturate, trying to jump away. There's no way you're escaping from Yunmin.
Sit broadcast एक सेकंड ना देखते
Continues
थे.
to be a problem for NRG.
Wow. They continue to just try and force round after round down to nothing. 2 stingers
Crazy.
in the inventory.
Flash over the top, Paranoia. NRG looking to give him a bit of their own medicine. An aggressive hit towards A, but they stall
Omen
out
mara.
and Som gets caught. Sticks to TP. And overstays his welcome. And they haven't gotten out of the sight. The spike hits the ground. Traded back though, and they're in a position where they can recover it. They're in a position where they can play around it.
It's all going to come down to this fight for freeing.
Yeah, DRX with
पूरा
the
round
advantage.
वाइपर पे.
And there's nothing really to check it. They have to face hold this if you're NRG, and they're not.
भाई उनका वाइपर
And so
मरा
they huddle
अभी.
up. They continue to push further and further into the site.
ओ
Try to play around
भाई
the
उनका
advantages
वाइपर
they
मर गया
have.
अभी.
But the
अयो.
gun barrel keeps
लोले लग
Scuba
गए.
away. Freeing gets the pick. And now they're going to be able to pop the ult too. That's going to make this so much messier. Bane and Mako.
Sound आ रहा है
The
वो
only
लोग
2 left out onto the site, swinging around at top of the spike. Mada and Brock repositioning, looking to take this fight
Nice
somewhere else.
try,
As Mada
Ray.
does. Bane into the swing.
Bye,
Mada
Mada.
gets 3. And NRG get away with the
Comeback
round.
bro.
That's a great post plant there from Mata. The reposition out of elbow.
Heavy comeback bro.
From his spot too, he can see that spike taking down.
Sit broadcast देखा crazy था.
Flashback had just teleported over into deep A, so he's holding. Here's the Omen ult and shakes it down.
Enemy remaining.
But yeah, from where Mata
भाई
is,
क्या
he doesn't have
चल
to
रहा है
actually
भाई माड़ा
knock or
मूड
Bane
में.
or anyone. You can see whether or not that's
माड़ा मूड में है ब्रो. मूड में बंदा.
An outlaw for flashback.
1911 भाई.
Currently up across the middle of the map.
Impact ऐसे जैसे 30 kill मारे bench.
Yeah, funky
Which team you
there.
are supporting? Energy.
Smoke being dropped there into B
कितना
main.
sexy खेल रहा है.
Threatens a pop out on either side. Knife pushed away anyone near on the other side, so
DRX are going to commit 3 players towards B early on into the round. This could be a situation where Flashback just pops the Aura ult into mid-round for information. Very likely. Especially if NRG keep winding down the clock.
Here. Dog clearing out B main early on. You see Freeing taking some of that space. Saw him just far off that line.
क्या लगता है क्लियर होएगा क्या?
They're going to rotate back into this.
Again, आवाज आया वाइपर को.
But he is alone.
वाइपर का आवाज आया चैट.
Meanwhile,
वाइपर का आवाज आया.
Freeing, realizing he's in a position to make a play, gets his one. That's all it is. And now it's on Bane who's going to be challenged. Flashback has joined. Saw him TPing forward right into his death.
Bane बोलते.
As Bane's there to beat him, gets another. Not able to connect on the third, and there is the outlaw. Flashback connects. Brock in the face of 3. Cannot convert. DRX get to double digits.
DRX
बोला था कि नहीं किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा था मैंने क्या बोला था अभी एक बार अपना ग्रिबान के अंदर ऐसा रिक्वेस्ट सिस्टम देखो एक बार मैंने क्या बोला था ऐसा करके एक बार ऐसा करो और देखो मैंने क्या बोला था
What better than Bane from that position? That was just class.
Yeah, well, I mean, also fully Flash getting the kill, like.
ये कौन सी DRX है बे?
Sometimes you play Valorant, sometimes Valorant plays you, man. I don't know.
Not much you can ask for in that spot.
फिर से broadcast देखो वापस देखो.
So a timeout called from NRG. Down this tip the timeline. It's actually insane. They've traded flows every single round this half.
Yeah, got back and forth, but it has felt like it's been DRX seizing those rounds away from NRG,
yeah,
right?
Agreed,
That second round, round 16 as well, rounds that NRG were in good positions to win, and just through individual moments of brilliance, a good general game plan from DRX.
Energy is good, don't jinx energy. Excuse me?
That's exactly what Blancard is in a position to have to do and have to deliver
I
for
think
his
I'm minus 50.
And so on the other side of the timeout, see the purchase not great for the attack. A Vandal, a Stinger.
All Pacific team needs to win final on champions. बोलता मैं बात
करता हूँ. To get to 11 and then the game will really start. But we'll see. We've seen a couple of silly rounds
DRX
so far.
तो crazy लग रहा है bro.
This is going to be fast into mid. It looks like the paranoia, the double dash off the knife to take a challenge. They continue to ask Mata to deliver, and they're giving him the tools to do it.
Yeah, so often he's just dropped back though, and with Ethan dropping out of the round, this one is cooked.
Well, Murphy's Law striking again.
Oh, then.
I mean, Scuba said it, and honestly, with how this has gone, I am inclined to agree, but also nothing to take away from DRX here. They've played so damn well.
I mean, it's just been amazing seeing Flashback perform at such a high level on the duelist role. You know, if you're watching
energy को info ही नहीं लेने दे रहे बे jump pack clip part से.
Senti for the team was still putting up
insane
major numbers, yeah. But it just feels like he's been so freed up to go for the plays he wants to go for and give himself some of that agency with the flashes to take those
तीन
fights.
बंदे B पे, तीन बंदे A पे भाई.
Yoru or Neon.
क्या करेंगे ये लोग पता नहीं. Crazy.
Interesting using the Nightfall.
Yeah. I think we thought it was a B split coming in.
Yeah. On the timing, which makes sense, and they're still hedging their bets. You still have Flashback rotating. You still have Bane and Mako A. It's still a flawless round for DRX.
बिना देखे पिले गए. तीन बंदे.
All right. It is now do or die.
तीन बंदे.
They've got a buy. They've got ults. They've got Brock Zoden.
बिना दिखे.
And for a team that is filled with so many rookies, now Ethan and Sam, they've got the experience. But a guy like Mata, he came into the league, tore up the leaderboard.
They might try to pick on Scuba again.
Man
had trouble written all over it. And so off of that, the response is they try to speed up B off of Ethan's ult. Mata TP's forward, spams into the smoke, gets one. You mentioned this was do or die. They have to find a way through, but Flashback hits where it hurts into the second. Brock falls, tucks back, looks for another fight, and it's Freeing who joins in on the fray.
सर पे गिरा है वो.
Binks slow down into a 2v2 with the pit. Actually, forget about slowing down. They want to continue to push the pace. Ethan will drop a volley to provide a little bit of cover, provide a little bit of space. Dropping down from over the box. Ethan is there to greet. Mako left in a 1v2. Decay down to next to nothing. Ethan gets 4. NRG gets 9.
Viper ने बचाया. Viper ने बचाया.
Round there from the newer IGL.
Viper ने बचाया बे. I think energy is back, chat.
Led his team to the best finish all year. Revived this roster. And also can put up rounds like that.
Almost 2 बंदे को ले गया था वो.
4 kills for him. And all of a sudden that spark has been ignited for NRG.
And that spark has been there a few times, but every
सबका
time
बीट चल रहा है बे.
snuff it
सबका
out, they
बीट ही चल
squelch
रहा है
it.
chat.
And so can they do it again?
Well, we're just back to the B site. NRG want to get in and get in quick.
A barrage of utility soars into the site. And then they TP back out, finding out that nobody's home. But DRX are there, they're knocking on the door, they're waiting to flood.
Nowhere to run.
And that might just be the cue. If they can find space around it. Brock pops his ult. No target found. But
Oh yeah, man!
Too far, there's Windman, but Mod is there to greet him. Outlaw not connecting. Just off the mark. It's all on to Mako now. A 1v2 and a winnable one. Paranoia will buy a little bit of time. NRG slow things down. Mako, can you pull this one off?
Spike planted.
Quietly put in a position to play spoiler. Such a tenured player, historic. And again, thrust into a spot to be iconic once more. Mako playing up in heaven. Looking for a fight. And it's not being given to him now. Getting active. And Mada is the one who stops it. NRG gets a double digits.
Finally, NRG put 2 rounds together.
Mada OP bro.
Eluding them in this half, and they go back to the pistol strats to do
Ben ne
it.
crazy
This
mara
fight into
tha.
elbow seems to be something they love, even if it is close.
Mada ने जो बचा है ना.
Wow. A lot of covering his teammate.
Mada ने जो बचा है.
Good job, Adam. Good job.
Bye hey.
Go back to this idea.
Hey.
A guy like Scuba
Time out आएगा अभी लग रहा है.
can be so good back on the Americas stage. You know, you can be a great player in Americas. but you
Energy
don't enter
देगा
that-
ये मैप
you don't
energy
enter
को
that
जीतना चाहिए
conversation of
भाई.
superstar for a guy
जिस
like
हिसाब
Mada,
से
taking
माड़ा
over
खेल रहा है ना.
back at home.
और
Until
फॉर्म
you
खेल रहा
show
है.
up on that global stage. You can't afford to peter out. You can't afford to have those bad maps.
No
And I think
sound,
Mada
no
has
sound.
continued to deliver here in Paris.
22 and 14. All right, Scuba's another one who's been real big, but flashback.
Chat 5000 लोग देख रहे हैं. हल्का सा स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो मेरी जान. जोड़े 8K लाइक्स हो सकते हैं पट से.
Winning back-to-back rounds. DRX win 2 of their own, and NRG are able to respond.
Valor होगा इसके बाद.
You know, this does feel like 2 heavyweights trading blows.
Absolutely. And DRX, they're not in a tough
देख
position
सीधा तो
financially
मेरे
or
दो
anything like
पिक
that. They're going
होंगे.
to continue to have buys here. What I'm really looking at is Flashback's ultimate. You think about the last time he used it, it actually kind of petered out. He tried to use it for mid-round information the same time NRG were popping an exec onto the B site. The timing there has to be a little bit better, and, well, he's switched over.
आए सिद्धार्थ कुरकुर भाई को अभी समझा.
Carving NRG up with the Outlaw.
शर्म
I can
करो
only
सिद्धार्थ
imagine what
कुरकुरे
he's gonna
भाई.
do with that weapon.
Oh, we won't have to imagine for long. He's going to have this aggressive A line.
जब आया था हल्का लाइक किया था वापस करो. नहीं एक ही बार करो यार ऐसा मत करो.
And he's been taking the Outlaw to mid more often than not. The A-line might be a bit of a surprise.
Inman here might be too, but that knife will tag. They're going to try to split out onto B. The Paranoia will provide a little cover, but he didn't get tagged, and so it's traded back, and Mako's there.
एक बंदा दिखा उसको.
So all of a sudden, this hit starts to stall out.
Where
starts
is
to
Scuba
lose a little
going?
bite. Yeah, and Scuba's gone exploring with the spike. He
Bio
cannot get
spot हो
caught
गया
here.
mostly.
It's so major that Flashback doesn't find him. Scuba has a chance to pop a timing that DRX have no clue could happen.
And also, if he falls
Oh,
with the spike,
shit.
the round might be over. I mean, this is playing on a knife's edge.
There's only one guy left on the site. Freeing has to fall for NRG to win this. There's no way the timings!
He turns, he spots them. Freeing falls, and now the site is theirs. However, Flashback has arrived. Switching over to a Phantom. 3 more targets waiting as the flank shows up from Bane a little bit further away. But should arrive just on time. NRG looking to tie us up. Looking to potentially take us to Lotus. But DRX in a spot.
The blue base, Kuba.
Flashback into 1v3. 23 and 15 so far. And we'll need 3 more to pull this one off. That's his one, but 30 HP. The possibility, the opportunity, it dwindles, it fades away. And with that, Flashback takes a step back. He's saving the gun, he's getting out. NRG will tie us up.
The presence of mind there from Scuba. After the disaster that happened in mid for NRG, to gamble it up into spawn. I mean, that is as risky a play as you can make, right? That is a play that you will get laughed at forever. If you die with that spike in spawn, there's no way to recover that. The round is over. But sometimes, desperate times call for desperate measures. That's exactly what was asked of Scuba. And it was that decision that won it for NRG.
Enemy remaining.
It's a fine line between infamy and and something much greater. And but alas, they avoid that disaster. They tie us up at 11.
और DRX से push नहीं रख सकता.
Flashback has the op. We talked about it. And look at where he's posted up right now. Look at where NRG is. They're going right into the teeth of it. Immediately flashed. Immediately pushed back. And now they're going to speed up.
घुस गए. मारा ult मारेगा
अभी अंदर. Flashback strikes.
Almost ult मार
He's going
दिया
to double dip. He's sticking around, has no choice, digs his heels in. Connects onto Ethan and Bane is here. Flashback gets another. Only one way through and that's forward for Flashback. He's gonna pop the flash, shorty in hand. A second set of Bane pushes it out and pays for it with his life.
Energy avoid that mess. What the fuck?
Look at their health bars.
क्या खेला बे?
Scraps. But Hope dies last. The swing out and Song connects. Mako into 1v3. Again, as storied as he is, once again.
उधर अगर spit किया रहता था ना.
Now,
hashtag के साथ जीती था.
play for the crown, to play for the throne.
कितना close था ये round.
NRG, but
भाई उसने ऑफ से इतना crazy मारा और उससे आ रही भी round DRX.
It's another round DRX are forced to save, and another round where it feels like they have no chance to get back into the site. NRG winning with numbers. This is a far cry from what we saw previously. DRX stealing rounds away, DRX winning handedly, and NRG limping out with a round win. This is now an NRG in control.
And this is now an NRG that has pulled off another comeback on the attacking side. They're figuring things out on the fly, which is something that eluded them in the past, and this is in the face of, I mean, Flashback was
क्या HP पे बचे भाई? क्या HP पे बचे भाई? क्या HP पे बचे मेरे वो लोग?
NRG rattle off 4 in a row.
Exactly, and by winning those rounds in a row, they now no longer have to worry about the operator.
The fuck?
NRG scrounging something together here, but mid is the focus.
Mata has an outlaw 4 members with light armor on the defense.
बच गया.
Missing the pick.
चैट ये लोग को खत्म करना पड़ेगा. अपने वो outlaw भी है.
Ult
भी है.
After he takes some
Viper ult भी है chat.
Yeah, but for now, double outlaw in the hands of them.
That's just a good read, knowing the light armor's on the other side. Here it comes.
Fill him behind it, love that idea, only show one.
What it does mean, though, is the clock starts to get chewed up. NRG at some point have to ditch these guns and pick up the rifles.
Still a minute to play with. Mata has his ult, Scuba has his ult too.
By all accounts, NRG have everything they need to win the round, but it has been when NRG are vastly favored that DRX make magic happen.
And so DRX looks like they'll be forced to make a final stand on B. That's where NRG are headed. Either they take us to Lotus or it's OT on the cards. Standing at the side of B, looking to storm the gates. The ult's out to dash through. I think Mata got tagged.
Uh-oh, Doug. This flank is quick. 2 players coming in very, very soon.
DRX
have NRG surrounded. But there's no way out but forward.
But they're scared forward. You're absolutely right. Looking to take that elbow fight. We'll see if the call is right. Mata falls. freeing there at the ready. Paranoia invested too, and all of a sudden you feel the walls closing in. Claustrophobic for NRG. As they have no way out, they're forced to deal with this. They're forced to try to take this fight, and they walk away on top of 3v3. The spike ticking away, and now it's on DRX. The onus is on them. They're the ones who have to get active. Tap of the spike to force the fight. The spam comes through. Som, Shorty connects. Mako once again, a 1v3. Try to keep them alive, and he cannot. We're going the distance. We're going to Lotus.
भाई वो टाइमिंग
Som, the hero.
जब वो यूटिल डाल रहे थे वो लोग बाहर आए
in the pit. And
Bro.
RG have woken up.
Bro.
Map 3 awaits.
नसीब चाहिए मैं थोड़ा बहुत जीतने के लिए चाहिए भाई भाई चाहिए भाई परफेक्ट प्ले बनाया था DRX ने लेकिन जब यूटिल डाल तो वही टाइम पे जो लोग बाहर आके लड़े
It's about competition,
Oof.
pure happiness.
Oof,
Like a crazy
man, oof.
experience. We're making history. It means so
Oof.
much to us. It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are.
इतना खुद का
As long as
मैच
I'm good enough,
मैं नहीं देता क्या चीज
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby. 全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
नहीं वो लोग का डिसीजन भी बाप था बे इतना अर्ली फ्लैंक आया था लेकिन वो लोग रेडी थे वो लोग को पता था फ्लैंक आने वाला है क्या लगता है चैट कौन जीतेगा बेस्ट मैच टिल नाउ फॉर मी वो एक्चुअल में क्रेजी मैच था एक्चुअल में बहुत प्लेस बनाए बे बहुत प्लेस में लेकिन माड़ा ओपी ब्रो माड़ा प्लस सॉम का इम्पैक्ट इंसेन था इंसेन लोटस में मजा आएगा क्रेजी लोटस आई थिंक अ लिटिल DRX फेवर्ड है चैट 7 के लाइक्स हो गए अपन 8 के लाइक्स में पहुंच सकते हैं पहुंचा दो तब तक मैं देखता हूँ मैं काम कर सकता हूँ क्या वो वाला बाद में सीधा वैल्यू खेलूंगा अरे लल्लाक्स
Yeah, honestly, what a series, man. Like, that was one of the most hyped matches I've played in a while. First half of Abyss was kind of like a lot of mistakes on us, giving up a lot of advantages. And honestly, Ethan's attack side calling, trusting our mid rounds, me and Adams, Scoobs, everyone's, really brought it together. Honestly, like, we all know, like, they're world champions, and they're world champions for a reason, right? They're obviously good, but I think it was kind of for us, kind of like, take every team the same. You know, we can't think this team's way better than this team, but at the same time, we're in the middle of a match. Anything can happen. Luckily, we came out on top.
On the other side of that high tide, Marta chimes in from close there, so that's a break for two. It's on Chichu and Kung Kung to stop the overtime, but it's Marta now ready to receive around the corner.
I don't want to jinx ourselves, but I think we're in a really good spot right now. And honestly, now that we have the first match jitters out the way, I think you'll see an even stronger energy. So as long as we don't crumble under the pressure, which I'm sure we won't, we'll be fine.
With that, we will be going to a map 3 to decide which team will be heading straight to playoffs. I've got Mitch and Tom with me once again. What a crazy match that was. Mitch, honestly, I don't think we saw enough of what was going on, so break it down for us.
Well, one of the things that we really got to see was the Odin usage from NRG, which is always an absolute treat. But I'm going to start out by looking at what they were up against. And DRX had a lot of interesting approaches. We talked a little bit about the Waylay and the Yoru versus the Waylay and the Neon and how it can be really difficult to play against it. I'm going to run this a little bit because we've started a little early on the clip. But the main thing to look at is the push into the site. Obviously, when you're coming through a choke point with a Neon, it's kind of hard not to notice her. She's going to be putting up big walls. She's going to be sliding through. And unless you completely lose sight of the choke point, which I'd expect you not to, you're going to be in good form. Now, the first thing to notice is that there was a KO knife thrown here, and the players stayed outside of it. So the full utility is still online when push comes to shove. Flashback is currently running out of his ult, and it looks like he's not really finding a chance to do anything with it. And that's when this comes in. You have this full push in from Hyunmin, who spots these two players in the corner, throws his stun out, and then allows for his teammate, Flashback, to come out of this ult with two players on the back foot, uses his own flash as well, isolates both fights, and completely decimates them. With a full bombardment of standard site utility as well alongside this, it's so difficult as a defender to sit back and hold your site when you don't know whether you have to fight behind you, in front of you, or all around you. And even some of the players you see to fight instantly disappear. There's a dude behind you and round's over. And obviously, that's one thing when we're talking about them having Yoru ult in round 3. That's an exceptional circumstance. But we'll see that combo with the gate crash as well. And there's one more clip I wanted to talk about to then look at the defensive side plays that we've seen. And I'll hurry through this one. This is much quicker, don't worry. So take a look at this. You're going to see at the very start of the round, you have a Yoru push alongside a Waylay for that early aggression into main. That's already taken place. 1 second. That's already taken place around here. Ignore the first circle. But you have this TP then immediately sending your Yoru to mid. And from NRG's perspective, what did they see at the start of the round? They saw 3 players towards A, with one of them throwing a paranoia this way, a deep push, full scaling on that A side. The adjustment naturally is to go to the other side of the map where there's less players. Maybe one mid, one B. Easy isolation. What did they end up running into? Well, as they're focused on that player who's kiting them in the form of Bane, you have this peek up from Flashback. He's taken one, retreats back, and it's never clear to NRG where their frontline fights should be taking place because there's a constantly evolving defensive line for DRX. And then even here, you'll see the gate crash go through, and later on, Flashback ends up with a third. Like, he has global presence on this map, and it's never clear where the stack is, where the weakness is, where the gap is, because there's this constant evolution from DRX. It was really beautiful.
Yeah, I think as well, what came late though, and what changed the game was those adaptations that we were able to see. And I feel like a pinnacle part of that was like individually, I feel like he was sound all the way through the game, like having moments of high impact, being happy to take these aggressive peaks with the operator on the defensive side, where they managed to scrape together enough rounds for it to work out for them. And I think that's been the case for them in a lot of these matches. We saw it versus EDG, that sometimes it does take them a little while to get going, but when they do get going, they're very difficult to stop. Obviously, some of that was DRX making some errors, and some people making big plays on the back of it. I think Scuba as well had the performance in the late game that was so impactful, but it's still one of those games where if NRG never give up, it can still turn on its head.
Yeah, and beyond Mara, what absolutely blew me away is in the last 3 rounds, within the first 20 seconds or so, DRX, they killed Mara 3 rounds in a row. Human killed him, Flashback killed him, Freeman killed him, and they still lost. They were going 5v4 and they didn't have Mara anymore on the other side of NRG to deal with, and they lost. They only needed 1 of those rounds to be able to 2-0 NRG. So this for me is a huge mistake on the side of DRX. I hope they can recover mentally, because as we head to Lotus, I think this is NRG's to lose.
Yeah, sure.
I think that's a fair call.
And going in as well, the fact that they've been 6-1 on this map, only defeat was to G2. I think changes, we haven't really seen too many changes coming out from them throughout the entirety of the series, and you can understand why. And Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. DRX, yeah, they're going to run that comp again.
As they should. Like I said, the amount of flexibility that you get with this composition, especially on big maps like Corrode, where the rotations can be heavily punished. Or like Lotus as well, which is also quite a spacey one, especially if you're going deep into main.
Especially maps you are. It worked on Haven.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance it works here, but we've already seen now from NRG, they got completely caught off guard on map 1. They said themselves, we didn't know how to play against it. Maybe it was just not expecting it on that map, because they certainly seem better equipped and better, quicker on the adaptations when it came to Corrode. You have to hope it'll be the same deal here. One other big factor being Mata being online.
I still can't believe a team is allowing NRG to play Lotus in this tournament, and in a situation where it could send them to playoffs. For me, this is a huge risk, but every time we doubt DRX, they give us something exciting. So maybe we should.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, the fact that we spoke about the difference between map 1 and 2 was how comfortable NRG were. Sure, it took them a lot of time to be able to adapt, but they eventually did. They had those clutch moments and they stepped up. Now they go into another comfortable map, so if anything, we expect the same again.
The Odin's had some decent impact, but I think one of the big problems...
I mean, as even Lotus. The Odin's coming up.
On the previous map, they were denied a little bit by DRX not taking control early on the attack. That can't really be the case here on Lotus. They have to fight for that, and we could see a lot more impact in the early rounds.
I can't wait to see it. Take it away, Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, the City of Love will be the stage for this best of 3 that goes all the way to Lotus. A map that the Desk talked about is incredibly strong for NRG, but as you take a look at the other side of the stage and you go, holy crap, they're going to do that double duelist thing again where they're just going to run at you. Christy, I'm pumped for this one, man.
Absolutely. You know, this whole day has delivered, going the full 6 maps, and DRX with this reinvention of self. Playing the double duelist, flashback completely taking over in the previous game. This will be them playing attack on the first side for the 3rd map in a row. And to say they have been hard to deal with is an understatement.
Already dashing out onto the site. You see the suck towards spawn. You see the C's and the smoke elsewhere too. And Brock and Psalm filling out onto the side, able to get a couple of picks. They slammed the door on the DRX hit.
It's wild that it's just back and forth here, 3-on-3. And now by tapping the door, it forces Scuba and the rest of NRG to start shifting back into C. DRX, though, they've hit the brakes.
Oh,
they're now
beautiful.
Slowly easing on the gas, getting into this B side. It belongs to them.
A little misdirection. And NRG are caught. And so they fake their way out onto the site. They get the spike down.
Ooh, peekaboo.
And now it's going to be on NRG. The nade through, forcing the fight forward. Kills traded. And as it settles and as it gets quiet, NRG continue to push forward, continue to creep. A little bit more utility to have to deal with as Mata gets the best of them. Bane's locked in a 1v1 with Scuba and Bane for DRX hits it again.
I just don't understand it. No one thought he would even be playing with DRX in this tournament. And he has been so clutch, especially on these pistol rounds for the squad. An absolute animal on the Ghost.
Crazy.
NRG didn't stand a chance.
So DRX win yet another pistol. It's the 5th of the series.
They dropped the 1 at the second half of Corrode, but converted,
fourth.
Of course.
They've crept up behind this wall. Trying to get cheeky with this fight. Should have no idea that flashback is there, and while they got a warning shot, it's still lethality found.
Yeah, NRG have gone for these big walk-ups on the ecos, just kind of throwing them away. Orb maxing, there it goes over to the Viper.
And I feel like he shouldn't have been able to get away with that, given all the guns on the other side of that wall. But alas, he succeeds. Now waiting on the other side of the door. A little ring around the Rosie. Given at the side, they've boxed everything in. A dink dealt. But you really see the gun difference on full display here.
Oh yeah. The small win is picking up that old orb, not just to get your ult online, but denying it. I think because DRX have been playing no misdirection, they've just been slamming sites. They have continued funneling these orbs onto flashback. It was part of why he got 3 your ults off in the first half of Corrode. NRG have honed in on
Hello guys, anyone wants that full page surgery?
Even though I don't want to say it, we do need to now look forward to round 3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been such a
Did
pivotal chapter of every story we've seen so far.
NRG have yet to shut down these bonus rounds. DRX are 100% of the bonuses they've had in this series.
3C क्यों है भाई? Wrong read हो गया. पर Vice के side में जा रहे
It
हैं
is
वो भी है.
just Brock on the site. He does have a ton of utility around him, but it is just Brock.
Stop करेगी, delay करेगी, तब तक team आ
So he
जाएगी.
takes a step back. Buys enough
Delay हो
time
गया थोड़ा, team आ
for
गई.
the defenses of NRG to rotate over.
अभी retake
Quick Flood is the name of the game. A little trap here with the C's as well.
The nade on the other
Jumpman
side.
still gets 2.
Oh!
I mean, he was seized.
Ethan up in heaven. Cannot respond, cannot punch back. And
4 लोग एक ही जगह पे मरे.
stop me if you've heard this one before, but DRX are going to win the bonus.
It's not as if NRG don't have ideas. There's a C's going down. They've got Util connecting. Gunman is decayed off that C's down to no HP. Still gets 2 kills. It's just unfathomable that the duelists on DRX's side can fight their way out of these massively unfavored situations and to be able to do it so consistently as well.
Spring ने तो मारा है.
What did they have? Two rifles in that round?
Yeah, they had the scraps upgraded from the previous round as well. Maybe a couple of Guardians, but
He'll say easy.
there's just no way.
Sam saves his Vandal into the next round. But these woes, these bonus woes continue for NRG. And I mean, I guess you could, yeah.
Man, Mada's trying to pop it on it. And you just see the patience out of Gunman. Full tracking on that.
Yeah. And honestly, Gunman almost got a third.
Just wild stuff.
A Vandal, a Bucky, a Stinger. In the face of essentially full strength for DRX. Hyunmin's one off of his ult already.
The fast cycling here is just on full display. There you have it. It's online.
And that was the rifle. I mean, it's going to get picked up, but maybe Brock can make that thing sing a little bit more.
Binks, एक तो pen नहीं है और तू सारी pens सुखा रहा है.
Must be for the NRG camp when DRX can play the quick rounds and then pump the brakes a little bit, punish you as you're stepping forward on top of that orb.
It's got to feel so uncomfortable, right?
Yeah. Mako's done a really good job of adjusting the pace throughout this entire series. I think that's been the main thing. I think earlier you said, what, whiplash?
Yeah.
With how, you know, it's just exec, painfully slow crawl into a site.
Blind.
And then just when you think you can lull to sleep, they pound the site once more.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Hyunmin goes in, Hyunmin goes out. DRX gets the kill.
क्या मार रहे?
Hello?
3 for Bane.
पागल हो चुका है first round 4K.
Again, that angle
Second round Hyunmin ने
from the
3
bottom of
मारे.
sight up into heaven.
चार
DRX
लोग
have
heaven
just
पे मर
destroyed
रहे.
NRG twice in a row. And that's the type of
Twice
damage that you
beside
can do to a team where it's
क्या
like,
बात कर
all of a
रही है?
sudden, well, we were planning on doing the quick
चैनल
flood
पे
side.
बैठूं जरा.
Brother.
बैठूं.
बुला तू दूसरी बार अभी मेरे को.
अरे नहीं
Saved everyone.
Sorry.
But
sorry.
back rounds like that could change NRG's approach. Are we retaking more from stairs now? Are we trying to hold on to tree? You know, all of a sudden start doubting your own protocols to get back into the site.
You have a C's nade. Or excuse me, there's an I nade, and they don't really commit into it either. Meanwhile, they're going fast B. The paranoia is already out. The double dash is through, and Brock
blind.
keeps him back. I feel like that's the first time we've seen Hyunmin punished like that.
Yeah, this reminds me of that Haven round where they try to sprint up into the B site. Now, with Fring dropping as well, it gets messy. DRX are trying to play both B and A. Insert some chaos into the thick of things.
वो लोग बता दो इधर है.
All it's done is leave them with 3 members alive.
And so they quietly rotate back to the other side of the map. You still have a little bit of ice utility here. Wall, Thorns as well.
इतना चुभने लगा हूँ सबको. कहीं
Scuba close by.
चूरा तो नहीं. जितना बातें हो रही मेरे बारे में जितना बटाटे हो मेरे बारे में सबको उतना बुरा तो नहीं.
I think they were looking for the wall B with the clone. They find out that it's not there by process of elimination. You understand? No, wait a second. This should be here. Flashback tag, TP's away, and there's the wall. So that should tell them exactly where the hit is headed.
30 seconds.
NRG already have players here. 2 as a matter of fact, and Scuba will play things slow. It's going to be a full-on retake. NRG looking to abuse numbers.
Meanwhile, Flashback looking to take the fight to them, not allowing them to settle.
Scuba bolte.
Covers into their backs. And Brock gets another one. Bane, a 1v4. Good luck.
Arre!
2. 9 bullets. Oh! Bane does it again! The Red Bull clutch as DRX steals another one away.
Who is this guy?
We thought Hyunmin was the problem going into this map. A new challenger has entered the stage, and that's Bane.
This guy was sitting on the bench all of stage 2. DRX brought in a ringer to Paris. A 4K on the round. Shutting out NRG. Now sits 11-0.
Hello?
I can't believe it.
क्या ये?
You mentioned earlier in this series that performances anywhere else are great, but they don't necessarily matter. To go from good to superstar, you've got to perform on this stage. I think we are witnessing a number of players step into that conversation just in this series, just today.
I mean, Flashback dominating on the previous map. Now what Bane was just able to do in a couple of rounds here on Lotus. This is a DRX that is, you know, coming in as the number 4 seed from Pacific. You go, okay, maybe they can get some upset wins. You remember they were in Bangkok, but they won a series. It wasn't that great. They beat a Sentinels. Who cares? It's not a big deal. You talk about superstars wanting to make a name for themselves. You talk about an organization looking for higher and higher aspirations. The 2-0 in the group to make it through. You instantly are a conversation starter.
A 5-0 start on map 3. Off of the backs of a ringer. 11-0, still more to find. And now Flashback gets involved.
And this was out of the timeout. NRG forcing light armor and Guardians. Now already down a man.
By pixel दिख के मार रहे
worst players to lose as well. That's all your information gone. Your in-game leader at 0-6.
Brutal start for him. Flashback pops his ult, goes exploring C. Procs the wall too, and look at the minimap. Starting to rotate over. Mata spotted, pops his ult, but nobody's home!
It is just a difference. Maybe the door being tapped, Mata might find something, but it goes wide.
Oh shit!
DRX
dancing
on NRG
by
in this
outplay.
round. Perfect calling.
Yunmin भी ult मारेगा chat. Yunmin भी ult मारने वाले chat.
And still a spotless stat line.
City ult मारेगा वो.
The nade
मार ult.
Oh,
बाप रे.
To make matters even worse, I mean, you buy a little bit of time off of the Vice ult, but for what? Flashback falls, but there's Bane again, striking! Gets 2, stays alive! The man is invincible! He cannot die!
Unkillable! Even when there's no chance he should be able to stay alive, his teammates are right there to have his back. It's a statement of an opener. Mata thinks there's players up here on either side, you'd have to expect, but DRX are just using the Prowler as bait. Hey, the fact that it's even Bane's Prowler eating up Mata's ultimate there is insult to injury to his impact in the server.
13-0. This has to be one of the greatest starts we've ever seen on the international stage.
Absolutely.
I'm hard-pressed to think of a better one. Fortunately, we have infinitely smarter people behind the scenes who are able to confirm that for us, but again, hard-pressed. But NRG, once again, will have to find a way to come back from behind.
Yeah, they've got the pistols, and
वापस क्लोन डालेगा वॉल ट्रिगर करने के लिए.
Who's going to be their guy? If DRX can just look at Bane and he'll wheel around into existence in a 1v4, NRG needs someone to be able to do the same. Not again. The jiggles punished once more. Different guy with the outlaw. This time it's freeing. Same result.
I mean, if the hand is hot, swing out, take the fight. Bane draws out the paranoia too.
Beat bhi kara diya bhai
Infinitely
Bane
more
ne
valuable
akele.
when you're on an eco. Brock has no shot. Scuba has no shot. Wait, they haven't seen him. They haven't seen him. They haven't seen him. Gets two.
Do maar diye.
Still more work to be done though. Flashed up. Falls.
Meanwhile,
And now
flank
Sam's
wala
left in
mar
this
gaya.
1v3.
Free kill bolte Bane.
And once again, Bane plays the position of Mortician, gets another, and the DRX train rolls on.
Ever forward, it goes.
Apex चीज है बे. आज बहुत नए फैंस बने DRX के. DRX मेरे को पसंद था, लेकिन मजाक सेट कर जो एकदम प्राइम DRX था ना, जो एकदम हेवी जीता था. I think highest win streak in a row था DRX का.
If you want to look at
तब मैं एकदम DRX फैन था. बाद में लोग ने थोड़ा चेंजेस किया था, तो मेरे को एक दो प्लेयर अच्छे लगे थे. उसमें कभी सिर्फ मार्क को बचा था. फिर बाद में फ्रीइंग आया. OP.
I mean, he's averaging 2 kills a round right now on Fade.
New challenge आया chat.
Sam gets involved. The Odin provides
ये
some
round के बाद
problems.
पड़ रहा
That
है, एक
nade's
second.
going to be good.
Heavy challenge आया कुछ तो.
Mata with the operator. Ethan holding down on stairs as well.
Just off the mark. But he's going to get a shot at it again. This is a miserable spot to be in. Do they realize they've lost full control of this? They do. Mata connects.
Down A.
Now the spike is scooped back up.
गया spam आएगा. 3, 2, 1 spam.
Missing the spam window, but knows where he is. Easy kill found.
New challenge for 500.
Barring a miracle.
Dollars है ये.
NRG will
Your
get their
spouse reaches Ascande 3. 30 RR. दौड़े लगे. Let's not play any match offline. ठीक है. You will choose Phoenix plus Phantom
But Brock does
till
too.
she reaches Ascande 2.
A little bit by committee in that round.
You
Everyone
decide
getting theirs.
Yeah, you take
completion date now.
And it's gone unsaid today, but it is worth pointing out how
Nice, Brock. Up, down, backside. Let's go.
how unbreakable NRG's mental has been in this tournament. You think about that 11-2 comeback down against EDG on Abyss.
Yeah.
Fighting through that one. A close second
क्या
half
scene
here
chat?
after getting
Pinky
dominated
has
back
come
on
to 3.
Haven. They have shown the ability to hold their own even when the odds are seemingly insurmountable.
Analysis is a team called this channel is crazy, heavy.
Finally, better late than
लेकिन
never.
इधर मेरे को थोड़ा
This was
challenge
the
दिख दिया है
signature
Gibbs
look
भाई ने.
for NRG in Americas, but it's been 9
No
rounds
offline
before they
games.
can have the money to get it online here.
Shrix.
Tap of the door.
Shrix.
And a dog to clear
5-man में कैसे करेंगे बे ये?
I mean, they can
दो
accelerate
तो
on the
कर
other
नहीं
side
सकते
of
अपन.
this. Hyunmin just grabbed his ult.
आपकी
they're
spouse
threatening to
Pinky
hit
है
C.
Sid. Pinky का रैंक थोड़ा
They
अच्छा
don't
है
have
Sid
to
से.
commit to this. They still have map control elsewhere.
I wanna
I mean,
choose
DRX
Pinky for
would
this
love to be
challenge.
able to pull out one of these ultimates. Think about the Steel Guard
Completion
here,
date.
big ultimates that NRG want to use.
Hey, act reset कभी हो रहा है chat? Act reset कभी हो रहा है? क्या date पे?
Top of site starts making NRG consider these things, although that deeper Vise wall, it's a little tougher for DRX to break, and without it broken, there's no reason for NRG to pull the trigger on any of their ults.
Do you think they could also rotate away, perhaps, given the knowledge of passive information? But no, they're deciding to double down on C. That smoke might send them into motion.
28 दिन के बाद डेट बताओ ना डेट.
Rare miss. They're going to end B. The paranoia is out. They break the door. Hyunmin pops his ult. But it's traded back by the Steel Guard in
20 seconds.
They're really burning this candle at both ends here. Mata satchels away. They try to fill in onto the spike. The spike hits the ground as Ethan tries to hold the line on his own. Flashback pushes the pace. And Hyunmin grabs the spike.
मर गया.
Sinks it into the soil of the site, but Sam is there over the top. Mako in the face of 3, make that 2. And the suppressive fire might just be too much. Sam gets it to half. Waits it out. 51 HP. into the swing. Brock gets 3.
Comeback bolte.
Brock has quietly had a couple of
14th October के round
rounds for the team.
14th October के पहले challenge complete हो जाएगा.
In the game itself. First with this Odin, trying to lay down the covering fire for his teammates.
One enemy.
Done है.
The Brock up. Maybe he'll be the guy.
Now we wait.
11-7.
Big Pro has
He's
3.
performing like it.
Easy. Emo 3 थोड़ा hard होगा.
The thing about these tournament runs is that, yeah, it doesn't always have to be conventional. And for the teams that do hit deep runs, there is always
नहीं वो
someone
Diamond
that
3 है
sets
ना
up.
लेकिन.
You're right. Maybe it is Brock. Still yet to be seen, but a great start for him.
Spam on opposite
एक महीना
ends of
थोड़े
the
एक
map there.
challenge का. एक महीना इसलिए ले रहा हूँ क्योंकि अभी 5-6 दिन में वहाँ पे रहूँगा. कल मैं कर नहीं सकता. कल उधर जाने का है. 21 तारीख को मेरा भाई आने वाला है तो 2-3 दिन इतना गेमिंग नहीं होएगा. Watchparty से
They're going to
होएगा.
fully send C, aren't they?
NRG have 4 players here ready to quickly get back into the site.
2 हफ्ता तो वैसे नहीं खेल पाऊँगा साथ में.
They're not even getting those early fights that they were getting in the first 2 maps. That ult is going to cause problems, though. They were so far up. It's certainly going to stall them out. And with that time window, Bane gets the spike down. Here it comes.
Full post plant
Now the
है.
knife falls traded back. They can't hear a damn thing. And off of that, they creep out onto the site. Denied one of their senses. Mana connects.
Blue combo पे.
Gunman looking to tag. Cannot. Everybody huddled in. Side by side, looking to take these fights, and it's DRX who look like they're coming out on top of the Scuba trades. A 2v2 now, and time is short. They've got to find their way in, and
क्या
they're
चल
going to
रहा
do
है?
it. Can Brock pull this off? Drops down, takes the fight, finds his one, but time! I don't think he's going to have enough.
This is
And it's Mako who can just wait it out. He's got to stick it. Mako connects.
क्या खेल रहे DRX?
I love the setup there from DRX. One of the signatures
क्या
of how
खेल रहे
NRG play with these
DRX?
Odins
क्या
is
मार
just
रहे हो
constantly
लोग?
spamming
क्या
out
चल
and
रहा
denying the
है?
planter from getting the spike down. But because they use that forward steel garden, it takes the Odins out of NRG's hands, means they can actually afford to plant the spike, and then get themselves in these positions on site where this smoke actually affords a lot of space for DRX to play behind. And they always had that insurance of Mako playing into Mound in case their players ended falling.
Flashback already tagged by the spam to open the
भाई
round.
attacking map है लेकिन इतना नहीं भाई.
NRG are getting
मर गया
curious.
हरीश.
They're getting active. Ooh, what a snap.
And you think back to Haven, when NRG didn't have the answers. It was about just going
Sorry,
at
DRX.
DRX. These walks. And Mana's confidence to take the fights. It gives NRG a numbers advantage. But when we get into the post plan, it'll still be awkward. DRX don't have so much tools to fight for because the flashes have been taken away with the Yoru falling early on.
Mako doesn't have his ult.
They're still fighting in water.
Mana pops his ult, gets the kill. So that'll buy a little bit of time. The eye too.
NRG needs some pressure coming back in from water, otherwise they're going to get permanently stalled into choke, but they're so worried. Now the spike hasn't gone down yet, so they have the time to regroup now. 3 players advance to deal with Mako.
Sam has his flash, but they're contacting up. That's danger. Mako looking to stand tall, eventually falls. Freeing's left in a 1v3.
Wait for buddy.
A long way to Paranoia just off the mark. The dog invested 2 to spot the last
W.
remaining member of
W.
DRX.
It
NRG will get to 3.
उसके साथ.
That was a lot better without those ultimates into the mix of things. NRG could slow things down.
कल से खेलना चालू करना पड़ेगा. कल तो ही नहीं.
Good opening kill from Mata. Also has the showstopper. I also think he's consistently been finding value with his
Main problem है कि 5 man
He's
करना
gotten
पड़ेगा.
some kills, yeah, but
जितना
mostly
वैसी
it's about
दर्द है.
forcing players to swing back
Main
into
problem
him.
वो है.
Him and his teammates holding it
Duo
firm.
रहता तो चलता था. 5 man अपने आप ही चैलेंज है.
Last round of the half.
उसके पर ज़रिफ की गांड ठीक होने वाली है अभी. वो भी आएगा.
And Yunman has his, but the buy is not great for DRX.
Yeah, it's real scuffed. 2 rifles for them, and NRG seem to want to.
Chat, लेकिन कुछ अलग मजा नहीं आ रहा है DRX को ये देख के. तू लो रैंक आईडी ले चल रे चीप हरकत मैंने करता.
But this time breaking the door. Yes, DRX just rip this exec once more. Yunman's got the ult, why not?
I mean, it's gotten them to this point. There's the double dash. Ooh, tagged up.
Planting the spike is the real challenge, though, with the Odins. DRX this time don't have that threat of fighting forward. Now the ultimate comes down.
Sees nade. Mako swinging out.
And they use that ult to guarantee the spike being planted. But
और
what
वो
is
भी
the next
बाहर का
layer?
plant
There's a
किया है,
working
bro.
mid, there's a wall holding. Now Mako's fallen.
And we're due for Bedlam on the site once more. The wall is proc, but all eyes forward. Just in case there wasn't enough chaos, couple rounds to go, a triple swing!
Almost.
Yeoman playing on the other side of the smoke will get popped. There's not much left for DRX. I mean, they didn't really have the guns to begin with, but now swinging out onto it, freeing, left in a 1v3.
Ooh.
And the defuse will come through. Who was the spark for NRG? It was Brock.
My
Round
God,
after
close
round,
था.
Brock has been building back into this half. NRG are down by 4 rounds, but they have started this momentum building, and it all comes down after this.
कल का कोई जड़ा आप पुणे आ रहे हो, मैं आपके एरिया में आ रहा हूँ, हाँ क्या? नहीं, लेकिन मैं वैसे भी मिल नहीं सकता पुणे में, काम करके सीधा निकलने का, कोई वॉच पार्टी है ना, वॉच पार्टी से पहले पहुँचने का मेरे को घर पे। भाई गलत खेल रहे बे लोग। ओडिन वाला मैप रहेगा तो ओडिन खेलेंगे ना, 3 मैप है ओडिन का। करोड़ तो फुल ओडिन मैप है, ये मैप ओडिन वाला है, एसेंट ओडिन वाला है। पुणे में क्या काम सर है? वीजा काम। वैसे आपका मैसेज और सिटबैक का कंटेंट आ रहा है क्या? फिलहाल तो मेरा ऑलरेडी बहुत कुछ चल रहा है, तो जो भी कंटेंट सब है सब चैम्प्स के बाद। अभी ऑलरेडी मेरे सर तक काम ही है।
The question on everyone's minds, can NRG do it again? Can they pull off another outrageous comeback in the face of a team that looked perfect in so many situations? And I think that's the question they're really DRX might be wondering themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. The last 5 rounds, NRG won 4 of them. But DRX have been in this position before. You think back to Haven, it was the same exact situation, 8-4 at the half, and they ran away with it, winning the pistol, winning the bonus, speeding on forward. And I've got to be honest, check out the Coinbase Econ report here. If Bane continues playing like he was at the start of that half, where he started off, what, 13-0?
13-0, I think 14-0, something like that. It was a pretty ridiculous start, but I will say, he cooled down like crazy. I mean, he finished the half, what, 15-8, I believe?
14-5, as a matter of fact. Hyunmin eclipsed him at the end of that one. Didn't even end up topping the charts. But I think when you look at him and you think clutch moments, impact rounds, other people will take the glory as duelists are taking all the fights. But he was the man for DRX.
Yeah, a ridiculous start for him. But I think you look at the other side of the stage, and we mentioned him prior to the half ending. Brock was the spark. Brock was the spark. He was a hero that NRG needed. He was the one who got them to this point. And what a mess NRG would be in right now if it wasn't for him.
Absolutely. And it's funny, too, because back home in America, the other players on NRG are constantly stealing the limelight.
Yep.
But in this, the most important game NRG have played all year, he has delivered.
Fast out of B. And NRG are there to greet. A dog paved the way. And Hyunmin was not able to find anything.
Could it be a second pistol in this series for NRG? They didn't even take too much damage on the backside of that either.
Shots connect.
Sheriff's in their hands, only Mako on this side of the map.
Careful here.
And at that, playing a passive position, nobody inside of tree, so NRG are going to have free reign to play this post plant up numbers.
Paranoia out, the satchel through, they've taken the site. Brock is left to hold the line. Spotting Mako, snaps his head back. Beautifully done.
Interesting plant for backside here. NRG threatened up the rope, now doubled up in drop.
I may have gotten a couple of tags if I'm not mistaken. So now Flashback pushing forward, finding a weak, soft spot. And now Bane's up in heaven.
भाई साउंड ने उल्लू बनाया बे.
1v3 with the sheriff in hand. Ethan's getting curious. He swings out a little bit ahead of it and gets the kill.
बहुत close गया ये तो.
Was that 2 pistols, 1 on the day for NRG?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've solved the best way to not lose the bonus is to just win the pistol.
Well, let's calm down. The last time they won a pistol, they promptly lost the round fight after.
Sure.
That heavy comeback.
Looking at their
कल Watchparty होगी
last
फिर
time they
hopefully
won,
मैं
of
time
course,
से
they
पहले आ
went
जाऊँ
for
रे.
2 rifles and a stinger. Seems to be the same approach this time. They must make sure, and they're running into a stack as well.
Oh, surely Lightning won't strike again.
It's a bait setup.
Freeing. I just got dropped as soon as he popped his head up.
But that was his job, was to go die and make it look like no one's home. There are 4 players stacked on this site. I think very reserved calling out of Ethan. Calls to slow
लेकिन
things
Prowler
down.
में एक और spot है वो लोग निकल
Let's scout
जाएंगे.
this up. We've got Prowlers to check the close corners.
They're doubling down. They're committing onto this. They've put the wall behind them. They're going C.
But they have the Prowlers. Now they know.
That nade is going to be a mess. Mata gets his kill. There's one more there, but he's so weak. A stiff breeze would knock him over. Brock gets 3. It's a flawless round for NRG.
That is classy calling out of Ethan right there. Not taking a chance, not letting it slip away like it had back on Corrode. No, here,
नाक में क्या लगा है? अरे उससे
takes things slow. Reads
उसका air
exactly what Brock
purifier
was
भी
going to do
होता है,
on the
सांस
other
लेने
side.
में easy होता है, नाक खुल जाता है.
2 out of 3 kills for Brock. He didn't even see him.
Yeah.
That's perfect. A 19 and 10 for him.
Why not?
भाई
Now they buy up
Brock
4 rifles on this
और
round.
Bane
Could be the start of
1-1
something.
कर लो. जो जीता वो trophy. चलो.
Flashback hits the cross. Manages to avoid the eye, but immediately tagged up. Has to TP away.
Ooh, saw him actually quick up on front B. A lot of pressure going down. With 5 light armors, Flashback's outlaw. It's going to be devastating.
Dog tags him once more. Once again, the site has to be given up. The space relinquished. Flashback with the line, a tap. Once more of the spike. Finally goes down.
He's just daring someone on energy to
अरे
swing
एक एक
him.
hit के ही
Give him
है.
a chance,
भाई
take that
wall
fight.
देखो एक बार
NRG
wise का है.
have bundled up into Bend. Gonna force DRX to come into them.
There's not a ton of space on the site. They're going to try to bully him off of it. But
Time war
NRG
में
not
जीता
taking
वो.
a step back. Deciding to fight with strength. Fight with
Tom na
numbers.
mandra.
Sun gets his 2, but the flash messes everything up. Scuba joins in. It's all on Namako, a 1v3.
Comeback हो क्या पे?
And I don't think he can pull this one off.
Comeback.
NRG get a bonus of their own. The gap is now 1.
Comeback.
Exactly what they needed. And I think NRG have maybe found something here. They don't have to
दादा
fight
मगर
so
तेरा बहुत
aggressively.
ज़्यादा subscriber bash
There's not
जाएंगे,
so
bash
much utility
जाएंगे.
that DRX have to actually push them out of Bend. You know, there's not a paint shell like Mata had every single time on the C retake. Yeah, there might be that saturate, slow down out of the waylay. But oftentimes that's being used earlier in rounds.
Man. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on ने बोला ये.
Bit tempered there out of Psalm, surprises me.
Tempered but resolute. I think that was my
Yeah.
takeaway from one of the veterans on this
Leave
team.
it to by
Who's
Saturday
been on this stage, who's competed internationally. Aggressive from DRX, they've taken A main control, and NRG gladly just rotate away.
Yeah, NRG move away from the one gun on DRX.
भाई वो लोग का rotation fast है bro.
Still need to keep things clean.
Easier said than done. Satchel's out onto the site. Mod is there, turns the flash. Cannot connect, but traded back.
Great cover from
वो
Psalm.
लोग आ गए.
He's been a rock for this team.
And yeah, no reason to overheat
Pieces
into the
angle.
site. Again, very tempered approach. NRG can call these pauses. Sheffield's got a really good grasp. Trusting his
Bro,
teammates there.
the
Slow
blue
it down,
kill
move
रे
back
बे
over the
energy.
side. I mean, DRX has rotated every single player they had on to C on an eco round like this. And once again, Ethan navigates his team into an MTA site
Rotations है
finish.
लेकिन जब तक वो लोग angle वैंगल खाली करके आएंगे तो वो लोग पहुंच जाएंगे side पे.
Even min-maxing, getting Ethan to get the spike down. We'll have his Nightfall in this round, presumably to use in the next.
planted.
DRX realize that the rug has been pulled out from under them.
कैसे possible है retake? पता नहीं.
So they all try to rotate over. I mean, do they commit
लेकिन वो
into
लोग
this
ने
fight?
position
I mean, I
कुछ
guess
नहीं
why
लिया
not?
है.
Really, or not really the DRX way to try otherwise.
Wow.
And that's going to cross the nightfall just on the other side of the eye. Yunmin's able to get one. No weapon. Oh, there is a weapon upgraded. Excuse me. Scoob on the swing. And who else but the steady hands of Brock to put one away. But Bane can't continue.
GG.
Cannot convert. We're tied.
It is dead even here.
तो fuck
DRX
bro.
stole away to a
भाई
7-0
DRX
lead.
इतना अच्छा खेला था यार, इतना अच्छा खेला था DRX.
8-1 in NRG's favor.
The fuck.
NRG are the comeback kings here in
Momentum भी
Paris.
गया.
They did it to EDG.
सब कुछ गया बे.
And have now brought it back closed. For
क्या
a spot
comeback है
out
बे.
of groups
7-0
on the line.
से 8 हाँ ना.
I mean, the suspense just on the other side of this timeout. If you're DRX, I mean, this is not elimination for either team, but you certainly don't want to flirt with the possibility of it. You want to get through this as cleanly as you can.
I think DRX could have a few ideas. I think right now NRG have avoided a lot of the early gambit fights that DRX have gone for, especially over towards the A side of the map, and that's been frustrating for them. But I wonder if DRX have a chance to maybe get someone posted up in front B in the mid rounds. You know, NRG have slowed down, they've frozen quite a few times, and I think it can be hard to refight into Mound or into A lobby when they're just sitting 4 bodies on that space. But maybe a quiet walk up from one of the duelists, maybe a flashback with an operator in a future round. I'd like to see DRX toy with that possibility, or even have that front B pressure of opening doors so they can refight into Mound by flipping that switch and pinching back through.
इतना कब हो गया?
I'd like to see a world where it doesn't always come down to the retakes for DRX.
Up in the hands of Flashback.
Yeah. Playing the angle towards Bend, and as a matter of fact, it will be that Waylay creeping up front B. Falls away from it. There wasn't enough pressure really seen anywhere else on the map, so I think Hyunmin was perhaps worried that the inevitable pop could be coming, and it's good game sense out from him, because that's exactly what Ethan is heading for.
They're expecting a little bit of aggression here.
Yeah.
There.
Oftentimes, DRX, when they're denied a lot of rounds, they'll try to seize back control themselves with a fast play or a walk up.
Yeah.
ये drone मारेगा chat.
Given that to NRG this time. I think a lot of that is due to the fact that Flashbacks got the operator. Mata's got the attack on himself too, so both these teams just waiting for an over-eager player. And a jiggle peek. Shots fired. On the inside.
split करने वाले हैं.
Yeah, who's the first to get antsy?
Oh.
Who's the first to make a misstep?
It's a pinch into
Bye,
B.
लग
Door
गए.
broken down.
Rotations.
Mako's gonna hear it, but it's not nearly enough information. Keep your eyes on Gunman in heaven.
He did not get tagged by that ult. He's gonna have a chance
Fuck
at this fight.
सब slow थे. अगर वो कूद जाता था
By a
ना.
little bit of time with the hinder,
position में
but
था.
the spit keeps the RX back. And now they're gonna flood out.
Mata!
This is their fast, but Mata takes the fight to them. Now they're gonna try to flood in. Can they get past the dam? They busted it down. DRX looking to take the site back. Bane and Mako trying to do their best, but it's Mata in a 1v1. 30 HP. The op in hand. Tries to find the shot, but it's just off the mark. Pushes with the shorty, forced to reload. And Mako stands tall.
The rookie versus the vet. It's the veteran who comes out on top in Mako.
मैं बड़े हूँ Lancy.
They're evenly matched. It's op v op. It's pistol v pistol. But Mata didn't have the health. And Mako hunted him down. The utility on this retake, beautiful. The flashes, the hunt. Getting wonderful information over to DRX. But it still came down to that one-on-one moment.
भाई लेकिन पैसे नहीं है इतने.
DRX के पास. Lived on this stage for 5
years. ये राउंड हारा तो लग गए.
Will thrive.
Remember,
ये
we
round
talked
हारा तो
earlier
लग
in the
गए
series
बेचाट।
about how those moments are often the difference makers.
भाई एनर्जी एक्चुअली ज्यादा एडवांटेज पे अभी।
Keep that fresh of mind. A lean A from the attack.
So what do NRG do? Slow round in the previous, now it's the gas over towards A. Good hold now from DRX. These Thorns will do well to stall out NRG and bring in the rotators.
Gosh, that Nightfall's gonna hit 4.
That's a huge amount invested right at the start of the round.
Yeah, sure. Plenty of time to freeze, plenty of time to reset, right for it.
But the problem is, over on C, whereas previous rounds, DRX have been quick to rotate, flashbacks,
अबे blind
operator
info देगा
awaits.
लेकिन ट्री खाली है।
Oh gosh, he's gonna get challenged. The hand!
Time to jump.
He blows Ethan's hand right off.
तीसरी बार हुआ है ईथन के साथ।
Now Flashback takes a quick step back. Mata trying to get a little revenge. Shows a hand of his own, and it's ill-advised. Flashback alone might have won them this round. But we mentioned that you never count NRG out. The paranoia through. Spike should get out onto the site. Freen was there to clean him up. Brock in a 1v4.
भाई एक क्रूशियल राउंड था भाई। अभी थोड़ा फाइट इवन है। ये क्रूशियल राउंड था, अभी फाइट इवन है क्योंकि अभी दोनों के पास पैसा है। अगर वो राउंड एनर्जी जीतता था ना ये वाला राउंड, हेवी लीड प्रो मैक्स।
Right in the elbow.
तीसरी बार हुआ है बे।
If Ethan lives, NRG can scale up into mound. They can play the round they wanted. Instead, Mata's forced to try and take matters into his own hands.
Long hands.
Flashback is there to punish him. So it'll be a timeout.
Ethan long hands.
This time NRG after losing 2 in a row. And the biggest question, now how do we deal with Flashback's up?
It was so much, I mean, there was so much value that he got out of that thing. 2 picks early on, and yeah, you know, maybe you argue that maybe the second one was a bit questionable to challenge, but either way, he found the value, and I do think you're right. That's something they're going to have to solve.
I mean, ultimately, they just got checkmated because of all the utility DRX had over on the A site, and NRG have seen DRX over-rotate so many times in the eco rounds that they didn't want to re-hit A. But you can't afford to go swinging back over into C.
अभी इवन है चैट, अभी इवन है मैच।
When that's going to be there, you're going to need to invest the proper utility.
अभी एनर्जी को ये राउंड जीतना पड़ेगा। अरे एनर्जी हार गया तो वो लोग के पैसे नहीं है, वो लोग पास नेक्स्ट राउंड कुछ अपसेट करने के लिए अल्ट्स भी नहीं है।
Area of attack for NRG.
अभी एनर्जी के लिए
with DRX and 3 players in sand.
Scout retirement,
they could open up the door
and views 1 million views.
Pinch back into NRG.
This looks so fast. The flash on the other side. Meanwhile, a fight on both fronts. Mata's the one who wins it out. Weathering the storm.
Crucial round पे.
And then they speed up B.
Unbelievable. NRG still have lurkers on each side of the map too. So the slower this retake is, the better it looks for NRG. DRX must act quickly.
They're going to scale up. Remember, Mata took that aggro heaven fight and won it.
It's all about putting this pressure down. Mata needs to show that force up into heaven to buy time for his lurkers to activate, to regroup back with the team.
Love that nade. Actually drops it back. Trying to take this fight. Flashback. Beautiful flash. Beautiful kill. Flashback gets another. DRX snatched the sight out of their hands. The 2 lurkers that you mentioned are going to show up too little, too late. Scuba's gonna try his best, but he will fall. DRX get to 11.
Just a picture-perfect retake out of DRX. And it seemed like NRG didn't even know what to do with the site once they had it. It seemed like it was too easy for them to get on there. The speed at which they took it, and the fight of heaven meant there was no time for their lurkers to go anywhere.
मजबूर कर दिया लड़ने के लिए.
Not wanting to walk into Flashback's up.
Bane का क्या रीड था भाई.
Taking the fight in B main, and we're right back into it. C mount fight.
इसने आउटलॉक क्यों नहीं लिया है?
It's the same look from the previous round. But this time, no aggro Yoru follow-up behind the Waylay TP.
क्या पड़ी ना उसको spam?
NRG moving back to A. Around they'd have to dig deep. This is the one you can't let slip away. And for DRX, have
By
another
plans
chance to make it out of
Kuba ko
groups, continue that flawless streak going. This is the one to do it. Eyes on Fring, who's now called in flashback, called in 2 members. Hold arm in arm. Here comes the hit.
Fring clearing the eye. Flashback! But NRG punch back, and now they drop a pit of their own. Things slow down.
No, it doesn't. The Waylay ultimate, NRG, hold their ground.
Yeah, but it went towards heaven. They weren't funneling behind it.
Brock has
the Odin. Brock has the Odin.
Huh?
And whenever that's in play, NRG have a chance.
Huh? Abhi to mara tha wahan se bande ko.
That quick rotate from DRX. They tried to filter 3 players back into the site. NRG shut it down beautifully. And I mean, even getting the Waylay ult on the other side is just the cherry on top to the round. Because now, in crunch time, we're looking at 11 rounds to 9. We're looking at 4 more rounds to play in regulation. The ultimates are the talking point. And you look at DRX. Okay, Omen or whatever.
Brock. Cringe होके भी वो champs खेल रहा है. Chat में नहीं है वो.
The rest of the team is far away.
Gun है वो, gun.
NRG have Ethans for the next round. Brock and Mata both 3 off. This is where they can start to string these
Shotgun
back
चला
to
है
back
cringe.
to back.
Outlaw चला है cringe. Odin चला है cringe.
Build off of these ultimates.
Frenzy
Win
चला है
critical gun
cringe.
buys
Operator चला है cringe.
at the end of the half.
इतने बाप है गन तो 5 Odin कितने लेते हो लोग? क्योंकि गन लंड है.
was just so good. And Bane met a similar fate. And so now a timeout is called from the defensive side. Yep. 2 rounds. 2 rounds to make it to the playoff stage.
And to me, this round 21 is the big deal. Right? We're talking DRX. They've got a bye coming into this one. Very likely it's going to be a Yoru ult versus Ethan's Fade ult on the other side of things. If DRX do not convert onto this, those ults like I talked about are going to start becoming a big talking point. DRX's money is not going to be great either. They need to stop NRG on this round now.
18 months! Like करो नहीं नहीं बहुत पुराना 18 months. ये मेरा third ताज दोस्त member था कपिश भाई.
I asked this question at the beginning of the half, and I think it's worth asking once more. Can NRG do it again? Can they pull off another ridiculous comeback? We expect them to crumble eventually, right? Because how many times can a team get away with this? But lo and behold, they're still in a fight. Late in these series, late in these maps.
क्या closure है ना chat?
This is a team that has full trust in one another. The ability to dig deep, have that grit, have that drive.
Neon le cringe, Vele le cringe.
To get the job done. And the job's not done right now. This is the round that will swing it all. And Flashback has the operator.
सच में Valor में एक ही cringe agent है Deadlock.
But Mata shuts him out.
He had a shot at it.
Majama.
Snapping up, cannot connect. And now, full gas forwards. Prowler out, satchel through, but the paranoia in exchange for Mako might be good enough. Mata gets clocked. Clothesline.
Oh.
Connects with
ओए हो क्या चल रहा है? काहे लड़ रहे इतना जबरदस्त?
Ethan gets a spike down.
Come back.
Delivers. NRG.
Come back.
10.
GG go next. अभी equal है 11-11.
They know this operator's been seen. They call for the boost up play. That's not a
It is GGW pack. GGW pack.
Second. Flashback
क्या
on the other
लड़
side.
रहे वे दोनों हाँ?
And then the speed up into the rest of the side. Everything is working for NRG.
They thrust their star in a position to make a play. And now look at the buy for DRX. It's horrid.
The one saving grace, DRX didn't end up using the dimensional drift, so we'll have that for the next round. But as I said, Raze ult online. They can use it to guarantee this if they must.
Double blind करेंगे लड़ेंगे
Binks back to even.
Ult भी है.
No real information of what's happening elsewhere on the map.
This is a tough round to call. NRG have a very close wall behind
सीधा
them
घुस
guarding
सकते
their flanks.
कितना भी है Boomboard, Nade, Ult, Omen Brand सब है ये लोग के पास.
back to win the round.
Right
They're
side से
hoping not
brand
to
दो
meet this
close
same
left.
level of resistance
Boombar,
on the C
bend
site.
nade or alt. Jai
The
Mata
truth
Di,
is
let's
they don't
rock.
fully understand what's on the other side.
This is tough. Now there is a C's, there's Prowlers, there's the paint shells from Auto. We saw this against the stack DRX had back on the Eco. This time they're playing more spread.
Yeah, maybe the benefit is that the two Buckies that are on the board are not there. But it's still Stingers and it's still DRX. Flashback has to get out.
Ford.
The rocket not connecting. But they're trying to force their way out onto the site. Mata playing around it. Som fills in. And now it's just the two Buckies that remain. Hyunmin down to 5 HP.
फिर भी बैठा देखना 5 HP पे किधर.
The dust settles. And it's NRG in full control.
तो thank you for the smoke हो गया ये.
But DRX never counted out. Looking for a free one with the Bucky. A stray bullet. Chance. But it's not there. NRG pull off another comeback. Ender, I can't believe I'm saying this. We're tied.
11.
ऐसे इसके Watchparty भी भर्दिया होती है. भर्दिया तो होती है.
And we always knew this was going to be an interesting matchup. Both these teams following very different trajectories. NRG on the up and up, DRX bombing out in Stage 2 playoffs.
इसको भर दिया.
But at the end of the day, these are two squads built around a key veteran. Ethan versus Mako, the IGLs. And then so much fresh blood, young talent. And it's been the young talent that has been stepping up, and it will be the young talent to determine which of these two squads will advance.
Flashback with the up. Hyunmin tries to TP away and he's caught.
गलत जगह पे है तू.
One of those names drops.
From by duelist.
In a pivotal round.
किसने तो बोला था 11:30 बजे खत्म होगा मैच. खत्म हुआ था. No map 2.
And Flashback has not shown this look. Pushed up into A lobby. He has destroyed NRG. They have not succeeded to do so.
Crosshair heavy. Position given away.
He's once more.
You lunatic!
He's nuts!
Punishes Ethan.
Yeah.
He has had Ethan's number all day long.
The only numbers that really matter right now
are
the 4 headed towards C though. Paranoia will buy a little bit of time, but doesn't connect on to everyone. And now the Visol to buy a little space. Green might not have been tagged. Oh, he was. So they're going to get the site for free.
It'll be a 4-on-4 retake, but Flashback has the dimensional drift. You will have full information of where NRG are playing. They want to find out against all odds.
He's got a 40. Pops the ult. Ventures forth. Looking to pick a target. Looking for a name to claim. And it's Bane who falls first, and there it is! Som's the one who falls! NRG still with the numbers advantage. Mako so far away from the play. It's Flashback on his own. 3 on the round. Scuba puts him out. NRG gets a series point.
They did it in their global debut against CDG. And now, teetering on the precipice. NRG, the surprise team of Stage 2. From disappointing finishes in kickoff in Stage 1.
Flashback इतना करके कैसे आ रहे?
Shuffle to Ethan stepping into the IGL role. And now to Brock, 27 and 15. One more round is all they need.
Ben, alt ले ले, orb ले ले Ben.
Everyone around the world asking, when do NRG die?
Orb?
When have they had enough? When will they fold?
Ben, orb?
Yet they find themselves up around. They find themselves at C once more. They find themselves staring down 3 members of DRX. A full bed of utility.
Chat heavy pressure.
And things aren't pretty for DRX. Chat
heavy pressure, chat.
You see a couple of stingers. You see a judge in Mako's hand.
Flashback
is the sole vandal for the team.
लिया और लिया.
He's been the hero.
DJ में क्या stream देख रहे हो?
NRG want to go for another C-pop, and he is here and waiting.
They're committing out onto this. They're doubling down on it. But it's still just a push and pull. It's a pump break.
Only one player actually tagged on
चलेगा, लेकिन
now they can speed up.
वो info है कि वो लोग B नहीं आ रहे.
And go they do. Freeing. Wrapped around, he falls. Mata gets 2. The young star looking to push NRG there. Questions about when they die have been, they will continue to go unanswered.
What the fuck?
NRG
DRX
proves
lost?
that you cannot kill what you
Bhai,
did not
energy
create.
hai,
For
bhai.
the very first time in org history.
Holy
Welcome
flying
to the
poop.
champs playoff stage.
Oh my god, energy का map था भाई ये इतना crazy खेला था man.
It looked like they would be
The
going out with a
fuck?
whimper. But in similar form to that comeback against
भाई
EG,
बताया लेकिन
this team has proven
एनर्जी ने बताया वो लोग गोट की है और DRX ने बताया कि भाई लाइटली लेने का नहीं. Holy flying fuck. मेरा 2 पिक गेम्स राइट हो गया.
Think about NRG's year. People questioned how they do in playoffs.
मेरा 2 पिक गेम्स राइट हो गया chat.
They walk in 4-1, yeah, but I mean they have to place top 3 from the top 4 to make it. I mean they've got to find a way through. Was their group weak?
S6 आजा ऑनलाइन आजा.
Answer the call every step of the way.
It is wild how much the conversation changed
Oh,
around
sis,
NRG
ऑनलाइन आजा
over
ना.
the course of the year. The roster changes, and now what they have accomplished.
Chat 8 के लाइक्स कर दो.
Of incredible what this team has been able to do.
अगर 8 के लाइक्स हो गए तो 1 गेम खेलेंगे. अगर 9 के लाइक्स हो गए तो 2 गेम खेलेंगे. 10 के लाइक्स हो गया तो गांड पड़ जाएगी. बुरा लगा फ्लैशबैक के लिए. पेन भाई पेन बहुत बात खेला था.
They went to Korea. They took down Gen G. They won that off-season tournament. Soup League. We thought they could be world beaters. That was very much not the case. It has now come.
True comeback energy actual में भी अच्छा खेला. Sexy, one of the best champ series था ये अभी तक का. One of the best. I think the best champ series था
And
भाई.
they didn't do it off of Mata carrying them all
दोनों जो लड़े भाई.
You think about it's just an unreal run.
Heavy
We're gonna
लड़े.
throw it down to Lou at the stage.
Six
standing
ऑनलाइन आजा ना मैं आ रहा हूँ.
Ethan for the Verizon post-match interview.
Players, et je suis avec Ethan pour en discuter. Ethan, congratulations for this massive win. I'm still shocked. I don't know how you guys managed to do it, but you are in playoffs. So first of all, congratulations. My first question is going to be about those 2 insane comebacks that you managed to pull out on both Corrode and here on Lotus. So do you want to speak about it? Like, how did you guys keep that resilience? And are you used to being like down in scrims, for instance?
Yeah. I mean, coming from the EDG game, we know anything's possible. So confidence and composure, I think, were the 2 big words today.
I think this is a very nice recipe indeed. Donc, on a vu que ça a été compliqué pour vous. Corrode, Lotus, ils ont fait 2 comebacks de fou. Donc, d'où est-ce qu'ils tirent cette résilience? Est-ce qu'ils ont l'habitude d'être menés en scrim? Et bah oui, je pense qu'on l'a vu sur les 2 maps. Il y a eu beaucoup de résilience, beaucoup de focus, de calme aussi. Et c'est ça qui nous a permis, évidemment, de remonter. Second question, I had your mom for an interview earlier on during the match, and she said that she thought you were at your prime. So do you agree with her? How have you been feeling individually, like recently, and also as an IGL?
Yeah, the team gives me a lot of confidence in my IGLing, even though I'm a little new to it, but learning and couldn't do it without my teammates.
Of course, and always a nice word for your teammates. Donc, il est passé IGL cette année, Ethan. Donc, comment est-ce que ça se passe? Est-ce qu'il est d'accord avec sa maman? Est-ce qu'il est à son prime? Eh ben, en vrai, oui. Mes teammates me font me sentir archi en confiance. J'aime beaucoup ce rôle d'IGL en plus. Donc, je m'éclate. And last question, which teammate do you want to give props to? If you had to pick like one of them, who are the proudest of today?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
You need to pick one.
Just from today, probably Sam. I think Sam gave everyone a lot of confidence, even when we were down, obviously. A lot of big, we were down a lot, and he brought us back.
Yeah, we saw some good comes also from Sam indeed. Et enfin, de quel teammate es-tu le plus fier aujourd'hui? Lequel pour toi le plus carré? Bah Sam, il a ramené de l'énergie à l'équipe au moment où on en avait le plus besoin. Et je pense que c'est aussi essentiellement grâce à lui qu'on a gagné. Thank you very much, Ethan. Congratulations again. Merci de nous avoir suivis. That's it for us on the stage for today. Let's toss it back and wrap it up with our analyst desk. See you tomorrow.
What a ridiculous series that is. In just a moment, we will be joined. A little bit of a homecoming, I think, for Coach Bonka. But for now, I've got Tom here with me. That is not the result I expected after the first 7 rounds.
No, for sure. It was, again, this same sort of dominant start that we saw out of DRX, where it just looked like they were really struggling to face off, especially against Flashback, who had like an incredible game. But once more, you just started to see that, I guess, resilience and some of these like, well, I guess the Odin. Like, I feel like Brock is really making a name for himself in terms of this gun in particular. Sure, he had an operator at the end, but I think that he has proven that this gun maybe should be played by more people. I don't know if I want to say that out loud, but Mitch isn't here, so someone has to.
No, I've been shouting to the roof about this since 2020. But I love it. I love the way they are so resilient and confident, and they trust themselves. And I think this is the America's team, you know, that we always wanted to see, but we expect it from like G2 and Sen. But seeing this coming out of NRG is very, very, very good news for the region, I think.
Well, I think as well, it's more so just, it's interesting that their identity seemed to have switched so quickly. Like having these players brought into the roster, I think Scuba had a bit of a rough map here, but throughout the rest of the maps we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament has been fantastic. And I think ultimately, for that to work so quickly is nice, because it's not like a team that it's not like a team that looks like they have these like inexperienced players or players that are coming up and having a chance to make this road, because it was so late in the day in stage 2 that they sort of started that road to recovery. They basically had to finish within that sort of top bracket if they were going to make it here, and now they are the team that has managed to make it to the playoffs.
Hello, please come and sit and join us, Bonka. Honestly, not going to be a surprise to you. First of all, congratulations, but we claim you. You are one of us. Welcome home. Welcome
so
home
much.
to EMEA. Have you missed
क्या
it?
बात कर रहे हो, Bonker भाई?
The food, the weather, and especially the clean air.
Gaming on gaming.
When was the last time you were on this side of the world?
I mean, we did boot camp in Poland for EWC, so we were there for 10 days, so yeah.
Yeah, and I want people to know, like, this is a big deal for us. Because like we covered you when you used to be an IGL when you were playing, but we never got a chance to probably meet you and speak to you. So this is really nice.
I promise we have nicer things to say now. I
I always have. Bonka, I don't know if you remember, but the Ascent knife.
अब तेरा भाई खेलेगा किसके जैसे?
In my mind, like as piece of EMEA history.
माड़ा.
Yeah, great old days. But what does it mean?
माड़ा जैसे खेलेगा तेरा भाई. माड़ा बोलते माड़ा अब होगा हाज गेम प्ले लैंग्वेज. भाई मेरे को आज रिबेल का भी मेंबरशिप मिला और रेगा का भी मेंबरशिप मिला. एम आई द लकी वन? If liquid on again it is or for DRX, it is then Nats will cook them. Remember. खाना है DRX? हाँ? खाना है? झेलटा होएगा रात को. अब एक गेम खेलेंगे 1:30 को ये स्ट्रीम एंड होएगी. फिर मेंबरशिप ओनली करेंगे 3:30 बजे 4 बजे वो स्ट्रीम एंड होएगी. फिर मैं सो जाऊंगा 5 बजे, उठ जाऊंगा 8 बजे और निकल जाऊंगा. फिर गाड़ी में सो जाऊंगा 2 घंटे. यही है जिंदगी. क्या है बे रिप्ले सिस्टम? बेंच डिस्कॉर्ड बुलाता रहते हैं बड़वा. डिस्कॉर्ड क्या जब तक मैच चालू हो रहा है हैप्पी बर्थडे लिखो. हैप्पी बर्थडे. जब तक मैच चालू हो रहा है इधर जाओ और हैप्पी बर्थडे लिखो. हैप्पी बर्थडे. बग्स भाई बर्थडे विश कर दो आज. मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे पायल जी. मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे. इधर जाओ और हैप्पी बर्थडे लिखो। हैप्पी बर्थडे, हैप्पी बर्थडे लिखो, हैप्पी बर्थडे।
हेलो मेरे स्ट्रीम का लिंक क्यों डाला?
आजकल सुपर चैट भी नहीं कर सकते, पैसे खत्म। बेटे
हेलो बेटे
बेटे बेटे क्या है रिप्ले सिस्टम स्टोर में? क्या है
बेटे?
ये क्या है?
रिप्ले किसका रिप्ले देखूं मैं? हाँ कुछ ना।
चैम्स बंडल गिफ्ट करो।
हाँ बेटे खुद का अच्छा गेम प्ले का रिप्ले देखूं मैं।
ए कैसे देखते बोला?
ये गेम तो जीत फिर दिखेगा। सिंगापुर लगाया?
नहीं मुंबई। अरे यार मेरे को वेले लेने का था यार। वेले लेने का था मेरे को। माल क्या बंस भाई टाइम पास करने से। ए रिप्ले कभी मिड राउंड देख सकते क्या?
ना वाह रिप्ले मिड राउंड देख सकते
तो
हैं।
मतलब क्या कर सकते बता?
मैच के बाद देख सकता है तो रिप्ले।
आवाज क्या रुक जा। हाँ बॉबी बोल।
मैच के बाद देख सकता है रिप्ले।
आवाज क्या रुक जा। क्या आवाज का दर्द है यार। हेलो हेलो कुछ बोल।
हेलो
हाँ अभी बोल क्या है?
मैच के बाद देख सकता है।
ओ मतलब मैच के बाद मैं खुद का गेम प्ले वापस देख सकता हूँ वैसा?
हाँ मतलब सोच मैं तेरे को बहुत मारा ओपोनेंट में आके।
हाँ
तो तू देख सकता है मेरे से सीख सकता है मैंने कैसे मारा।
मतलब मैं तेरे को स्पेक्टेट कर सकता हूँ
सबको।
फेक है मेरे अंदर।
अरे तो रिप्ले तेरे को नहीं पता क्या चीज रहती है?
मेरे को लगा अपना हाइलाइट जैसा। वो बेंचूट।
अरे सीएसगो का डेमो नहीं आता था।
बॉम्ब ले जाओ मेरे भाई।
भाई के उसको बोल सीएस नहीं इधर बॉम्ब बोलने के लिए। Shut up the fuck? Baby.
Go B. ISO here.
You get flashed or no?
No.
ISO here, so over here.
100. अरे भाई जिंदा किस है? मर गया।
Close Sylvan.
यार मेरा एफ ने दब रहा था।
Close right, Omen, close right.
Both. Heal हो गया होगा।
W बेटे।
Gun here. Keep it up. Screw up and they're on us.
भाई मेरा एफ ने दब रहा था यार कब का मर जाता वो। वॉचपार्टी जैसे रिप्ले सिस्टम। हाँ क्या?
Come B. I'll drone B for you guys.
No look. Deep breath.
Let me peek with another. Danger.
Unable. Wall set.
Hey, he's low.
कॉन्डम पहनता है।
Enemy remaining.
Shot.
What I'm owed.
ये उम्र में ये फ्लिक मारना मतलब है।
Find it. I'll do the rest.
We wait.
Okay. Target.
लैंग्वेज बेटे।
डार्ट डॉज कर ले फिर वॉकअप कर ले।
क्या?
डार्ट डॉज कर ले एमन फिर वॉकअप कर ले। ओके।
120. Glow 120.
Last place. Not ready yet.
Ping just. Low 120.
Low weather hai. Only one hai.
Last player standing.
Left पे है.
मेरे को लगा राइट में भी बस मारा क्लोन है
मिनी बाइक है पूरे टीम में.
अंजुम मार रहे तो
मैंने आज तक वो गन को हाथ नहीं लगे.
आजा मिड लेते हैं. मैं स्पाइक फेंकता हूँ मिड में.
But I can break their spirit.
लैंग्वेज यूज कर दा.
Now we win.
अरे छोटा पड़ रहा है.
मैं नॉर प्ले कर करता हूँ. मेरी बॉडी पे फ्लैश करिए.
Now we wait. Right then. Let's go
Right then.
Rip and tear.
Reloading.
Thorns activated. Launching thorns. I have the spike. Winding crash.
Side.
रेडी बना कर को. रेडी रखते ना मैं लेफ्ट.
Planted.
बैक साइड रखो ना.
My blind is dead. 3 down.
दोनों.
Thorns are live. One enemy remaining.
अरे भीचुत.
Last player
अरे 132 I saw. अरे कैसे नहीं मारा वो? The fuck?
My quiver is never full.
भाई कैसे नहीं मारा वो? मैं कितना गोली चलाया उस पे बे? हगास क्या गोली कनेक्ट कैसे नहीं हुआ चैट? भाई इतना सेक्सी मारे थे मैंने 3. भाई नहीं इतना सेक्सी मारे थे बे 3. The fuck? तू देखा क्या?
नहीं.
भाई लगा ही नहीं बे उसको.
क्या मार दो इधर से.
retrieving flash.
101.
बॉम्ब लेना.
लो है 101. अरे
Enemy spotted. A. Time to jump.
Stay alive.
Enemy remaining.
W ब्लाइंड है. वाइस बेहोश.
लाइन में थ्रो है.
वो रिवील किसने नहीं हो रहा? W. रिप्ले में देखेंगे ये अब. मेरे पीओई से वापस देखेंगे भोसड़ी वालों.
गोभी बोल रहे थे बिंग्स.
गोभी तो अब तक सोवा है 0 किल पे.
ड्रॉप दे दो.
वॉचपार्टी करने बोल उसको थोड़ा शायद मार लेगा.
6 रुपए वाला गोभी तो नहीं है.
फ्लैश कर रहा हूं.
Flash place.
Deploy drone.
Placing wall trap. Wall trip. Thorns are live.
Loading है.
Two city. Wow.
Flash trap destroyed. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Go TK there.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles.
हाँ ये क्या आवाज निकल रहा है?
Goat song इसे कहते हैं. अरे धाड़धूड़ वाले भैया हेलो
जेट है
Take flight.
लाइट बॉक्स के ऊपर खड़ा हुआ जेट
Enemy tag.
ऊपर में खड़ा है, ऊपर में खड़ा है।
All set. Launching thorns. Thorns activated.
What?
Reloading.
जेट क्लोज
Last player standing.
आइडिया था मेरे पास. अपन एक साथ जाते हैं ना.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं कब से ही.
Shot down.
ठीक है मेरे को वन टाइम मारता और वल्नरेबल में नहीं मारा इसको.
Win.
Win, somewhere to go.
5 अल्टीमेट्स.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ सुन ना मिड लेने बोलना पहले वुमन स्मोक यहाँ पे और रिकॉन. हाँ ना आधा मिड लेने बोलना पहले.
आइसोल्ट वेट करवा दूंगा मैं. साउंड दो आइसोल्ट.
बोलना.
कॉल दे दिया. कॉल दे दिया.
क्या कॉल है 5 अल्टे वहाँ पे. तुम लोग वल्नरेबल 16 अल्टी भी खाओगे भाई.
इसो मिड खेलता है इधर नहीं खेलता.
Not ready yet. Retrieving flash.
लास्ट में. 1 HP.
My turn.
पीछे जाने बोलो मन को अल्ट.
Last player standing. Spike down A. Wall crit.
अरे मैं बोला चूतिया कॉल है बे 6.
पता है मेरे को बट
They brought weapons made of metal to kill me. Ironic.
मैं सोचा स्मार्ट.
अपन नहीं पे अपन वाइस का भी इन्फो नहीं ले रहे उधर अल्ट में बिना मिड लिए कैसे रे. बोल मिड लेने बोल. मिड फाइट करने बोल डिफॉल्ट. यहाँ पे स्मोक डालने बोल.
यहाँ पे रिकॉन दे दे. यहाँ पे स्मोक दे दो.
कौन सा रिकॉन हो?
Then pair. No more thorns. Then pair. No more thorns.
एक और है मिड पे.
लो है सो लो है.
चल
Flashing.
सो लो है. हाँ ग्लोव को भी लग सकता. इधर लगा मार्शल.
55 आइसो.
It's you and me.
One enemy remaining.
डब्लू बे क्या मारा
All
उसने.
that. And with so few moves.
Gun here.
अरे भोसड़ी के. अच्छा ये वैंडल है क्या मेरे को लगा गार्डियन है.
Only brought enough for me.
लो सब लो भाई.
वापस मिड मत छोड़.
अल्ट है मेरे पे.
वापस मिड लेते ना.
हाँ मिड डिफॉल्ट प्ले ना बोल.
हाँ बस ये स्मोक देना और ये रिकॉन.
मिड प्रेशर करके मिड टू जा सकते हैं हम.
वो बाद में रे.
लिख के दे बात.
ये
Thorns down.
एक है वहाँ पे.
फाइट हो रहा है शायद.
My ultimate's
अरे उसका गन नहीं गया यार, फक मेरे को रुकना था।
अरे स्मोक देना, मेरे को चेक करना पड़ रहा है।
10 बार बोला स्मोक देने। अरे पिंचोत
अरे उसने स्मोक नहीं दिया पिछली बार भी, ये बार भी
पता नहीं भाई।
थोड़ी इसका अल्ट बोल रहे हैं।
अरे भाई जाना भाई, 16 अल्ट है भाई, इसका इन्फो नहीं है। सेटअप चेंज होगा, क्या करेंगे ये लोग? भेड़ चोट चूतिए लोग।
करो इंस्टेंट।
होल्ड करता हूं, ये होल्ड करता हूं।
Thorns are alive.
कट फाइट जा बिया जा, दो ही बी पे।
Nowhere to run.
हाँ
कहां से
हेलो
120
टाइमिंग होगा भाई, मेरे को नहीं दिखा। अरे वो बी पुश कैसे किया?
दो स्पॉन ऑल 3 बोल रहा हूं तो बोल लो भाई, से ही खेलते भी खेलते।
हाँ वो स्पॉन से कैसे है, ये इधर कैसे है वो?
अरे पता नहीं रे, बी देख रहा था, टाइमिंग हो गया बोल रहा है भेड़ चोत।
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything. We keep nothing.
Now we win.
एलटी पे ब्लाइंड दियो मोमेंट। हां आई नीड अ ड्रॉप। ईगल ड्रॉप देना।
Retrieving wall.
चलो ये राउंड भी हार गया, जाओ सीधा भी।
टॉप साइड डैश कर ले जेट।
हाँ रिप्ले में देखना सब। क्या रिप्ले में पता है बी गए।
Get out of my way. Placing wall trap. Last trip.
फ्लैश देना।
Thorns are alive.
कुछ भी करो।
राइट
कमिंग आउट।
Shame. Player standing.
कुछ भी करो।
Switching sides.
Insane bro.
I'll isolate the problem.
I need a drop.
Crush it.
कुछ भी करो। रिप्ले में देखना टाइमिंग नहीं रे, चुत्ते है वो। सबसे पहली बात उसको वहाँ पे खेलना ही नहीं चाहिए था। मैंने ये छोड़ा क्योंकि वो देख रहा है। स्मोक डालने बोल रहा है, स्मोक ने डाल रहा है। ये देखने नहीं आ रहा, टाइमिंग बोल रहा है। खड़े रहने का एफ के जब तक हम लोग मिड से नहीं लेते भी।
Try not to die.
भी आ रहा है।
Many enemies B.
Thorns activated.
I can't fight.
Spike planted.
One is PS, yes.
मेरे साथ हेवन क्या
One enemy remaining.
90.
Flashing.
उफ बिंक्स, इधर भी टाइमिंग हो गया।
किसका?
किल करने का।
मेरा
हाँ जैसे पिक के ऐसे मर गया हूँ
ना
बाय कर लो बाय।
तेरे भाई ने जो होल्ड किया है ये सकता हूँ Bro, latest happiness has been removed from energy. Fuck, क्या बात कर रहा है shit. I'm so sad right now.
शरीफ देना
भी आ जाओ कोई भाई।
Now we wait. Let's go.
Revealing area. Found.
Mid
one में
भाग रहे हैं
पीछे एक और पीछे
स्पेक्टर है तेरे पास
एक साइड है
My blind is dead.
मिड है
एक मिड और एक ए
मैं मारता हूं रुक जा चिल कर
एक मिड एक ए दोनों है
ठीक है
नॉट इन ट्रिगर हुई
एक इन था ना
ये लास्ट
अरे उसको मार्चर है बैंचो
क्या शेरिफ से टप्पा दिए 4
अरे मिड आ रहे तो उसको बोलना इधर स्मोक देने ऐसा कैसे फाइट कर रहे हो तुम लोग बिना स्मोक के
आई थिंक वो कौन है पता है
कौन
999
कोई भाई
अरे बैंच
वाइस फ्लैश ड्रोन आ रहा है नवरेश पे जिंदा रहो ना तो जिंदा रहो रिटेक कर लेंगे
उसको बोल स्मोक देने वापस
स्मोक देना
घुस जाओ मैं मिड देख रहा हूँ
रिवील हो गया वन है
अंडर
भाई किधर है
146 जेट
यार one enemy remaining.
मिड क्या
पता नहीं
मैं स्पॉन देख रहा हूं तेरा भाई
कौन से कैसे आएगा वो
तू देखने दे
उसने फ्लैश किया था ना मेन पे मिड आएगा
हां किया था
ऑन मी
अरे देखने दे मतलब कौन से आ ही नहीं सकता मेरे पास मिड है
तू वैंडल ले पहले
कहां पे
होगा किधर तो
Speak up and ask questions.
अरे भाई कौन से आ ही नहीं सकता मेरे पास मिड है रे भाई ए पे वॉल है
आउटलॉ कर रहा हूं मेरे से गन ले लो तुम्हारा
आसपास लेफ्ट नॉट लेट इज शिट
मैं ऑफ लूंगी नहीं फिर
नेक्स्ट राउंड लेना
Now we wait.
टू थ्री है मैं ड्रोन करता हूं जल्दी
क्लोज स्मोक दियो तेरे
अरे बहुत सुड़ी के क्या शॉट मारा जा बी एक घुसा लेफ्ट साइड पे घुसा मार रीलोड पे मार
मिड पे जेट है
One enemy remaining.
डब्ल्यू उसको पड़ी थी जेट को शायद
पड़ी थी
I feel no.
नहीं पड़ी थी रे किसको
कर रहे तू
What does that say?
ऑफ ना
Don't answer.
हां बराबर ले वैंडल अरे ये
मैक्स चिका जॉइन सैनिटरी
हां नहीं लास्ट राउंड की है वो ले ऑफ खरीद ले
Wait.
कोई किधर पिक करता है
ओमेन को बोल ए पे 1 में देना है
ओमेन 1 में देना है ए पे
मैं जा रहा हूं
पकड़ दिया मैंने
आउट नहीं है ना अभी फिर भी
अरे 140 जेट
तीनों है क्या
तीनों स्पॉटेड थे जेट क्लोव एंड सोवा
स्मोक पे मौका है अभी उसके पास कुछ है नहीं है ये स्मोक जाने के बाद वो लोग घुसने वाले रिकॉन पे घुसने वाले स्ट्रिक्स यही चले जा स्ट्रिक्स डैश मार के जा स्ट्रिक्स लौड़े लग गए इसके अरे
अपना है वो भाई
140 है जेट
लेफ्ट पे
लेफ्ट पे This is where someone says something pithy and we pretend to tolerate them. Go ahead. I'll wait.
इकोनॉमी की लग गई
अरे ब्लाइंड दे दिया बैठ चो इसने
फंसा है
मर गए भाई
दो मर गए
स्मोक करो फाइट मत लो प्लीज मतलब
एक लेफ्ट गया
मैं मर गया
Something right. Don't do it at all.
भाई वो कैसे लगा हेड पे मार रहे
अरे 3 जगह कान में बोल दे कर रहा हूं
थैंक्स
भाई अपना ओमेन भाई ने जो ढाई करके एमिन में ब्लाइंड दिया है ना जबकि कोई पीछे है नहीं फाइट करने को मजे ही आगे देख के ये फास्ट आ रहे थे सीधा ब्लाइंड ही मार दिया ले बैच एक मिड है मिड स्मोक देने बोले इधर एक
अल्टी करेगा भाई तो एक को पीछे आ जा
आजा चेक करो उधर ले आजा कर रहा हूं चेक छोड़ दिया
My ultimate's ready. One enemy remaining.
Double. ओमन भाई एंटी स्मर्फ ना अलग है ओमन अलग है मेरे को सच्ची देखनी है क्या रैंक है उसका एकदम एग्जैक्ट रात का 1 बजे वाला ओमन है वो मैंने उसको लास्ट राउंड के लिए बोला था
इसमें वन टैप देखेगा
हां दे दिखा
आइसो अल्ट मारेगा मेरे पे आजा
मैं क्यों मिडर है
क्या
मिडर
घुस गए
ये
Thorns are alive. Spike planted.
मेरे को दिखा नहीं दे
मॉर्निंग
वी हैव वाइस अल्ट
रुक
फ्लैश करो
My turn.
अरे भाई
जी भाई
लैंग्वेज
गलत स्मोक हो गया
खेलना छोड़ दो भाई
गोट बोल गोट नहीं था
जो बंदे के लिए रुका था वो भी नहीं मारा
भाई मैं सादा किल नहीं मारता भाई सादक में 3K मारा और मेरे को ची बोल रहा है 3K विद ओपी अल्ट। हाँ
आजा आजा बी में पुश करते इधर से शॉट लेते
डेल्टा का भी इसके बाद।
हां
भाई वो लोग मिड लेने वाले, हम लोग का वुमेन गांड देने वाला, हम लोग राउंड आ जाने वाले।
विंडो देख, कौन देख रहा है
यार है वापस
भाई बी क्लियर है।
वो अंदर आ चुका है।
ये लो व्हाट इज द सीन बी ए यार
जाना है। मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, तू ए आजा, ओमेन को मिड खेलने बोल और
मैं
वन
खेलता
डाल।
हूं, मैं और भाई से खेलते।
हां ओमन भाई आप बी खेलो।
बी ने उसको एकदम बेस में बेच।
ड्रॉप देना इसको।
बिंग्स भाई ड्रॉप दे दो।
अरे बेंच
किसी शॉप लगाओ क्या?
वन वे दे दे बोल उसको, मिड से वन वे दे दे बोल। हाँ चुप
सुन वन वे देना ओमेन।
थोड़े लग गए।
Get out of my way.
भाई वो मिड छुदने वाला है।
ड्रोन है यार मैं आइसो को मार भी नहीं सकता यार।
मैं उसका शील्ड तोड़ा, उसने मेरी गांड तोड़ी रही।
Spike planted.
मुझे ले लेना था ना पहले शॉट।
Take flight. Enemy mark.
Player standing.
120 सो है यार।
Oh.
I demand what I owe.
सुन ओमेन को बोल यहाँ पे खेलने, यहाँ पे खेलने को, और यहाँ से यहाँ ब्लाइंड देने को जब तू कॉल देगा, ये बोल।
आजा मैं डिस्ट्रैक्ट करते।
उसको बोल जो मैंने बोला वो बोल, जब तू कॉल देगा तब ब्लाइंड देने। यहाँ से यहाँ ब्लाइंड देने बोल उसको। अरे उसको यहाँ जाने बोल चूते को।
नहीं सुन रहा
अरे बहन का लौड़ा भाई। पीछे जा रहे, फेक है।
रिकॉन तोड़ो।
रिकॉन नहीं है यार।
हार्ड ब्रेकर।
बेस से रोटेट कर।
जिसका स्मोक कहाँ पे है?
एमएन रिवीलिंग हो गई। एमएन खेलो ना भाई, देख लो।
यार
एमएन
Wall people are alive. Good hit. Blind and dead. Spike planted.
मेन रुको स्मोक।
अरे गन किधर है? गन चाहिए भेंचो। तेरा बाय का वॉल ऑन टॉप्स बेबी, तेरा बाय का वॉल ऑन टॉप्स।
Defenders win. I deserve this. We deserve this.
इजी है भाई।
कैरी है भाई। MVP। अच्छा अपने में रेडिएंट था ऑलरेडी। GEUV जी में ये T69 ने कैरी किया G5 हाइडिंग को। हेलो ऋषि सर आप हो? ऋषि सर आर यू देयर? रिप्ले, ए रिप्ले किधर देखने है? रिप्ले किधर देखने है? कौन सा राउंड देखो?
उधर देख, डाउनलोड का बटन है।
कहाँ पे?
उधर उधर।
लैंड नहीं है। प्ले अगेन, प्ले अगेन।
हाँ, प्ले अगेन कर।
लवुड़े।
करियर में जा, करियर में।
हाँ करियर,
करियर में जाने के बाद एक
हाँ
राइट में देख प्ले
कुछ
रिप्ले।
तो ओ बार बढ़ रहा है, बार बढ़ रहा है। आउट। अब किया क्या? ठीक है।
या आप
ओह,
वो
ठीक
किससे
है।
मारा सबसे ज्यादा?
मेरे को नहीं पता।
देख भी मत ना भाई।
मैं एमवीपी बन और मैं देखू। ये क्या है? ये क्या है? बहुत सारे बटन से। अरे बाबा क्या सिंसी ऑब्जर्वर गार्ड पड़ गई। हेलो ओए चक्कर आ रहा है। साउंड म्यूट हो गया, पॉज हो गया। ठीक है,
स्पेस दबाने पे पॉज होता है।
ये प्लेयर चेंज है। ठीक है, ये क्या है? 5 सेकंड आगे।
ये अच्छा है ना, अपन अभी वार्ड्स देख के वापस T69 को रिवाइव कर सकते हैं।
पॉज।
हाँ?
रुक जा रुक जा, मैं क्या कर रहा था? कौन सा राउंड देखने का चैट? भाई ये क्या सिंसी है? असुना सिंसी भाई, क्या है ये मेरे से? चैट कौन सा राउंड देखने का? स्प्लिट 3 में था वो, जी एकेडमी में। अगर T69 एकेडमी में रहता था ना, मैच एमवीपी था वो। कौन सा राउंड देखूं? कौन सा राउंड भाई? ओमेन टाइमिंग वाला कौन सा राउंड था?
ओमेन टाइमिंग वाला?
हाँ देख देख, मैं क्लोव से मारा था। टाइमलाइन में देख।
राउंड नंबर बताओ, राउंड नंबर 5।
फ्रेम ड्रॉप हो रहा है। अरे इसमें तो फ्रेम ड्रॉप हो रहा है भाई। क्यों हो रहा है? अरे छूट गया मैं। हेलो,
फ्रेम ड्रॉप हो रहा है
भाई छूट गया मेरा पीसी। हेलो, एम आई बैक?
हाँ अभी रुक।
एम आई बैक? क्या मैं आ गया?
वो
FPS लिमिट कर।
नीचे से आया।
FPS लिमिट कैसे करूं इसका ऑब्जर्वर का? FPS लिमिट किधर है अभी इसमें? भेजो
ब्रो, वेरी नाइस टाइमिंग।
अरे कैसे करूं?
क्या कैसे कर?
FPS
पता नहीं।
ये भेजो भाई। मेरा बिट रेट 30,000 क्यों जा रहा है? OBS का बिट रेट 30,000 क्यों जा रहा है? ये क्या चुत्तेगिरी है अभी?
30,000 ही नहीं थे तेरा?
नहीं, मेरा 15,000 पे वीडियो।
मैं तो खुद 70,000 पे करता था स्ट्रीम।
किधर है लिमिट FPS? किधर है? वर्किंग फाइन। गंड मेरे में बाहर आयो करके वर्किंग फाइन किधर है भाई?
अच्छा है, पर रिप्लेस स्ट्रीम बस बने।
अरे भोसड़ी के मैं देख ही नहीं पा रहा। एपोस ट्रॉफी किधर है? राइट एक्सेस, वाई एक्सेस, सब कुछ एक्सेस है। ले ला सब ठीक है भाई। मेरा OBS 30,000 बिट रेट पे जा रहा है मेरा OBS। तुम लोग को समझ में आ रहा है 30,000 क्या होती है? गांड पड़ गई भाई। क्या करूं मैं? मैक्स FPS 240, लिमिट FPS ऑलवेज। ठीक है, ये ठीक है। अब देखते हैं। क्या हो रहा है? ए कौन सा राउंड था वो? कौन सा राउंड था? 5-5 क्लिक क्यों नहीं कर
नॉर्मल
पा
था कुछ टाइमिंग, मतलब ओमेन स्मोक कर रहा था इसलिए वो वॉकिंग।
Last round in the
अरे।
half.
ये वाला राउंड एफ क्या एफ? अभी देखो अभी देखो अभी देखो। नो एफ नाउ गुड, ठीक है। इसको देखने वाला ओमेन को, ठीक है। ओमेन को देख रहा हूं मैं, ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। स्मोक डाला इसने, यहाँ से देख रहा है, अचानक से चिपक गया दीवार को, पकड़ के बैठा है स्मोक। अरे भेड़चोद 20 सेकंड लगा उसको। हेलो
क्या 20 सेकंड लगा?
शायद से देख रहा हूं मैं। यहाँ पे आए, राउंड चालू हुआ, यहाँ पे एक स्मोक दिया उसने, फिर अचानक से स्मोक हाथ में लेके बैठ गया, पता नहीं क्यों। मिड स्मोक ऑलरेडी दे दिया, उसका काम हो गया। अब फिर बैठा एकदम क्रेजी। नहीं, उसने मिड स्मोक दे दिया, उसका काम हो गया। उसके बाद एक बंदा मरने के बाद एक और डीप स्मोक दे दिया उसने ऐसे ही, इन्फो डिनाई करने के लिए, लेकिन ऑलरेडी हम लोग उधर है, इन्फो है। स्क्रीन नॉट विजिबल, क्या दिख रहा था फिर? मेरी गाफ दिख रहे तुम लोगों को? था रे, ओमेन था। दोनों स्मोक उसने मिड पे डाल दिया, एकदम भला मानुस था एकदम। पहले क्लोज मिड, फिर मिड डीप।
डुअलिस्ट को बहुत मदद करता है वो स्मोक डालने में।
अरे उससे अच्छा मैं ही देख लेता रे। मिड टू बी बी होल्ड करने वाला था मैं, ये रहा। वो गया करके मैंने छोड़ दिया और वही टाइम पे उसने मारा। स्क्रीन स्टक गांडू। पॉज किया है मैंने। पॉज किया मैंने स्क्रीन। ये देख प्ले हो गया, ये देख पॉज हो गया। क्या है स्पेस बार दबाने से? ये देख स्क्रीन स्टक नहीं है। वो ठीक है, लेकिन उसने जो ए पे जो किया है ना नशीला, देखने क्या है इसका? मैं एकदम फैन वहाँ हर राउंड देख सकते हैं इसका। ओमेन पीओई 2x करके देखे क्या? एकदम नशीला पदार्थ था एकदम। अटैक में नहीं, डिफेंस में देखते।
मजा आएगा अभी रिप्ले देखने में, जो भी हकता है क्या करता
ओ
है।
सीधा क्लिक कर सकते रे, सीधा क्लिक कर सकता है। ये क्या 5-5 हाफ कभी होता है? हाफ हाफ किधर होता है?
वो उधर देख बीच में रीलोड है।
ओ ये हाफ है।
हाँ
W अपन देखेंगे ओमेन को। ओमेन 2x। राउंड चालू हो गया, डाला 20 स्मोक डाला, भाग रहा W, वापिस स्मोक पकड़ा W, दूसरा स्मोक भी W था। ये राउंड अपन ने कॉल दिया था। अभी ब्लाइंड है, ब्लाइंड करना चाहिए था इसको, ब्लाइंड ने किया। अभी भी कुछ ब्लाइंड ने किया, अभी भी कुछ ब्लाइंड ने किया, अभी भी कुछ ब्लाइंड ने किया। ले फटका। पहला राउंड वो ब्लाइंड थोड़ा काने लेके गया वो ना, बैक साइड ब्लाइंड दिया। जो मेन जो ब्लाइंड है वो ये वाले जगह पे होता है, ये वाले रीटेक के लिए ये वाला ब्लाइंड देते हैं पहले, ये वाला पूरा एरिया, ये वाला। लेकिन वो शायद भूल गया था ब्लाइंड नहीं है करके। अब नेक्स्ट राउंड ले, मिड स्मोक के लिए ले W। क्रेजी 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 एकदम अनबिलीवेबल स्मोक दिया है और उसके बाद जो पीक लिया है अनबिलीवेबल। बंदे ने बी वाला स्मोक दिया है जो तभी देने के अगर वहां पे एक या दो बंदा खेलता है ताकि स्मोक थ्रू कोई आए तुम्हारे, लेकिन ठीक है उसने कियोस क्रिएट करने के लिए वो दिया है, स्मोक दिया है। लेकिन प्रॉब्लम इज ये ऐसा वन टैप मारने के बाद वो जो मूव किया है ना इग्नोर करके ठप। अरे तो 6-7 ओमेन किधर गया? मिड ऐसा पिक करके ऐसा पिक कर दिया उसने। हाँ ये देखिए उसने मिड स्मोक किया बराबर, ये मिड स्मोक किया। अभी उसको अगर साउंड आ रहा है तो उसको देना चाहिए यहाँ से यहाँ पे ब्लाइंड, यहाँ से यहाँ केओस क्रिएट करने के लिए, सिर्फ यहाँ से उसका स्मोक लेवल तक, क्योंकि उसको भागने का साउंड आ रहा है। ठीक है, सबसे पहली बात उसको यहाँ पे स्मोक देना चाहिए, इधर ये स्मोक एंड टेढ़ा ब्लाइंड, यहाँ पे ब्लाइंड, टेढ़ा यहाँ पे ब्लाइंड, यहाँ तक ब्लाइंड, ये उसका प्ले होना चाहिए ताकि वो ये स्मोक और ये ब्लाइंड करके यहाँ पे पिक लेके इसको मारे ये। लेकिन उसने वो नहीं किया, और उसके बाद ऐसा पिक लिया इधर, उसने बंदा देखा, उसने फिर छोड़ ही दिया वहां पे बैन चो। हाँ चुन देंगे बिल्ड, कोई देखेगा ही नहीं। तेरा शॉट क्रिस्पी था। नेक्स्ट राउंड, अभी आते हैं नेक्स्ट राउंड पे। 7-7 लास्ट राउंड एनालिसिस करेंगे अपन। एकदम ये लेके बैठा है वो W। सबसे पहले उसको देना चाहिए मिड डिफॉल्ट स्मोक, लेकिन वो नहीं दे रहा है। ठीक है, कोई चीज नहीं है। नाइस, किधर गया वो? किधर नीचे आ गया। रिस्मोक, केवल हम लोग राउंड जीते थे शायद। नाइस रिस्मोक, यहाँ पे ये खाली। ठीक है अभी तक बराबर कर रहा है। थोड़ा ओपन में आके लड़ा। ठीक है, बाय राउंड लास्ट थोड़ा ओपन में आके लड़ लिया। उसको पता था वहां पे बंदा है, लेकिन ठीक है लास्ट राउंड। मिड डिफॉल्ट स्मोक कहाँ होता है? इधर मेरे मार्कर पर, यहाँ पे ऐसे दिखाओ मिड डिफॉल्ट, क्योंकि तुम लोग को वाइस के जगह पे ना, जब भी वाइस रहता है तुम लोग को वाइस के जगह पे स्मोक नहीं चाहिए, वाइस के साइड पे, क्योंकि वाइस के साइड पे ऑलरेडी वॉल रहता है जो बहुत डिले करता है। तो डिफॉल्ट ये रहता है कि मिड रिकॉन करते और यहाँ पे स्मोक करते, और मिड रिकॉन भी नहीं कर रहे तो एमएन 1 वे और वहां पे रिकॉन, वहां का इन्फो, जिधर सोवा रिकॉन डाल रहा है उधर स्मोक होना चाहिए। बेसिकली फंडा ये है। ठीक है, हाँ किधर गया मैं? अभी देखो उसने वापस क्या स्मोक दिया। देखो उसने क्या स्मोक दिया। 6 उसने देख क्या स्मोक दिया ये राउंड, देखा?
तो स्मोक दिया उसने वो मिड वाला।
हाँ मिड वाला, नॉर्मल मिड वाला स्मोक नहीं दिया है, एकदम ऐसा स्मोक दिया है कि पता नहीं कैसा स्मोक है वो, क्योंकि वहां से ऊपर भी खड़ा रहेगा ना वो योरू मरेगा।
बराबर
एकदम अजीब स्मोक है वो, कुछ एकदम यूजलेस वाला स्मोक है वो। क्या वाला स्मोक?
देखना एक बार स्मोक में जाके
कैसे यूरो के एंगल से देखना पड़ेगा ना। कैसे देखो, यूरो के एंगल से देखना पड़ेगा।
My ult's ready.
यहाँ से दिखता है ऊपर का तो दिख नहीं रहा है लेकिन पॉइंटलेस स्मोक है ये सब लोग यहाँ पे ही देखेंगे ना इधर ही फाइट लेंगे इधर ही फाइट लेंगे प्लस कोई क्लोज भी आके बैठेगा ये क्लियर भी नहीं कर सकते बे ये चीज क्लियर भी नहीं कर सकते ये देख ना कितना ओपन है इधर कोई भी पुश हुआ रहता था और डेड था योरू कोई भी स्मोक के राउंड खेला रहता था ना योरू डेड था और अपन ने यहाँ पे घुस के मारा स्ट्रेक्स तेरा पोजी देख ओ बैचूत सही है सही नहीं है रे बाबा बहुत कंट्रोल वो लोग को मिल जाता है
दिख रहा हुआ
हाँ देख रहे क्या
हाँ फोटोग्राफर भाई
भाई थंबनेल डैश इनटू माय डीएम्स हाँ डैश इनटू माय डीएम्स भाई श्रिक्स के पीओवी से राउंड देखते हैं अरे बेटे एम है तेरे पास बेटे एम है बेटे रिप्ले सिस्टम गलत इस्तेमाल हो रहा है
मत कर पेरिस का टिकट नहीं मिलेगा मत कर
रिप्ले सिस्टम गलत इस्तेमाल हो रहा है बे
मत कर पेरिस का वीजा कैंसिल हो जाएगा
हाँ इसके वजह से तो रिप्ले सिस्टम नहीं हो रहा था यूरो का थोड़ा बाहर है ओमेन में आ रहा हूँ ओमेन का बाहर है देख थोड़ा पॉइंटिश है ना डब्ल्यू गांड देखते हैं ना अभी गांड है
ये तेरी शर्म कर भाई
Who has the best ass? भाई वाइस का अच्छा है हाँ भाई ब्रो
देख कोई
हाँ छी यूरो की गांड देख कितनी गंदी है बे श्रिक्स छी बे ना रेट द आस चैलेंज इसके लिए रिप्ले निकाला था है रिप्ले सिस्टम है व्हाट द फक सॉरी आई जस्ट वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज हम लोग देख रहे थे कि किधर कुछ रिप्ले सिस्टम में कुछ ग्लिच तो नहीं है ना हम लोग हाँ बीटा टेस्टर्स वी आर बीटा टेस्टर्स हम कैरेक्टर का अल्फा बीटा सब देख रहे थे हम लोग जो कैसा बनाए रह गए एजेंट रेना देखो गेम में रेना थी जो रिप्ले में रेना पैदा करके मैं देखूं तो ठीक है सॉरी आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज सॉरी वो थोड़ा सा भटक गया चलो जी ट्रिक्सी मिलते हैं
यस चलो बाय बाय
तू किधर है पुणे में किधर है अभी ये मेरे को एक बात बताइए जो मैंने डाउनलोड किया है इसको मैं हटाऊं कैसे मेरे इससे
गुड क्वेश्चन यार
क्योंकि ये भूसड़े का डाउनलोड जो किया है वो फाइल में किधर ना किधर जगह ले रहा रहेगा
100%
ना
हाँ
तो हटाओ कैसे डिलीट किधर है डिलीट ऑप्शन आया क्लिक करके बाजू में W है आगे तक सोचा उस पे क्लिक करके वहां पे लेफ्ट है राइट है राइट है, निकाला तो एकदम सबके बारे में सोच समझ के निकाला। जो सारा डाउनलोड कर रहा रहेगा और जिसको पता नहीं करने का डिलीट, उसका पीसी का अम्मा बेन खत्म है। इतना रिप्लेस जिसने ऐड किया रहेगा भाई। ये अभी लेकिन स्पोर्ट्स के लिए बहुत बाप है ये।
हाँ, स्क्रिम्स का डेमो देखने
ना।
हाँ।
बहुत क्रेजी, मतलब पॉज करके जगह पे एंटी स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। अगली बार बड़वे ने ये लाइन तक अगर पैर रखा तो तुम लोग को ऐसा 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 यूटिल करके उसका पैर तोड़ना है बेसिकली। ऐसा एकदम प्लानिंग कर सकते हैं अभी ये लोग।
बराबर।
हाँ है चैट है। कस्टम में नहीं चलता तो उनको बोलो रैंक खेल ले। क्या कर रहे हो लोग ऐसे?
कस्टम में नहीं चलते ऐसा कैसे कस्टम में नहीं?
नहीं लेकिन कस्टम्स तो वैसे भी रिकॉर्डेड रहता है ना। नहीं
और
क्या?
एक कस्टम नहीं रहता है, और रिकॉर्डेड रहा तो भी एक का पीओवी दिखता है, 2 का पीओवी दिखता है।
मेन तो कस्टम है, कस्टम में नहीं चलता। व्हाट द फक?
कस्टम में नहीं चला तो पॉइंट क्या रिप्ले सिस्टम का भाई?
रैंक देख के सीखो।
रैंक
नहीं लेकिन वो ये तो फिर अगर रैंक वाला सिस्टम है ना तो ये उनके लिए सबसे बाप है। बता किसके लिए?
हैकर से नहीं देखने के लिए।
नहीं रे लवड़े, एकेडमी। एकेडमी
एकेडमी वाले भी देख के क्या करेंगे रैंक कार्ड?
नहीं, अगर तू रैंक खेल रहा है तो तेरा प्रॉपर एक रैंक एक कोच बिठा के तेरे को बता सकते हैं कि क्या था तेरा मिस्टेक्स था, तू कैसे एंट्री ले सकता था, स्मोक के अराउंड कैसे खेल सकता था, तेरे
भाई
पास
पर
ऑप्शंस क्या क्या
सामने
क्या
वाले
थे।
भी, भाई तुझे पता है ना रैंक में सामने वाले भी कैसे खेलते हैं?
अबे वो तो देख, दिखते पट से हेडशॉट लगते वो बाद में, एम का बाद में, लेकिन पोजिशनल एडवांटेज कैसे लेने का और क्या कर सकते हैं वो मेरे हिसाब से।
हाँ वो हो सकता
हाँ
है, वो हो सकता है।
वो मेरे हिसाब से बहुत अच्छा है।
बट अगर ये चीज कस्टम में आई तो सोच कितना चेंज होगा वैलो।
हाँ
वैलो स्पोर्ट्स कितना चेंज होगा।
हर एक टीम एक दूसरे का काउंटर
हर
करेगा।
एक टीम एक दूसरे का स्टार्ट पड़ेगी।
प्रीमियर में चलता है, बड़ा टीम प्रीमियर किधर खेल रहे हैं? प्रीमियर में चलते। और ये तेरा मैं डाउनलोड कर सकता हूँ क्या?
ना ना एक नहीं कर सकता।
नहीं कर सकता। सोच अगर मैं तेरा डाउनलोड कर सकता, अम्मा बहन बे गेम की।
भाई सीएसगो में होता
भाई
था
क्या क्या मजा आता था। मतलब जो रैंक 1 है उसका गेम डाउनलोड करो और बैठो
हाँ
और
ना,
देखो और सीखो बे।
एक्चुअली भाई,
ओ फक
एक्चुअली भाई,
ब्रो, ओ फक होता था बे वो।
एक्चुअली
सिर्फ ऐसा करने का, ऐसा करियर लीडर बोर्ड। कौन है सीक्रेट एजेंट? तू तेरी एंड के लिए डाउनलोड सारे गेम्स। जैसी में बात क्या रैंक 1 का तो प्रोफाइल ही लोड नहीं हो रहा। हाँ? भाई लेकिन नए प्लेयर्स को सीखने के लिए बहुत अच्छा है भाई ये। कोचेस को अभी थोड़ा वो एकेडमी
भी
वाला
लोड नहीं हो
फंड है
रहा।
के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। नहीं
मेरा भी रोड नहीं हो रहा नंबर 1 का।
नंबर 2 का लोड हुआ।
मेरा भी
अच्छी
नंबर
गार्ड क्या
1 का
कर
ही
रहे
हो रहा
रे?
है।
वो
अबे नंबर
करियर
1
देख
का
बे। बेलजी कौन सी टीम है बे?
बिली गेमिंग।
नहीं वो बिली बिली गेमिंग है वो।
अरे उसका पूरा ग्रीन है भाई, ग्लोव्स फैन।
ब्रो ये प्रीमी का 40 नहीं है। एक्सक्यूज मी जिंग बे, आप क्या कर रहे हो वहां पे? कौन है चैट? कौन है ये?
पता नहीं।
बिली बिली है क्या बेल जी?
नहीं
हाँ बोल रहे बे, लेकिन ये मैंने नाम देखा नहीं है।
नहीं, बिली बिली नहीं है।
मैंने ये नाम ही नहीं देखा है बिल जी में।
ना नहीं, फैंसी कौन सा टीम है?
फैंसी तो मेरे हिसाब से वो वाला टीम है। क्या बोलते हैं जो अपना वीएलटी खेल रहा है बे? क्या खेल रहा है
बिंक्स, ये देख ना।
अपना
इनको
वीएलटी? क्या खेल रहा है? एसेंशियल।
इनको जीतने में 15 10 12 इलो मिलता है, हारने पे इनका 30 इलो जाता है। सोच।
क्योंकि वो लोग वहां पे है ना, 1000 इलो
हाँ
पे है।
वहां पे, हाँ 1000 इलो आज तक मेरे 2 ऐड के नहीं हुए मिला के। 3
भाई
ऐड के भी
क्रेजी
पकड़
है
लो।
बे 1000 इलो।
हाँ ना।
ये नंबर 1 वाला भोसड़ी वाला है लेकिन सीक्रेट एजेंट लोड नहीं हो रहा है भाई।
उसका तो पूरा ग्रीन होगा।
एसेंशन, हाँ एसेंशन टीम है। फैंसी मेरे को बहुत, फैंसी तो बहुत पुराना टीम है भाई। भाई फैंसी के 3 बंदे रेडिएंट में है
3
बेंचो,
बंदे
1000
पहली
ब्रो।
पेज पे 3 बंदे।
इस समय एसी गांड वाला सीट
कुबिडू
भाई,
बिडू
3 बंदे बे, दे दो
3
एसेंशन
बंदे
उनको।
वो।
लो चौथा भी है 40 रैंक 40 780 लो। कसम।
और ओएस कौन सा टीम है?
कौन सा?
ओएस
ओएस, ओएस पता नहीं मेरे को। टेसरेट
टेसरेट
का क्या टीम था? कुछ तो टीम था बे, भूल गया मैं। जंजी का लाक्या है, ज्यूस है,
ओएसिस
ओएसएस गेमिंग है बे। लेकिन हाँ, 1000 ही लो, क्या फील होता रहेगा ना
पूरा।
फैंसी बेंचो। एक बार फैंसी टाइप कर बे।
फैंसी
मैं भी नाम क्या भी फैंसी रखूंगा माँ का।
500 बंदे टॉप 70 में, और पहले 3 तो भाई टॉप 10 में सीधे।
जो रेडिएंट बे,
है ना?
3 बंदे 700 ही लो, 3 बंदे 1000 ही लो, लो बैच। हाँ, बिल्ड टाइप करना, मेरे को नहीं लगता इतना रैंक खेलते हैं वो लोग। बैटिंग फर्स्ट किधर है? हाय 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 रस, हेलो रस भाई। हाँ, ऐसे टाइप करना।
क्या क्या जी सर्च किया क्या?
हाँ गया। सबसे पहले हुक्स को निकालेंगे, फिर कप्पा को निकालेंगे, फिर टेक्नो को। डन है, डन है। जीजू किधर है? जीजू उसड़ी वाले का नाम क्या है? चलो
चलो बाय बाय
बाय बाय बाय बाय बाय, गुड नाइट्स, टेक इज केयर्स।
बाय बाय बाय।
अभी मेरे को ये देखना है कि 1 हफ्ते बाद भी ये डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं क्या, या 1 महीने
नहीं
बाद? अगर ऐसा
नहीं
भाई 1 महीने बाद डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, मतलब ये लोग का क्या सिस्टम रहेगा भाई कि वो गेम ऑनलाइन है सेव्ड क्लाउड में? हाँ
नहीं 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 होगा। वो जैसे नीचे चला जाएगा ना,
पता नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा अभी।
तेरा ऊपर ऊपर गेम जैसे भरेंगे, नीचे चलाएगा वो।
चलो बाय बाय बाय, मिलते हैं।
बाय।
मस्त है रिप्ले सिस्टम, मेरे को तो अच्छा लगा भाई। सीख, जिनको सीखने का वो लोग एक्चुअली सीख सकते हैं अभी, जिनको सीखने का एक्चुअली सीख सकते हैं वो लोग अभी। पैच टू पैच रहने वाला है हाँ क्या? ये क्या न्यू बैच पैक्स? चुप पैच। चलो कैसे आते हैं फट से, और थोड़ा टाइम मेंबर्स ओनली करेंगे, फिर निकलने का मेरे को सुबह 8 बजे उठने का है, ठीक है? चलो आई होप यू एंजॉय टुडे स्ट्रीम, मजेदार वॉच पार्टी था, गेम भी बढ़िया खेला, एमवीपी बना, डब्ल्यू डे था। मिलते गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, आदियोस, शेडी में पादियोस, टेक केयर, सी या बाय बाय, एंड मेनी मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे विवेक भाई। मेंबर्स ओनली आ रहा 5 मिनट में। विवेक भाई हैप्पी बर्थडे, मिलते हैं, बाय बाय।
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle, like somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel. You deserve better than me.